okay, unironically, that's how I felt watching Hopper fight the Demogorgon at the end of season 1 with a sword. I literally was laughing. I was like, this is so, I mean, not season 1, season 4. I was like, I was like laughing out loud. This is so dumb.
The thing I found really funny was I was looking at the sword being like, first of all, that looks wildly out of place for Russia, but secondly, like, the exact kind of sword was bothering me because like I feel like I've seen you before somewhere, and then I went and I looked at the poster for Damsel, the Millie Bobby Brown Netflix fantasy shit, and it's the same sword.
Oh, a little Easter egg in there for keen-eyed viewers.
Are they connected canonically?
Oh
yes.
God, don't even.
That'd be very funny. Okay.
That would, yeah.
This time we are live. I even see someone in the chat. I'm just gonna start sharing it around, and deal with some stuff. You guys just keep going.
I wish I don't know how to make
blabbering.
I don't know how to make my Discord full screen, like the actual call full screen without someone sharing their screen. But whatever, I'll just browse Discord in the middle of this call.
As I said, I don't know that you can do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
Who knows?
I don't think you can.
I hate Discord.
That seems like an oversight.
Top 10 worst apps of all time. That's a joke for.
Oh no, not even.
No, it's I just have a lot of issues with Discord, and I refuse to learn how to use it because I have better things to do with my life.
I was about to say, like, surely most dating apps are worse than Discord, like just by default.
No. Oh yeah,
dating apps are the worst.
No, the Discord, like whenever I receive links on Discord, especially like when you send the text after it, it just drives me crazy how you like it puts the text or the text after the link. It irritates me so much, but I digress.
I digress.
But anyway, so yeah, Stranger Things season 4, bad in my personal humble opinion.
Well, I guess we're starting this then. First of all, what I wanted to do was welcome Bagel, because I don't know how many people in the chat know who that is.
She is a breakfast item.
That is true.
Yes, I am a incredibly based arbiter of quality in media, and all of the takes that I have are thoroughly researched and not at all watched in the span of like a week with no sleep. So I shall do my best to link them together in some kind of coherent fashion, hopefully not to the detriment of the points I'm trying to make. But yeah, basically I do not think Stranger Things season 4 is very good. Steve and Jolly somewhat disagree, I believe, not not fully disagree, but like, they like a lot of stuff I don't. So yeah, we're here to fight about it publicly.
We're gonna box, publicly. Well, I think this season is, what did we give it? Like fine, good.
Yeah, so I guess there's two ways of doing this, right? Because like I mocked it into like, we did it like two ways and then like an overall way. So the two ways were like on its own, it's like a standalone season, right? Like if all you'd seen was like this season of television on its own, it's like a 7.6 out of 10. In the context of the entire show, it's like a 6, I think was what we said eventually, or 5.9.
That's like generous, yeah. It's like it's a 6, 5.5 at the minimum, I think.
Yeah, and then like if you just average those out, I'm like, I think the overall score I gave it was like 6.3, 6.4, something like
that. Yeah.
And I would say, in my opinion, that is extraordinarily generous, but we will get more into it. But the thing is, so it's kind of starting off right at the bat, like you said, a standalone season, I struggle to divorce things from prior and I'm not saying that's something you have to do. If you're watching something as like a season of television, you say, okay, I'm taking this on its own, that's fine. I think it's, a good way to interpret movies. I think that, for example, if you watch Spider-Verse 1, great movie. If you watch Spider-Verse 2, objectively, it has some flaws, but if you say it as a standalone movie, it is a phenomenal movie. But in the connection to Spider-Man or to Spider-Verse 1, it has some issues, but that's less of a issue in that movie because it's still quite a tight movie. But Stranger Things 4, as a cohesive piece of media, season 4 does not work with Stranger Things like any of the rest of Stranger Things, especially season 1, which I hold season 1 of Stranger Things in very high regard. If I had to give it a numerical score, I'd probably give it a 9.5 out of 10. I think it is one of the best seasons of one of the best single seasons of television that I've ever seen. It is one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. So, and then I watched season 4, and there are so many just plot elements that drive me insane after I rewatch season 1 and season 2.
Well, that was kind of our takeaway, right? Is that when you try to fit Stranger Things season 4 into the overall show, it just doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things about it that just doesn't work. Like, mainly Vecna, and his plan and everything to do with his backstory, but like other things too. Even little things. Like one thing that we noted was Victor Creel is this like notorious serial killer, or like he killed his family back in the 50s, according to official police, and he's like known as this like town urban legend. And I'm like, you'd think the kids would know about him then already, just as a thing that they would have heard of growing up.
Yeah, that's one thing that drove me actually insane about the whole Vecna thing, which I have thoughts, capital T thoughts on Vecna, which TLDR, I hate Vecna. I think he's a lame ass villain. I think he's goofy as hell. But like like pretty much throughout the entire season, literally, and I'm not saying this as a joke, I'm saying this as like entirely seriously. All of my thoughts on Vecna was is he stupid? Like, is he what is he doing? Why is he walking so slow? Why is he killing Max slower than the rest of them? But again, those are
I've got pushbacks to that when we get there. Yeah.
I have extreme issues with Vecna, but yeah, like especially involving season 1 as, kind of I guess that's not the right word. Like, using season 4 to retcon a lot of season 1 drove me crazy. It's not like, like a sacred cow. It's Stranger Things season 1 has its issues. Like, there are some scenes that I thought were a little silly, like a little ham-fisted, a little contrived, but overall as a like story, it's really excellent. And I have so many problems with the ways that they use season 4 to retcon season 1. It actually drove me up a wall. I was like the picture of the girl like biting the computer as she's watching it. That was me watching them try to retcon season 1 with season 4. It actually
you were Link in the straitjacket with "Hey, listen" written in blood on the walls everywhere.
No, I'm Shane from The Walking Dead going like no, wait.
That's the Punisher. He's the Punisher. Whatever.
Yeah, you mean Rick?
Well, no. She's talking about in Frank Castle. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's a reference.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Fine. Just fine.
What I was
We're not here to
getting
discuss the Punisher.
The Punisher's a good show. You should all check it out.
It is.
What I was getting at with like the Victor Creel example as like a small example of a larger issue is like I don't mind them retconning the show or like them even retconning the oh so precious season 1. It's really more just that the retcons are so sloppily done and they don't do the due diligence to make it fit with the rest of the show. It's like, as an idea, Vecna is cool
I
villain.
With that statement. There were so many times. Oh, sorry, my audio is being stupid.
That's fine.
It's cutting off. Hang on.
I was just saying, as a character, Vecna, I think is a good character, a good villain, but like, he doesn't fit as the main villain of the show, and then trying to retcon him as like the guy who created the Mind Flayer just doesn't work. But like B, trying to fit in his timeline with what we've seen from the show so far just doesn't work, and they didn't bother to make that work.
Yeah, like like I was saying with Sheev and Jolly before the stream, is that one of my a lot of my issues with season 4 boil down to the fact that it is so goddamn long. It is actually insane how long season 4 is. So I pulled up the numerical counts, or like the minute time of each season, and I need to pull it up again. So let's see. It is season 1 is 402 minutes. Season 2 is 466 minutes. Season 3 is 444 minutes, and season 4 is 771 minutes long. That is almost twice as long as season 1. That is ridiculous. No 9 episodes of TV should be 13 hours long. That is insane. Like I don't want to watch. I basically sat through 9 full-length movies in the last week. It's crazy.
I'm honestly more shocked that season 3 is shorter than season 2. I was thinking that you'd be like, they keep getting just exponentially longer every season.
But the thing is, and I'll get into this later, so many of my issues with season 4 come down to the fact that they feel the need to make it so big and so over the top and
grandiose
crazy,
and Marvel-esque. Yeah.
Exactly. It feels like an MCU film, and as to quote Friendly Space Ninja, it feels like a CW show with infinite money, and that's exactly how I felt watching.
So that's where we differ. That's where we disagree.
Yeah. That's very harsh.
I guess it is worth mentioning though, since you bring up Friendly Space Ninja. That is where all this got started. Bagel and I are both fans of the channel Friendly Space Ninja. He did a video on Stranger Things. I liked most of it, and I thought a lot of his points against season 4 were unfair and mean and made me mad.
Out of interest, before we start like the proper thing with Bagel, like because I haven't seen that video, having now rewatched season 4, do you now agree with some of his points that you were like, no, that's unfair?
A lot of his points. There are some I agree with Shave were a bit, I don't know, a bit harsh in terms of, especially with the characters. Like, basically, Friendly Space Ninja says that most of the characters are facsimiles of themselves, and I agree with that with some characters, but not all of them. I think some of the characters, like Max, like 11's fine in the season. I think Lucas is given more to do than he is. I mean, the actor is. I mean, and I will say, like, side note, all the actors are really phoning it in this season. They don't want to be there. Except for
I disagree wildly with that one. There's two I'd criticize. One is Lucas, but that's more like it's not because he's not trying. It's just because, like, no, bless him, he's just not as gifted an actor as some of the other kids in that show are. Like, there are scenes where he's really doing a great job. The one who I think is phoning it in is Millie Bobby Brown, just because, like, this is not a role that demands very much of her, and like she's not a particularly gifted actress, I'm afraid to say.
Well, and I was watching. It was funny because I was watching some of the episodes with my mom, and my mom was like, "Millie Bobby Brown does not care, does she?" And I was like, "No, she doesn't. She just doesn't." And I was like,
I would say pretty much everyone else besides Lucas and 11 give like A+ performances. Even the characters who were given basically nothing to do, like Mike, like Finn Wolfhard, does a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Joyce is. I mean, sorry. Oh my God, Winona Ryder. I love and I will say this: Winona Ryder in seasons 1 and 2 of Stranger Things is phenomenal. She is incredible in those seasons. She is like one of my favorite actors ever. And rewatching season 1 and 2 really elevated her to like one of my favorite actors status. Like, I think she is a a SS tier actor. She is perfect in the role of Joyce. But in seasons 3 and 4 especially, she is. I will just say the writing of her character really suffers in season 3 and 4. Like, she is one of the characters who is like very much a facsimile of themselves. But she is so good in seasons 1 and 2, and in season 3 and 4, she's just like really hamming it up and being like silly a lot of the time. And I'm like, this is not who Joyce is as a person. Joyce is a very serious, devoted person. Like, she has her fun moments.
I disagree that she's hamming it up. I think there's discussions we can have about how well written the characters are and like what the actor has to work with, which is another discussion. But in terms of like what the performances she's giving, I think that's all fine. I think it's more than fine. I think it's excellent. It's just like, the problem is that she's having to act her socks off in a character arc that doesn't make any sense, because that's what the writers have given her to work with.
Yeah, the whole Russia subplot made me want to like bash my. I was like actively like.
Well, so that's my point. I guess in order to give the stream some kind of structure, I think, if I may, what I'd quickly do is like talk about what Shiv and I sort of thought the overarching, really abstract, like brief one sentence like description of the major problems of the whole series was. And then we can like start talking about individual plot lines, and then like we can, because obviously like they're doing their own thing mostly, and then they reconverge at the end, and then we can talk about them as a whole, as a cohesive whole again.
Yeah, like don't really all fit together very well, but they try. No. They try. God damn it, they do their best.
So I guess the overall problem, like when we finished the show, when Shiv and I finished season 4, we were, I think it was like 4 a.m. for me at the time. We were like sitting there talking about it, and the conclusion we sort of came to was like the biggest issue this season had was creator cowardice. That these creators clearly did not respond well to critiques of their writing in seasons 2 and 3, and so they course corrected in ways that were just like, oh crap, they didn't like this, get rid of this thing, rather than actually like going back to make the thing that people didn't respond to actually work.
The biggest thing is the Mind Flayer.
Yeah.
Because like, say what you will about the Mind Flayer in seasons 2 and 3 and the way he was handled, or it was, what do we call it? They, she.
I'm not going to assume it's gender.
Well, say what you will about the Mind Flayer, but like, as an idea of like this sort of like interdimensional Lovecraftian cosmic entity that just goes around, like goes from dimension to dimension, just consuming everything and dominating the universe, and like that's what it threatens to do if it can get over to our world. Like that's a really neat idea. And like, it's not even just that it's this unintelligent sort of like mindless monster creature thing. It's more just that like the intelligence that it's working with is beyond our comprehension. Like, we have no idea. We couldn't even begin to describe what the Mind Flayer is and what it's trying to do and what it, like, the ways in which it thinks, because of just how beyond us it is. Like, there's a lot to work with there, and just because seasons 2 and 3 don't do a necessarily great job with that as a concept doesn't mean that you have to just be like, okay, fine, they didn't like the Mind Flayer, so let's just say he was created by a guy who just got banished to the Upside Down. Like, that's cowardly.
It's a general problem you tend to get with people who want to write Lovecraftian horror but don't really grasp it right, because like you're right in that it's like the Mind Flayer is as a Lovecraftian entity is like it's supposed to be beyond our understanding. Like, the horror element of it comes from like this is a thing that you cannot like it is impossible for a human mind to conceive of what this thing is. Really, it's beyond us. But the sort of the flip side of that coin is like there is, however, like a kind of simplicity that defines all kind of Lovecraftian horrors that like can be summed up almost in single words, like hunger or fear or whatever. Like like the Mind Flayer at the end of the day is a predator. It's there because its goals extend as far as I want to eat you. Basically, I want to eat your dimension and everything in it. And like its intelligence is all as alien as its intelligence is. It's all geared towards that singular inhuman purpose of just consume and absorb.
Understanding.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Sorry, Bagel, you were saying.
Oh no, I was gonna say like I saw a really good a really good comment actually on Friendly Space Ninjas videos that was like unexplainable horror becomes a lot less horrifying when it's explained, and that is extremely the problem that I have with Stranger Things. Like I will say I'm not like a connoisseur of horror. I like horror here and there. Like I'm not like a big into like like horror or gore or anything like that. But Stranger Things does a really good job at making the best out of a limited capacity for storytelling. And by limited capacity, I don't mean writing, I mean financial, I mean the time they had, I mean the characters they had. Season 1 is very intimate, I suppose is the right word. Like it's very like it feels like, like real people, real normal people experiencing this eldritch horror, this unexplainable like dimension monster thing that they're facing. They have no idea what it is, and they're completely out of their depth, and they have no idea what to do. And then this little girl shows up, and they're so confused, and the rest is history. And then in season 3 and season 4, it's like, oh, everyone knows what's going on, and they're making huge leaps in logic to get to like the correct conclusion. Like there was one scene, I don't remember which scene it was. I think it was in like episode, I want to say like 6 or 7, where it always got lost in the sauce. Like I've seen so much of this show in the last week. Like it's a scene where like religious literally it blends together. It's a scene where Dustin is like making assumptions about how they can defeat Vecna, and I'm like, how do you know that? You were just guessing, and then it turns out to be right.
Yeah, there's a lot there that's really strange. Where like they suddenly do like Dustin comes up with this theory that like Vecna is the Mind Flayer's 5-star general, which like sure that's a reasonable
that would be a better
deduction,
version
but then
of his,
yeah. Yeah, but unfortunately, then they go on to say a whole bunch of things, which I'm like, you just pulled that out of your ass, and I have no idea how you were right about that.
The scene I think Bagel is specifically referencing is like when Eddie is describing how Chrissy died. He mentions that she was in kind of a trance, as though she was under a spell, and then Dustin's like, like a dark wizard, like the dark wizard Vecna. So he's cursing them, and then they come up with all these theories that turn out to be correct, and it's like, man. Wow.
No, like, I was like, that was a fucking leap in logic, sir. And I was like, no, like literally, like
he's very smart.
The hand of the writers. You can see the hand of the writers so much. Like it is. Like I also saw, and this wasn't from Friendly Space Ninja. It was actually my friend was giving her opinion. She said Stranger Things stopped being it stopped being a show about characters. It started being a show about plot, and that is exactly the problem that I have with it. Like, or one of them. Like it is a show now driven so much by this need to exist, and it doesn't just feel it doesn't feel like anything happens naturally anymore. Like there were so many scenes like the one with Dustin where he's like, it's the wizard Vecna from the game, and I'm like, okay, first of all, I'm getting so tired of the fucking D&D like allegories. I'm like, okay, it was cute in season 1, like I like the Demogorgon, it was it was enjoyable, it was a good allegory, but now I'm like, every time they bring in a new like D&D term, I'm like, okay, I get it.
Well, again, so I have no issue with the D&D framing, because again, like it comes back to that Lovecraftian horror. Because the thing with Lovecraftian horror, like particularly when you're writing with the character's perspective on it, right, is that and the audience's ability to be like make the events intelligible, you're simultaneously having to leave a lot unexplained to create the horrifying elements. To be like, this is something that you don't get, but enough of it has to be understandable that like we aren't completely lost as to what the hell's even happening, right? That comes like that's sort of what I was saying earlier, where like the Mind Flayer as an intelligence is beyond us. What it is beyond us. However, its goals in terms of just it wants to eat you, it wants to kill you, like it wants to devour you. It's simple to understand. Like the D&D metaphors, I think work really well in terms of the characters trying to put an intelligible face on something that they just fundamentally can't comprehend properly. They're using what they know to map out what they don't.
Even in season 4, it's like we have this this otherworldly creature on the other side that's apparently going around and just killing these people. We need to put a name to them so that we don't have to just keep referring to them as other dimensional horror. So I mean, I'd say Vecna's as good as anything. I guess my criticism of that is more just like, how do you know it's just a guy and not just the Mind Flayer doing this again?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
again,
how do you know that this curse is a thing? Why I mean, we can get into why the curse is a thing later, but like, the Vecna apparently has to do this very ritual sacrifice thing, and they're like, oh, it's like a ritual, therefore it must be a ritual. I'm like, you're so lucky that was correct, and that
yeah.
it wasn't just a random series of murders.
No, literally, like for half the season, like especially in scenes when they were coming up with theories, I was like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? You were just making this.
Yeah.
You were just saying things. You were just making
matter
things
of
up.
like, there's a
and
lot of
it's
ground to
correct.
cover. They have a lot of stuff to explain, so let's just have the characters guess things correctly.
Correctly, yeah, with no pushback from other characters.
And that's the issue with a lot with the fact that it's so overstuffed and bloated, is that like there's like 5 billion things happening at any given time. Now, like, okay, so 11's here and fucking Hopper's here, and all.
Well, hang on. So,
yeah.
before we start talking about the individual plot lines, like again, just to round out this overall thing, because I think it's important when we get this nailed down, so we have it to reference back to when we're doing the individual plots. The other big problem with like this whole retcon, right, of like the Mind Flayer is just Vecna, or like, you know, just retconning what the Mind Flayer was and retconning all the events of season 1 and what happened there, is like they've also retconned the nature of the Upside Down, which is, you know, essentially like the core component of the world building for what underpins this entire show. Because back in season 1, like obviously we didn't get dedicated lore dumps because the whole point was it was Lovecraftian and we didn't really understand it, and they're just trying to grapple onto what it is. But to make it intelligible, the bit that we did get was the fly on the wire metaphor, right? Of like the Upside Down is like just a different dimension. It's not some spooky reflecto world. It is just like another dimension. It is fundamentally what it is, and therefore, like the reason it is filled with horrors, and you know, it's because the Mind Flayer has infected and destroyed this dimension. That there was a kind of implication that before the Mind Flayer arrived in that reality was basically just another Hawkins with its own people doing their own thing, right? Like that was just a different world, and then the Mind Flayer destroyed that. And now he wants to break into R1. Like he's some kind of interdimensional super predator, basically. That was the implication. That's all gone out the window as of season 4. Season 4 has completely retconned that, and that, like, there was a bit. Sheeves, remember when the Nancy and co, they go back into the Upside Down, they go to her house because she's like, I've got guns in my room. Yeah. And then they're like, oh no, my guns aren't here, and this teddy bear that I gave to Goodwill is still here. And they're like, oh, it's because apparently the Upside Down just took on the shape of the world as it was when 11 broke through the barrier in season 1, and it's just like a snapshot of the world as it was. Yeah. And I'm like, also, first of all, I'm pretty sure that doesn't tally at all with seasons 2 or 3, where things had moved around in the Upside Down, you know, in parallel with the real world, like bicycles and shit. But also, just no, like, doesn't make any sense considering what the Mind Flayer was and is.
Well, also, Jolly, I had that literal. I was quite literally like, you read my mind. I was about to like bitch about that. Like, I was like when I saw the scene where it's like Nancy's like November 6th, 1983. I'm like, but how would Joyce have been able to hang up the lights in the fucking real world, and how would Will have interacted with them if the thing is stuck when 11 opened the gate? How does that work? Well, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to remember like the way the rules work. It's like, wouldn't Will still be able to touch like the general spot where the lights are?
Yeah,
like,
that still functions because
but the letters wouldn't show up the letters wouldn't show up.
Like, he wouldn't know where he wouldn't know where the letters are. That's
he would just have to guess, I guess.
Yeah. Is he stupid? Like,
apparently he's super intelligent because he worked it out.
Yeah,
he figured it out.
He actually, unless, again, I would have to go back and rewatch season 1 again with like the knowledge we have from season 4 and be like, hey, here's where that's stupid. Here's where that doesn't work.
The big one is just the hilarity of like, so this we can talk about this more when we talk about Vecna and his plotline, but obviously, like, Vecna's whole thing is he wants to kill these 4 people because, like, you know, each death allows him to open a mini gate, and if he does enough mini gates, he can connect those mini gates to make a big gate and just punch through with all his minions. And I'm like, the problem with that is that, like, season 1 made it very clear that as long as a gate is open somewhere, the Demogorgon can just punch through into reality wherever it wants.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. That, and also the fact that in season 1 and season 2, the fact that 11 didn't close the gate caused like mini gates to open in other locations. Which, whatever, you know, that's whatever, season 1. But the thing is with season 4 is I'm like, why wouldn't he just use those gates? You know, like, or I guess 11 closed them all after season 1, but like, why didn't he do this earlier? Why didn't she?
Yeah, well, why didn't Vecna do his plan earlier is a huge problem with his whole chronology.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is like you fucked up the timeline of the entire series by trying to like force Vecna into, oh, he was the big bad boogeyman the entire time. Because now it's just like there's so many different ways he could have gone about doing this, and he could have just done all this earlier. He didn't even have to fuck with any of like the Mind Flayer shit and try to like, you know, like create a big meat puppet in season 3, which my god, I hated that plot line.
Oh my god.
Meat puppet.
I will say the funny thing is that I watched all of season 3 in the span of, I want to say, no, I watched all of season 2 in one night. I watched season 3 over the course of 2 days, and when I tell you, I have never, like, okay, season 4, for what it's worth, chat, I don't like season 4. I think it's bad. Season 3 is infinitely worse than season 4. Season 3 is like unwatchable.
Is an abomination of nature. It is the bane of my existence, and the way
if it
Hopper
wasn't
is
for...
characterized actually gives
oh
me,
my God,
makes me physically sick.
If it wasn't for Robin, Steve, and Dustin, I would have just given up on that season entirely and like shot myself in the head.
Yeah, but even then, they decided to shove Erica into that plot line, and she was really insufferable throughout that season.
She's so annoying. I hate her in that season. She's so obnoxious.
She's a lot better in season 4. You have to admit, she's way better in season 4.
Yeah, because the actors got acting lessons in between.
No,
they
just wrote.
They
wrote her dialogue in a way better, like more charismatic way.
I remember there was one scene in season 3 where Erica's like talking about capitalism and communism, and I'm like, this is like obviously the trope of like, you know, like the the trope of, well, obviously like the trope of like the ingenious little kid, you know, and like the kid who like knows more than all the other you know, characters can be done well, but it has to be done interestingly. Like, it can't just be a kid being like explaining stuff at you, because I'm like, that's not
I still liked Robin being able to figure out, like, to crack Soviet cryptography despite not speaking Russian. That was fun.
I know. Like, I remember in that plotline. So like, I have I don't know, not to sound like the like logic and plot are for stupid people, but like one way that I measure the quality of a season of television, and it's just one way, not the only way, one way that I measure a season of television in terms of quality is how much I feel something, you know, like how much I am emotionally invested in what is happening. No, but the thing is, season 3. Okay, actually, I have my like 15-page bulleted list of shit that I was annoyed about. So the thing is with season 3 is that two major problems I have with it is that nothing is taken seriously, and the tone of that season is fucking awful. Like, it is all over the place. It makes no sense. It's so bad. But the thing is, there are a few scenes, like I think 3 scenes in season 3 that made me actually feel something. And one of them was the scene, is like the whole thing with Will going on with his friends. You know, like he feels alienated and he feels really upset. And, you know, like I think as much as I hate Noah Schnapp, he did a really good job with that thing. And then another scene was with Robin and Steve, like her coming out scene that really touched me. That was really like sweet. I really liked that. And then the other scene is I think Hopper's death and everything is stupid, but like the scene where Eleven reads the letter did make me cry. I was like, you know, but like, also he hasn't been that character since season 2, so like, you know, it doesn't make sense, but whatever. But like season 4, I don't know. I feel like I felt more things in terms of like in proportion to the amount of things happening, I felt more things than I did in season 3. But the majority of season 4, I was like, this is soulless. This feels like a corporate.
Wildly disagree with that.
No, sorry.
It feels so soulless.
I'm sorry. That's complete nonsense. What are you talking about? Like Eddie's death, Noah's conversation. Sorry, you know, Will's conversation. In the car, Max's letters.
I didn't say all of it. I said most of it is soulless. I said and the thing is, season 4 has some really good high points. Like Max's arc is really for the first half of Max's arc is really good, and like the second half is fine, but like the first half is really good. They kind of forgot about her in like the middle 3 episodes, so I was like, you know, whatever. But like I was I really liked some scenes. Like I wrote a few good scenes down. I'm not being a total hater, but I just felt like the season felt like a big man in a suit who like worked at fucking Netflix was like, I'm gonna
need you to qualify that statement, because I just don't understand where you're pulling this from. Like, as in, like, more than just like generically like, oh, I just felt to me like I need you to explain to me how exactly it is that it felt corporate.
Not only was it, I don't know, not only did the plot make no sense, not only did it just
well, that's a separate issue, right? We're not talking about whether the plot logically was coherent. Like, we can do that in a second, but just like in terms of just the moments of feeling were somehow like corporately mandated or felt a bit artificial. I want to actually have some kind of explanation for that.
It was the same problem that I had watching. Shoot, what was it? It was a Marvel. It was one of the many sludge Marvel movies I watched recently. I can't remember what it was, but I think it was maybe Ant-Man and the Wasp or something, or not. But it was. I was watching that movie and I was like, not only is the tone bad, there are some emotional scenes that hit really well, and then there are others where you're like, I just feel like this is so emotionally manipulative on the part of the writers. Like, it's meant to hit all the sad beats. It's meant to make you. It's written to make you feel something. It's not written to be what it is. It's written to make you feel something and be like, oh, that's so sad. And I say this. Not I don't. I have a lot of issues with Eddie, just meta reasons. The thing is, with Eddie's death, I did not. It was sad, but I was like, this is so like phoned in terms of the writing. Like he's saying all the things that'll make you sad. He's saying like the music from the scene of season 1 where they say Will
hang on, stop. No, hang on, I'm stopping this here because there's
I was just gonna let her to be totally I was just gonna let her like dig her own grave.
To be totally generous to you here, like to give you the absolute, or to steel man your position, I should say. I understand what you mean in terms of like there are very clear scenes and other bits of in media generally, right? Where like it is very clear that the intent of the scene was not like, oh, we're gonna have a cathartic or a thematically well paid off emotional scene. It's just like, oh, we need the audience to cry right now, so we'll shoot the dog. It's like that. I'll shoot the puppy thing. I'll shoot the horse. Exactly. Like we'll hurt the cutesy animal because that'll make people cry, and that is extremely artificial. I don't understand though how you've drawn Eddie's death as an example of that, because just pointing out that the writing is designed to make you sad is a nonsense. Sorry, like not sorry, but it's a nonsense argument. I could say the same thing about the death of Boromir in Lord of the Rings. Like, oh, they played sad music and they put him in slow mo and they did all these close-ups of his face with the arrows going in.
By playing sad music.
Sorry. No, the real thing that got me, and I say this as someone because I recently rewatched season 1. The music that they play in the scene where Eddie is dying is the same music they play in the scene in the first season when Will is saved by Hopper and Joyce. And the thing is, that scene is probably one of my favorite scenes in media. It is phenomenal. It is.
But that's because they're paralleling each other.
No, but the thing is, why? Why are they paralleling each other? Like, why can't they? Like, why do they need to rely on the nostalgia of the sadness of that scene to make the scene feel more sad? It's like it was. I'm
sorry, I don't think we can criticize a show for having a repeated leitmotif.
I'm sorry. It felt like it really felt like it like the writers were going, cry now. This is sad. I'm like, listen, I know what they're trying to do. I know what you're doing. I've seen
hang on, because you're just repeating the same thing now. Like, sorry,
can I just cut in?
Yes, right, yeah, go on, Chief.
If that theme was specifically centered around like the relationship between Will and Joyce or something, and like so they played that leitmotif as in like to signify they've reunited and this is powerful and happy and things are good now. Like, if that was specific to those characters, then I would see your point and be like, yeah, I don't know why they're playing it for Eddie's death. That's weird. But it's not specific to any one character. It's more just a sad leitmotif that plays for like when sad things happen in the show.
But the thing is, I don't think that scene or that music specifically was used like after season 1. Like, it was used in season 1. From what I can recall, I don't think it's used again throughout the rest of the show. And it feels like, I don't know, it feels very deliberate. But that's just my opinion. Like, you guys are free to, it's just an opinion. But like, I really felt something in that first season with Will, and Hopper, when Joyce is screaming at Will to breathe and Hopper is pounding on his chest. No matter how many times I rewatched that scene, I sobbed like a baby in that scene. Like, it made me cry so hard the first time I watched it. And the scene with Eddie, I'm like, it's sad, but it's like, it's not as sad because and I hate to say it, and again, I'm not saying this is like me hating on Eddie. Eddie is a very thin character. He is not very well defined.
Yeah,
he is very.
I beg your pardon.
He is a very thin. He's a good guy, but what do we know about Eddie?
Okay, hang on. What do we know about Will in season 1?
Okay,
what do we know about Will in season 1?
But that's the thing. Will in the purpose of that show serves a purpose. He is the missing kid.
So does Eddie.
Like, the fact that we know nothing about Will is like important because like he's not a character really in the story. He is a plot device in season 1. I would say.
Okay, I would challenge you that we don't know anything about Eddie.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're like, Eddie is supposed to be a fully fleshed out character, and we don't know anything about him. Will is not supposed to be a fleshed out character in season 1. Will is a plot device.
Okay, hang on, stop on. But so I disagree on both those points. I think Will is a fleshed out character in season 1. I guess the question here is like, I want you to define for me what you mean by a character being fleshed out. Like, what does it mean to you when you say a character is fleshed out?
I want a character to have a real emotional like depth and a like.
Well, hang on, no, we're doing a circularity. We're doing a circularity here because you're like, oh, it's I feel sad when a character, like, I don't feel sad when a character who isn't well fleshed out dies because, like, there's nothing there for me to latch onto to feel sad. But then when I said, well, what does it mean to be fleshed out? You're like, well, that they make me feel something. I'm like, well, hang on, that's just circularity. Like, you need to give me reasons here.
Let me finish. I need a character to have a real discernible journey from start to finish. I need to know why they are doing that thing. I need to know like who are they as a person? What do they bring to the lives of the world around them? Like how do they fit in the world?
What drives them? Yes. That sort of thing.
Well, what fundamentally drives them? But like what impact do they have on the world before the plot? Like someone said, I saw a thing that was like the best stories or the best plots or stories or whatever are stories where you feel like the characters have existed in the world for longer than the span of time that the story is being told. For example, Arcane. You feel like the characters in Arcane. You feel like Vi and Jinx and Vander and Silco and all these characters have existed in the world, and even between seasons, you feel like they have had a very tangible impact on the world around them, even though they have not been there. Season 1 of Stranger Things, you feel like these kids have lived in Hawkins for years. You feel their relationships. You feel the connections they have to each other. You feel the connections they have with their families. You see them as real people. Eddie is just a character who was introduced in season 1 to just be there, interact with Dustin and Steve and a few other characters for a few scenes, and then die. Like he in no way feels like
woefully uncharitable.
I'm sorry.
He never once in the season felt like he existed in the story before or after season 4, and I think that's a bit.
Well, no, but hang on, whoa, but that's a completely. I could level the same thing, by the way, at Max in season 4. I don't think Max of season 4 has any relation really beyond lip service to the idea of the trauma of her brother to the character we saw in 2 and 3. But that's like a binary. Just because the character's introduced late in the season and the writers do like a bad job of explaining where they were in previous seasons does not mean that the character in that season is therefore badly written.
But like I don't know. Like for me to get really invested in the character, I need to feel like they're real. Like they have a real like I said, like a real tangible like place in the world and a real tangible impact. The thing is with Eddie is that Eddie might, appear in a few scenes like and I was like it's also the problem I have with Bob is that Bob also feels like that. Bob is like also a very like, he's a nice guy, but he in no way feels like he existed in the show before or after season 2, which, like he served his purpose in season 2 and then he died.
I mean,
Same thing with
you can say what you will about how they handle his death post season 2 and like the way the characters feel about it, but like in season 2 itself, there's nothing wrong with Bob and like how he's integrated into the world any more than with Eddie, I would say.
But I'd actually draw a comparison to Max. Max is a character that feels like, like, although, like, it's, like, I don't have a problem with introducing new characters into stories. That would be ludicrous if I did. But the thing is, Max, like, when she's introduced, like, you feel like she has this history with Billy. Like, she has this anger, this rage in her. And, you feel like she... And then she, like, it's maybe not a fair comparison because she's a character for longer than, a few episodes. But with Max, you feel her pain because she is so, like... I guess she becomes so ingrained into the world and so important to everything that you feel like, she.
I wonder why you don't.
Yeah.
Why isn't I get what you're saying. I'm just curious as to why you don't think that extends to Eddie.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Is like everything you're saying about Max. I'm like, yeah, that's Eddie too. Like he has he has a relationship with Mike and Dustin, and especially with Dustin that like you can tell is like a thing that's been that they've had for several months at this point. Like they didn't meet him of course until they got to high school. So it's not like he's been in their lives for a long time, but like the amount of time that he has been in their lives, like you can tell he's become really good friends with them, and that they, that he kind of looks down to like at Dustin as like a little brother figure.
Yeah, I disagree, but like for not super specific reasons, but it's more just like I feel like it's almost like I haven't seen South Park in a really long time, but I remember vaguely there was an episode of South Park where like this new like just random character comes in and is like trying to interact with all the characters in the world, and like he's like, hi guys, and all the main characters like, who are you, what are you doing here, like we've never seen you before. That is kind of how I felt with Eddie, but the thing is like Eddie also just doesn't feel like he, I don't know, enters or exits the story naturally, and I know the specific reason why I feel that way is because Steve was originally meant to be the character, or Steve's role in the story was originally meant to be was Eddie. Like Eddie was written in so they didn't have to kill Steve. Yeah. He was written in so they didn't have to kill Steve because Steve had become such a beloved character, and they didn't want to I'm
not sure if I buy that just because Steve is being telegraphed very hard for an early season 5 killing.
We went into season 4 knowing that they're probably going to kill Steve in season 5, and like the way they've just been telegraphing that throughout the entire season is kind of insane.
Yeah, and I will say,
he might as well be wearing a red shirt at this point.
Although,
no, that was.
Although, to your point, like if that's true. that does raise an interesting point that I feel is worth bringing up when we talk about Eddie. And I know someone in chat has already brought it up too. The whole meta thing of like this show will introduce new characters so that they can kill them off instead of having to kill off any of the pre-established characters. That is a valid frustration to have with Eddie, but that in no way is the same thing as saying Eddie is therefore a badly written character and therefore his death is like meaningless. Like I saw someone in chat say his death is frustrating because more than sad because we knew he was gonna die. And it's just like that has no basis on any of this. I'm sorry.
But I actually kind of agree with that. Like I will say my issues with Eddie are twofold. One, the meta context, which is that he's gonna die. He's the patsy. He's the guy who's introduced, so he dies. Which whatever. But like the thing is, that's shouldn't be impact the plot. But like the other thing is that like I don't know. Like it was something I just felt like he was almost like a character that was designed, to be likable, which again, that's fine. If a character like whatever, like Bob in season 2, but the thing is, Eddie was so clearly designed to like make you feel something when he died, and I'm like, okay, but I didn't. Whatever.
Well, they're all designed to be likable.
But hang on, hang on. But also, all characters that died, in sad moments, are being written to make you feel sad. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not. Well, hang on. The issue is whether or not they do a successful job of actually making that impactful, and I think they did with Eddie because they actually give Eddie a good core character, and they make him. They connect him to the other characters in meaningful ways, and he has a meaningful arc of his own.
I'd say they flesh out Eddie very meaningfully and very, very, very strongly, and like I would not call him a thin character. I think that's a ridiculous and like reductive.
I'd also just like to. I don't know how because again I wasn't in the writing room, but like I just want to push back as a kind of in the abstract on this idea that he's just like put in because his role would have been filled by Steve naturally had he not been there. I just don't see that. I don't think that follows, given that the entire point of Eddie is that he is essentially meant to be an outcast, right? Like the entire plot only happens. Yeah, that's just not what Steve is. Like Steve was the popular kid at school. He was the jock. Like sure, he's fallen into the video store and he's a bit of a meme as far as like the other cool kids are concerned, but like he's not like an outcast and he's certainly not going to be wrapped up in a satanic panic.
Well, plot wise, I think you can still do with Steve what you did with Eddie in the sense that like if a murder happens in his house and the police know a murder happens in his house and he has to go on the run, like you could like generally do the same stuff, but it wouldn't thematically represent the same thing like in the overall story or to his character. As like what they did with Eddie.
And I'm not saying it was like a one. I'm not saying it was like a one-to-one thing. Like obviously like Steve is not Eddie. He is not that character. He's not the same guy. But like they were, and I'm not like take this again with a grain of salt. I've heard this in a few different places, especially I've heard it in various like explorations of Stranger Things. So like I have not seen like creditable sources, but if it's true, I do see how it translates into the way that Eddie was written, which is that like he's designed to be like a very likable guy, like Steve. Like Steve's pretty cool. Steve has his flaws, but like. He's not like a bad guy.
Completely different ways. Like they're completely different people.
Yeah, but the thing is like oh yes, and someone also said like the thing is with Billy is that I also think Billy is a very thin character and his like whole arc in season 3 was like.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I think Billy is enormously thin, but that's a different thing.
Yeah. I kind of view I don't know. I kind of view Eddie and Bob in the same category where like and I will say like Bob is not nearly like Bob is I would arguably worse than Eddie in terms of like how thin he was, but the thing is, I have issues with characters that are designed for a specific like a like very specific like narrative reason in terms like and not in terms of like oh like this character's like the knight, this character's like the wizard. I mean like where you can see the hand of the writer where they're meant to be the sympathetic guy who dies who is there to like make you sad like that makes me that annoys me.
Hang on, because the thing is, like, ultimately, unless you have a very bad writer, which, like, raise your hand, House of the Dragon season 2, most characters are written with set functions in mind, right? Like, even the main characters, the writer has a general idea of, like, what I want out of this character, where they're going to go, what they're going to represent in terms of the themes of the story, how they're going to pay off the message I'm trying to tell my audience, basically. Like, that's just every character. So having... I guess what I'd caution is like I wonder how much of this is just that you've gone into the show with the mentality of a critic rather than an audience member, and I don't say that to be harsh because obviously we do that as well because we're critics. Yeah. But something I've noticed is like you can become incredibly uncharitable as a result. Not you, like just, you in the general sense. Like people can become very uncharitable. You specifically, you bad breakfast item. Like every person, if they're going in with the eye of a craftsman rather than like a not consumer, but like an audience member, can become quite uncharitable because once you're like, oh well, I know they're writing this to make me feel sad. It's like, yeah, obviously, because that's the purpose of the writing. But you're taking that meta knowledge and then going like, therefore, this is artificial and bad. And I'm like, that's basically like going backstage of a play
as, like, when we
and being like, well, I can see the wires, therefore the illusion is bad, therefore the player's bad.
It's the same way as when we go after plot contrivances, because it's like every plot is contrived. Every story that's ever written is being contrived by a writer. That's the point. We only go after it when it's done poorly, like when we can see the hand of the writer because it wasn't disguised well. Yeah, that's when plot contrivances are a problem. And it's the same thing with Eddie. Is like, you can say you can go in with the meta knowledge, like, oh, obviously he's the patsy because this is what Stranger Things does. It's a pattern. Every new season they'll introduce a new character or a couple new characters, and then they'll kill them off instead of the pre-established ones. And like, oh, here's Eddie, and they're making him super likable. I wonder what's gonna happen to him. But like at the same time, you can still then look at it and be like, okay, but did they characterize him well? What did he represent thematically to the show and to the characters that he interacted with? And like was everything done well? And I'd say yes, he was done very well.
I see, and that's, and again, that's just my opinion, and I'm not saying either of us is right or wrong. I'm right, but I'm not saying either of us, like, seriously, is like objectively right or wrong about this. But in my opinion, in my personal opinion, I disagree. I don't think that they did enough work with Eddie, and that's also but the thing is with Eddie is that Eddie is a character that frustrates me also because there's a lot of potential for Eddie that I feel like they just didn't manage to achieve. Because again, I think Eddie, but it also comes down to the fact that the season has like 5 trillion things going on all at once, and I'm like,
well, I guess my question.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Let me finish. I'm not saying that it couldn't have been executed well, but the thing is, they don't have, like, despite their insane runtime, they simply don't have enough time to give new characters like the depth that they need, like, and the like amount of time. Like, I think if Eddie had been, his backstory, his interests, his wants, his needs had been explored more, I think he could have been really good character.
Yeah, they were. He got plenty.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. I feel like I should put it this way. We all understand that Eddie was obviously introduced to be the fall guy, the guy who ends up getting killed off, and like it's very sad. So what I would even go as far as to say is, like, the writers knowing that and understanding that we probably know that, we're like, okay, then let's integrate that into his arc. Like let's make that the climax of his arc. Like, the whole, like, I was too scared and I ran away, and I'm no hero and that sort of thing. Let's have the result of that arc be he does ultimately lay down on, like, sacrifice himself to save Dustin. Let's have that be the payoff. Since he's gonna die anyway, let's make his death like the narrative climax of everything we've built up with him.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, you can focus on, like, oh, well, they killed him off because he's the new character and one of them has to go to like artificially raise the stakes. But then you can also be like, yeah, but they, like, understanding that they actually took the time to make that like the payoff to his arc. Like, they didn't just have him get killed off and be like and try to arbitrarily be like, see, it's sad. Oh well.
But, like, and the thing is, I understand, like, your perception that I have gone into it with the knowledge that Eddie is the patsy, and I will say I agree to a point, but like I will say I am a hater and a contrarian at heart, but I really, really went into the season trying to, like, see Eddie from a clear perspective, because believe me, I know that I can, if I know especially what's going to happen in a story, I can be very critical, but I was really, really trying. Like, I was making an active effort to really, like, get invested in Eddie and, like, really care about him. I'm not kidding. I really, really tried. Like, I was.
Well, like, what I'm getting at though is, like, you're saying he's wasted potential. Like, they didn't do enough with him and they could have done more. And what I'm saying is, like, it's almost that, like, what they do with him was the point of his character. Like there is no more they could have done with him, because, like, having him survive his self-sacrificial moment would have kind of undermined everything. So, like what they did with him. What they did with him was, like, everything they did with him was what was supposed to be there, no more, no less. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I'm not saying he should have lived. I think, like, if a character is introduced into a story to die, they're gonna die, which, whatever. But, like, the thing is, I wouldn't have wanted to live past season 4. I don't think his story would have benefited from going on any longer. What I do wish is that they had given more time in the story, maybe deleted the dumb, stupid shit going on in Russia, to, like, really, like and I mean like fully like bring him to life as a character. Like again, like I said, if I had to like give him like a numerical rating for how well
forget the numerical
like,
ratings. May I just ask a question? Because there seems to be like a lot of repetition of just like, well, I just don't think he was fleshed out. And like, fine. I'm not here to trample on a subjective opinion. I guess my question is like, what exactly do you think he represented thematically? Like, what is it like? What is it that you think they were trying to do with him that they didn't do?
Well, the thing is, like, it's more so the fact that, like, I feel like Eddie as a character is kind of, from one point to another. He starts off, he's a member of the Hellfire Club, and then, he's kind to Chrissy. He's empathetic to Chrissy. He's a good guy. I'm not like he's a good guy. I think he's great. He is there when Chrissy dies, and then he's found by the gang, and then they integrate him into the plans, and that. So like his line, like his straight line in the plot that is there. That is a fine thematic through line, or like I guess like story progression. That is fine. I just wish that they had like maybe mixed it up a little more. Maybe given him like some flashback scenes. Maybe shown his life, like seeing like
to what purpose?
Because it would have made him feel better. Like I will say, the thing is, I don't like Billy in season 3. That is one of the few things I think season 3 was actually somewhat like okay about, and it didn't make Billy a good character, but I think that story really benefited from showing his like his backstory with his dad, so you can like see
what would we
why
have gained?
He is.
Do we need to see Eddie's home
from seeing a flashback
to
with
understand him better?
Oh, I would honestly, yeah, I would argue yes, because I want to know why characters like
we
are the way they are, why they've done that.
But we understand his home life. We understand like he lives with his uncle in a trailer. His uncle is like the only person in the whole town basically, besides the main characters, who understand who Eddie actually is and that he's not the town pariah.
But I wish we gotten to see that dynamic at all. Like I wish we hadn't just heard about it. Yeah, I disagree. I honestly think it would have made it stronger, but
can my question actually be answered, please? Because this is like the 4th time I've asked it now, which is like I want some kind of specific of like what exactly do you think we would have gained from seeing a flashback?
A flashback, a character building scene. I honestly just think it would have done more to just tell us who he is. Like I don't know if that's like the answer you wanted, but or like the answer you're looking for. It's just my like personal feelings is that I feel that I could have become more engaged with him as a Patsy character. Like going in, I could have been like, okay, I know this guy's gonna die. I know why he's here. I know what's fine. I just wish that they had spent more time with, like, I wish we could have spent more time with him, more time getting to know him, more time, like the objective like thing that could have been enhanced about his character is just knowing who he is, like knowing what his vibe is. And it doesn't have to be every character, but like if you want a character like Eddie, for me to work, is you have to give us a rich sense of who he is, like what he's about,
Can I flip this a little then and just see how this plays out? You like Will in season 1, like I get that, which by the way I do too. I think Will is good in season 1.
Yeah.
If I was to say to you, or if someone was to say to you, like, I just didn't like Will in season 1. God, like, it was so thin, and like, what I really could have used? I could have used like a whole dedicated episode of just what he was doing in the Upside Down, just so I could follow his journey a little bit, so I can like connect to him. Because as it is, I just don't think he's anything more than a plot device. And frankly, I didn't feel anything when they found him because I didn't even know who he was. What would you say to that?
The thing I would say to that actually is that like when they kind of explore Will's experience more on the Upside Down in season 2, I think it was actually to the strength of both season 1 and season 2 that they didn't really show what he went through, and that was actually important because, like I said, Will is a different character than Eddie in season 1. Well, Will in season 1 is a much different character than Eddie is in season 4. Will in season 1 is he's meant to like influence the plot from the periphery. He's meant to like tell Joyce about the stuff that's going on. He's meant to pop up every now and then to like give you a sense of foreboding, like a sense of danger of how bad things are.
Well, but hang on, but I'm not asking about whether what the logical progression, like what their role was in the logical progression of the story. I'm saying like if someone came to you and was like emotionally nothing about Will's salvation resonated with me because I didn't know him as a character. To me, he was just a plot device, and I wanted a whole episode of like flashbacks or like perspective following so that I could bond with him as an actual person and not as a plot device. Because the emotional payoff just didn't mean anything to me as a result. Like I imagine, I would disagree with. Well, we don't get that in season 1. We don't have a whole episode of just like following him around the Upside Down.
Oh no, I'm not saying we need that. I'm saying like the flashback scenes that we see from other characters, because to me, Will represents a character that is meant to be perceived by the audience in his relation to other characters. Like you see him through Jonathan's eyes. Eddie is meant to be a character that stands on his own. Eddie is meant to be a character that like fully acts as his own agent.
I disagree with that.
he's meant to be a character, like, obviously his plot with the town perceiving him as as like a devil worshiper is important, but the thing is, Will, in my opinion, is meant to be a character that
of the story.
Like Will's like saving by Hopper and Joyce is so emotionally resonant because we know what he means to them. Like, we know what he means to Joyce.
We know what Eddie means to Dustin. We know what Eddie means to Steve and to Nancy and to all the Hellfire Club people.
But like to me, the depth of their relationship was not nearly as well established or explained as, for example, like Joyce's connection to Will. Like Joyce in season 1, or in episode 1 of season 1, she goes to Hopper and she's like, he's a sensitive kid. He needs my protection. He's my whole world. I need him so much.
Okay.
He's everything to
me. Dustin does the same thing for Eddie in this season. Like, he goes to the other, when they're like, well, maybe he actually did do the murders, and Dustin's like, no, he's a good guy. Like, you don't understand. We went to school. No one looked out for us. Eddie did.
No, and that was actually one thing I really liked. Like, one of the few things of season 4 that I really, really liked was actually how, specifically the two characters, the uncle character, I really liked, like, especially Dustin's, like, interaction with him at the end of the season. That made me cry. That made me, that made me very emotional.
If you're considering that, then I don't understand where you're pulling the idea that he was, like, not fleshed out, or that we don't understand his connections to the other characters, and therefore his death wasn't meaningful.
Well, it's not so much that, like, there's no connection. It's just that I don't think personally that they were explored enough or given enough time to, like, develop naturally. I felt like it was more like, you're just told that, like, Steve and Dustin are, like, buddies at the beginning, and you see their relationship over the course of the season and how it grows, but, like, it's not given as much time as it needed to, like, feel as meaningful as, Will and Hopper's or not Joyce and Hopper's, oh my god, no, Joyce and Will's relationship.
But hang on, that seems to be purely going off the fact that you're like, well, I know that that he's her biological son, and therefore I'm going to assign more meaning to this interaction than I would otherwise ordinarily do. Like, if it turned out, if they'd written into the season that, I don't know, Eddie was Hopper's long-lost son, which, by the way, would be absolute horseshit. But, like, my point simply stands that you can't just be like, well, I thought it was more meaningful in season 1 just purely because, like, they happened to be mother and son, because the story turned around and told me they were. I'm like, that's not enough. Like, I don't care what the story, like, gives me in terms of information, like, unrealized information. I care about the relationships that are actually portrayed on the screen.
Yeah, but it was actually one thing it was actually one of the many criticisms I have about season 3. I like Max and Elle's dynamic. I think they're fun. I think they're fun together. I think they're whatever. But the thing is, like, they don't feel as close as like Eleven felt to the boys in season 1, which is partially due to the fact that, like, because kind of like season 4, but not nearly to the degree of season 4. There's just a lot going on in season 3, so, like, their relationships were not as fleshed out, and it's kind of the same thing with Eddie in season 4. Like, again, like I said, I think Eddie was a character that had a lot of potential that, for me personally, was just not executed as well as it could have been. And, like, it's something that I wish I could have seen more of Eddie. I wish I could have hung out with him more, got to know him. It's the same with Steve. Like, with Steve, and I was telling Sheev this the other day, actually, one of the best parts of season 1 is, and I say this is nothing but, like, a compliment to the writers, is how they manipulate you into hating Steve for no reason, which is a great, like, when you watch season 1, like, Steve can be a bit of a douche, like a bit of an idiot, but, like, when you watch it through the perspective of the later seasons of the show, which is that Steve's a good guy, he's a pretty chill dude. In season 1, you realize that all the scenes in season 1 that are, like, meant to make you think of him as the dumb jock are, like, purposefully, like, cleverly written by the writer, like by the Duffers to, like, make you hate Steve. Because he's like he's the jock, he's the character that everybody's supposed to hate. But then you go back and I went back and watched it, and I was like, oh, the whole season, Steve, except for the bit where he spray paints the theater and is like a douche, he's genuinely, like, just trying to protect Nancy and be kind to her, and that is something, like, he really likes her, and he's not, like, an asshole. He's just kind of, he has shitty friends, and he's kind of stupid.
Does Steve actually do the spray painting? I thought he just stood there while his friends did it. He enabled it.
Yeah,
but the point is, like,
we've talked about, like, the way the writers subvert your expectations with Steve, and how, like, you go in expecting the sort of dumb jock character to be, like, the asshole, and, like, they even frame him that way when he breaks Jonathan's camera, but of course, in context, it's like, he was taking pictures of my girlfriend in a swimsuit, like, stalking us at our pool party in the woods. Like, of course I'm breaking his camera. He's lucky if that's all I break.
Yeah, that's a great.
Well,
that is.
Do you want to know You want to hear my take? Steve in season 1 is very good. He's a very good character. He's great. He's way more thin in season 1 than Eddie is in season 4.
Well, no, but that's what I was getting to. The thing is,
I would agree.
But the reason that we like Eddie in season, we like Eddie past season 1 is because in season 2, especially, and in season 3, we get to spend time with him. Like, we get to see what he's about. Like, we get to see what's going on in his life, and, like, we get to see why, and, like, like I think season 2 has a lot of problems.
But hang on though. So like, imagine a different version of season 2 had come out, right? Where like, I don't know, let's say the actor just hadn't renewed his contract, or he'd been written out of the show for whatever reason. So season 1, Steve is all we get, and then season 2 we just get this like throwaway line that Nancy's like, oh, Steve, him and his family moved out of town because like he couldn't hack, what was going on here, and like we broke up, and it all ended awkwardly, and that's all we get. I don't think you then turn around and be like, oh, Steve's a really thin, bad character because we only got that season 1 of him. I'm like, no, he served his purpose, he served his function, and he was fine for what he was, a good character for what he was. He doesn't need to be as well fleshed out as the main protagonist. He's not been there 4 seasons.
Yeah, and while I do think, like I will say, like, and like, just in the like, like the spirit of like, just trying to cover as much as possible. I do think that we should probably move on from this topic. But like, like I will say, we can continue to fight about this in DMs. But yeah, like for me, like TLDR for me, Eddie just didn't work as much as he could have for me. Like everybody always like talks about him as like he's like the most beloved part of season 4. He just didn't really do it for me. Like I'm just not.
He's not as good as Max, but he's great. Also.
Max is, and that is one element. The next thing I want to talk about is Max's arc in season 4. I think Max's arc, at least in like when she's allowed to be on screen, especially in like she is really really good. Like that arc is excellent.
Are we going to do this then in terms of character arcs, or are we going to do it in terms of plot lines? I don't mind. I just want to know what we're doing so I can organize my notes.
My plan was to do through plot lines, but I guess if we're already like going over like Eddie, we could also talk about Max and how they characterize her. If we want to just segue into that.
Yeah, no worries. Let's just do it by character then. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. I love Max. I think Max's arc in the season is great. It's really, it's very emotional. And Sadie Sink, I had criticisms of some of the actors for phoning it in. Sadie Sink is very much like, this is her season. She is bringing her A game. She is excellent. She was excellent in the season. Like I was captivated every time she was on scene. She is so good. But I really like the idea. Like I really like the fact that in Max's arc, you follow her in the first few seasons. She has this very contentious arc with like her relationship with Billy. She's very just kind of frustrated and angry at like with her relationship with him. She isn't happy, but you do get these like kernels of her wanting to like be more like be a sister to him. Like she wants to be there for him. Like she wants to be his sister and be his family. And then he dies horribly in season 3, and that potential is cut off. And Max has a really good speech in the scene where she's at the grave, where she says, what I wanted was to be your sister. It was to be your family. And I would also like pray that you would disappear, that you would that you would just go away, and I will never forgive myself for that. And that was why Vecna was targeting her. And that speech in front of the grave, that was a great scene. That was really good. Yeah.
So. I have no issues with Max's arc except for the ending.
The ending.
Yeah.
Because you brought up Bagel, and I feel like this is worth debating about. You brought up, and I know a lot of people have leveled this criticism of why was Vecna taking so long to try to kill her, and why was she able to run away from him in the running up that hill sequence and everything like that. I will staunchly defend that. I think it works just fine.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of logistics surrounding it, right? So like, the first thing that's worth noting is like they're in the mindscape, and we don't necessarily know how the mindscape works and like what kind of control Vecna has in there versus what because like what we're explicitly shown is that like when Max hears the song and sees her friends and it like she's able to break free of the vine and start running, so like that implies that she has a level of control in the mindscape just as well as he does. And in fact we even see that
that's outright confirmed, because like later on she's like, oh, it's my mind, I can control it, and she throws herself into a different memory.
So like
and
like there's only so much that he can do while in this space with her, and like once she realizes she has power as well, there's stuff she can do. And people are like, well, why doesn't he just use her powers on her? It's like, well, he pummeled a bunch of rocks at her. Like, what do you want him to do? Fucking run? Chase after her?
Well, hang on. I guess the to try and steelman that as well. I guess the two things were like, why didn't he grab her with his mind powers, and why didn't he run after her? Like, now for both of those, I think the answer is pretty simple, which is like, this is not the Upside Down. This is not the real world. This is the mindscape. What we're seeing is essentially an extended visual metaphor. Like, what he can do in there is going to be entirely defined by like how much power he has over her mind at the time. And given that the entire purpose of the music is that like she has thrown off his control, he cannot directly grab her, and I don't think he can directly run after her and physically grab her either. That's just not how that works.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those are good points. I agree with I do agree with some of those points. The thing is with that scene is that it kind of also had, I don't know, like I said, I really like I like my feelings about that scene are hard to put into words because people tout it as this incredible scene, and it just comes down to the fact that like logistics aside, I just thought that like it was an interesting way to represent Max's like coming back to herself and coming back to her friends and all that. I don't know. Like I said, like I don't really know how to put my feelings about the scene into words. It's just something that I wish that had made more sense to me in the moment when I was watching it. Like your guys' arguments about it. Like I do agree with those points now that you said it, but like it's just a scene where kind of like other scenes, like especially like Eddie's guitar scene in the bit, like there were just parts of it that were just kind of, I guess, goofy is the right word, and like just very like over the top. And the thing I always appreciated about Stranger Things was like its subtlety and its like subtle horror and like like its terror, like the terror that you feel in like the back of your head just watching, and how tense and stressful it feels. And the whole time watching the running up that hill scene, like it's fine. It's just I wish it had been a little bit more subtle with its messaging, I suppose. But yeah.
If I may, I'd be intrigued to see what you think of this, because I also, just to push back against the one person in the comments who seems to be like thinks that my criticisms of your points just amounts to you're watching movies wrong. But also you're watching movies right. No, so tiny little story for you. Like, I love Bly Manor. I think Haunting of Bly Manor is one of my favorite television series ever. When I first watched Bly Manor, like the very first time I watched it, it was like leading up to Halloween, like first year of lockdown or second year of lockdown. I was in my flat. It was just me. I'd been looking forward to it for ages. I was expecting another Hill House, and it just wasn't right. It's just not Hill House, and it's not the same vibe as Hill House.
It's not nearly as
so I finished that
scary,
season,
and it's a lot more of a slow burn, and just everything to do with that.
And also, yeah, Netflix had marketed it as much more of a horror than I think it actually is. Straight horror than it actually is. And so I finished the season and was like, that was shit. What the hell was that? Like, the tone was wrong. The message, everything about it was just wrong. And like, it was only like a couple of months later where I went back and just rewatched it, like, again, quote unquote, on its own terms, where I took my presumptions about it out of the equation and just watched it for what it was and was like, no, actually, this is really good. And like, yeah, if I was watching this as a straight gothic horror, then it's a bad straight gothic horror. But that's not what it's trying to be. That would be a bit like if I was to read Dracula and then complain how about there's no romance scenes in it, and someone was like, "Well, that's because it's not a romance, you fool." Like it's that kind of thing. I wonder how much of your opinion on Stranger Things season 4 is influenced by the fact that you wanted it to be Stranger Things season 1 in terms of tone, which, by the way, isn't a wrong thing to want, but it is just not what Stranger Things season 4 is doing.
Yeah, I do get where you're coming from. I do agree with that point. Like it's not the same thing, but the problem is that in a lot of places it feels like it's trying to be the same thing, and like you're welcome
it's
to
kind of
disagree with me on this
tonally
point.
like trying to recapture like what season 1 was as compared to seasons 2 and 3, which were just fucking bananas and all over the place with their tones. But like it's still it isn't trying to be season 1. It is trying to still be its own sort of bigger, better thing, and I don't think it does as good a job at that. I think it shits the bed in a lot of places, but like I guess, yeah, to round out the point Jolly's trying to make is like there is such a thing as watching movies wrong. Like we meme on it with Patrick Willems because obviously, but like you can just go into something like with an expectation in mind that isn't met, and then you think, well, it was supposed to meet that expectation and it didn't, therefore it's bad. Even though it was never trying to.
Like, I don't know, like I kind of like I said, I do get that argument. I do understand like, where you're coming from. And it is like it is applicable to season 4 of Stranger Things, but also there were so many moments that I just was it's very much moments that are very obviously trying to, I guess you could either say call back to or reference season 1. And again, like you can say reference to if you're saying it's like a completely separate thing, or call back to if you're trying to establish that it's trying to like, recapture what season 1 was. But there were a lot of moments where I feel like those two ideas within the show were like fighting with each other. Like it wants to be its own thing, but also it like wants to recapture the acclaim and the magic of season 1. And I feel like that was another big problem I had with the season, was that it was really trying. It was really trying to like, like flick that switch in your brain. It's like, I recognize that thing in season 1. That's that's great. And I'm like, okay, that's Okay, that's silly.
See,
but,
this is where I actually agree with you, because I think this comes back to the thing we were saying earlier about like how season 4 feels like a cowardly course correction.
yeah.
But in that, like, what again, I can't speak because I wasn't in the writer's room, but it really does feel to me, and I think she will agree with this, that like season 4 was originally written to be much more like in line with seasons 2 and 3 and 1 in terms of just like being, the Mind Flayer is the big bad and Vecna is the general of the Mind Flayer and all this shit. And then they saw the reactions to 2 and 3 and they were like, oh god, no. And then they retconned it. So half of season 4 is just trying to recapture what season 1 was, and the other half is just like the original story that was originally there before they started messing with it.
Yeah.
And those two things do clash. I wouldn't say therefore like that makes I wouldn't leap from that to be like therefore when they do like a less than subtle or more overt emotional moment that somehow cheapens that moment. I don't think that's a fair criticism to make. I will say though that like it is it's slightly jarring to go from running up that hill to the scene where one massacres a whole ward full of children.
Oh my god,
that's a bit of a strange
We
jump.
have thoughts about that. Don't worry, we'll get there.
We do.
So do I. Like, I will just say, the editing in the season, like, not like the actual, like, like the composition of it. I think that's fine. The editing of scenes and like the juxtaposition of the it is a nightmare. It is so bad. Like every single time, like there's like a serious moment, it'll cut to like Jonathan and fucking what's his name talking about weed, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself. This is so annoying.
Argyle wore out his welcome quite quickly for me.
I was like not happy with him by the end. He really overstayed his welcome.
Well, the actor in who plays Argyle, he basically plays the exact same character in American Vandal, and he is hysterical in American Vandal. He is hilarious in that show. He is so funny.
He just fits better, I guess. There. They
basically tried to like copy paste his character from American Vandal into Stranger Things, and he is like American Vandal is a comedy series about it's a comedy mystery series about who drew a bunch of dicks on cars. That is literally the plot of season 1. It is one of the funniest things I've ever watched in my life. It was and in chat to anyone watching, if you guys haven't seen American Vandal, watch it. It is, I'm not kidding, probably like top 3 comedy series I've ever watched. It is hysterical. But anyway, so but the issue I have with Argyle, and not even just Argyle, is that the writers and the people who put it together, who like chopped it together, don't know how to let feelings exist for a long period of time. And it's the same thing with MCU, where it's like the whole like like Agatha, or not Agatha, fucking what's her name, at the end of Black Widow, when Florence Pugh's at her grave, and then
I know who you mean. I can't remember her name.
Valentina.
Yeah, where she like, we're like, it's like a genuinely like almost like a real scene. It's like you're feeling something. Like she does the whistle, and then Julia Louis-Dreyfus like blows her nose. That is exactly how I felt for like half of Stranger Things 4. I was like, can you please just let me feel an emotion for more than 5 seconds, please?
Yeah,
like, it was driving me crazy.
The thing is, like, I don't know. I would say that there are a lot of impactful moments in season 4 that like aren't undermined as well. Like, I think it's a bit unfair to just say that that's like basically all of season 4 and like what it is.
Well, yeah, it definitely happens occasionally, but I'd say more often than not they do let the emotional moments support themselves.
Like I agree. There are definitely some moments that are they're good. They're fine. It's like a lot of Max's moments. A lot like the scene with the uncle is really good. Like at the end, really really good. But there were so many times in the season where I was like, okay, are they gonna let me like continue to have this feeling? And then they cut to like some other random thing going on. I'm like, why can't you just let me why can't you just keep going through the scene? What's happening? I just want I want to feel something. Let me feel something. And but it was a big problem I had up to the finale, and it wasn't really as much of a problem in the finale. But I will say season 3 is way worse about that. Like season 3, like there's not a single scene in season 3 that you're allowed to like feel something like up until the end, and then it's so jarring.
That's not true. I felt rage. I felt rage the whole way through.
Intense, boiling rage. And then Steven and Robin would come on screen. I'd be like, hey.
Yeah.
And then Erica would come on screen and be like, no.
Well, the only scene in season 3 that I would argue that you're allowed to feel something is the scene with Steve and Robin, where like you're allowed to like like feel the stress that Robin feels as she's trying to come out, and like she doesn't know how people will react. She's like worried, and Steve is like, you like that girl? She's stupid, and Robin's like, no, she's not. Like she's hot. Yeah. And,
side note, sorry, this is just occurred to me. Like, how Vecna's whole thing is, I'll target people who've got severe trauma, which, like, sure, okay, that's fine. It is amazing to me that neither Robin nor Steve qualify for this.
Yeah.
Given what they went through in season 3, they were like, Steve was literally tortured by Russians in the basement.
Why didn't Vecna execute his plan earlier? Is he stupid?
I guess Steve just recovered. Like, Steve is just such a golden retriever that he didn't even notice that he was tortured. He just bounced back from that trauma like it was nothing, and so did Robin.
To be fair, that's how the fucking show treated it in season 3.
Yeah,
like,
to be fair, that is
care.
exactly how it treats it. Yeah, it's like he was high. Who cares?
I'm trying to. I wrote like I'm trying to go back through my like fugue state like note taking, and like there was one specific scene in season 3 that it pissed me off so bad in. I think it was one of the scenes with oh god, what was it? It doesn't matter. But yeah. Oh no, it's the scene with the never-ending story scene. Like it's in the middle of like a huge climactic moment. It's in the middle of a huge climactic moment, and like you're supposed to be like, oh, like everything's happening, and then they start singing, and I'm like, I'm literally gonna like put my head through a wall. Like this is insane. Why is this happening? But yeah, I feel like season 4 definitely is not as bad in that regard. Like season 3 was just a mess. Like it is a fucking like nightmare atrocity mess. But season 4 does have the issue of just being too, I guess, MCU-ified is what I would refer to it as. It's too, I don't know, it's too Hollywood for me. But again, it's also just because of what became before it. So I do agree with your take that I could be watching movies wrong. I could be watching it incorrectly. I could be perceiving it in a way that like maybe I shouldn't. And I'm willing to concede to that point. I do have a lot of problems with it, but there are some elements to it where I'm like, I know that I'm not watching it from an entirely unbiased perspective. So I will acknowledge that my critical eye could have suffered from that.
I'll level with you and say that the same exact thing probably would have happened for me if I didn't have Jolly watching it with me, like pointing out all these things that like, that my brain was just ignoring because I was like, no, I like this season, shut up. And Jolly was like, yeah, but that doesn't really make sense. And I'd think about it and be like, no, it doesn't, does it?
There were so many moments. It was really funny. Like, because like I say, Sheev is not a person to get hung up on sacred cows. Like, he's a very level-minded, like, chill guy. But there was some moments like 2 a.m. Like we're watching it, and I'd be like, that doesn't really work, and there'd be like silence on the other end, and then he'd like 5 seconds later he'd like pause the thing and be like, what do you mean? And I'm like, okay, so this, like, give my explanation. And there'd be like another 10 seconds of silence where I could just hear like the kind of mix of like Sheev trying to think of a response / also seething, and then him being like, no shit, you're right, fuck, and just moving on.
There were so many moments where I was like, no, there has to be a defense for this, and then I'd think about it and be like, no, there just isn't. It just doesn't make sense.
There was some noble pushbacks. Like Vecna, I got so much pushback from you, and then I just walked you through it all.
I really like Vecna as a character, and I still do. I think there's a lot of good characterization there. He just does not fit the overarching story.
I will say the funny thing with Vecna is that maybe I'm just not able to perceive this in a correct way, but the way like the thing that like set the tone for Vecna for me for the whole season was when he is in the house with Chrissy, or in Chrissy's mind, he's trying to torture, but I don't know why the voice actor chose to do that, or the actor chose to do that. He goes, Chrissy.
I do remember that.
He's just being
it's just Vecna's just being a troll. I think I should say to you, like, Vecna's just being a troll right now. Like, that's just all he's doing. He's just trolling.
Like, I was like, oh, he looks like shit. He looks awful, and then he just said, Chrissy.
To be fair, that is totally within character.
He is a sadist.
To do. He loves hurting people and like fucking with them.
He is such a troll, but I was like, listen, I know it's supposed to build into the scene, but I couldn't take him. It could not take him seriously.
You know what it sort of reminded me of? I didn't actually say this to Sheev at the time, but it really reminded me of that first Insidious movie with the Darth Maul demon, where they're in the further, and they look up at the window where like the Darth Maul demon is like sharpening his claws like comically on a grindstone while like that tiptoe through the tulips is like playing in the background. It just felt like that.
Yeah, I just honestly there was. Like, pretty much, and again, this is possibly me just being a hater, but like every single time Vecna was on screen, I was like almost like on the verge of laughing, because I was like, he is not scary at all.
Nah, you're wrong.
He's so cool. He is so goofy. I was like, you are the goofiest villain ever.
I disagree. I don't think he's goofy. I think there's like lots about him that doesn't work from a writing perspective, but I don't think he's a goofy villain.
I think when like 11 is throwing him around like a rag doll, that looks really goofy. You're just like, oh, there he goes.
Well, that's just bad CGI.
Throw him into the bleachers.
But also the way
by the way, do you remember when that happened? And I was like, why doesn't she just like snap his neck? And you're like, and he was like, well, maybe she can't throw. And then immediately she threw him through the bleachers.
Yeah, I was like, well, never mind. Well, because my thing was like, would that actually affect him in the physical world? And I'm like, well, if he can kill Max that way, and then that affects her in the physical world, then like surely she could.
I must again reiterate: is she stupid?
Is she stupid?
Yes, I mean 11 unironically is quite stupid in this season. There's a whole thing we could talk about with the 11 plotline. Actually, before we get onto the plot lines and logistics and getting contrivances and things of that nature, I do just want to say there's a character, and I think Chat brought them up earlier as well, that I want to talk about, and that's Jason.
Yes.
What did you think of Jason?
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Jason. Like I think the way certain parts of his arc was executed was it wasn't paced very well, and it had a lot of issues, but I actually really like the concept of like this like, you know, guy who's like, oh, like I saw the devil, like he's crazy. I actually really like the concept of like, what if that guy, like who you know, in all the stories, like, oh, he's lying about this to get the heroes in trouble. What if he didn't think he was lying? What if he was like, I'm actually 100% for real with you right now. That's what's happening. And he really thought he was doing the right thing, but then he was just fucking everything up. I really like the concept, and the actor was excellent. The actor was really good. And I just think the problem with the jocks plotline is that it was so badly paced. I was like, it's like a big thing in the first part of the season. You just don't see them for a good stretch of the story, and then they're back at the end. I'm like, okay.
Well, again, I guess I would defend that by saying they showed up when they were needed, and nowhere else. There was that contrivance where they were all at the gun store outside of the town at the same time, which is like, god damn, that's unlucky. But all right.
Well, there's two big contrivances in the finale to get them.
Oh yeah, the guy passing by the house and seeing Erica sitting. The
first is that the gun store. Which also there's another reason the gun store scene just doesn't work, which is like, okay, given that you know that everyone and their mums is heading out to like to saddle up and get weapons for this giant mob hunt. Maybe don't send in people who are directly connected to the Hellfire Club, like Erica and Nancy. Yeah. Like, just send in Steve and like
Steve and Robin,
Dustin, like not Dustin, Robin, Steve and Robin, just get them by shit and then leave, because like no one would have suspected them. And then B, then it's really contrived that the Jason and gang are there at all at that time. That's unfortunate. And then the third one was like, of all the people who could have walked past Vecna's mansion at exactly that time, it just happens to be dog walking a man who's on Jason's side and was going to notify him. That's kind of insane, actually.
So there's like contrivances there, but like in terms of pacing, I'm like, I don't know necessarily what you would change, because like I don't want them to just show up when they're not needed.
It's more that I just wish that they were a more consistent like presence in the story, especially in like the middle section where like they kind of vanished. But like I
think I would have called bullshit if they were, though, because like, yeah, I know this is a small town, but it's still it's not like 2 square miles. It's a fair old distance, and like if they'd been in every single episode like as a kind of repeated threat, I'd be like, I don't believe you that they're always around. I think that would also
undermine their threat if like they kept like the heroes kept encountering them and like getting away. I'd be like, oh, why do I care?
It's like Scooby-Doo-esque.
Yeah.
I see that, but like it all just comes down to the thing that the season has too much going on in it, and it's too fucking long. Is that like everything feels way too stretched out, because you have to stretch it out over 700 minutes. Like why is it like, why is there so much happening? Like there's just so many things going on.
Why are the whole plot lines that could have been condensed into other plot lines that are being made just down on their own for some reason?
No,
but in terms of Jason,
like this could have been an email.
In terms of Jason, this has been my take on him since the show came out, and Jolly and I both agree on this. I think he's what we talked about with Steve Harrington in season 1 in terms of like trying to subvert what you'd expect him to be, and just generally that like audiences don't seem to understand him. He's that, but done poorly, because the writers also don't understand him.
Yeah, no. Like Jason, like I said,
his death is super gratuitous.
His death is just annoying, because it's like, oh look, he's the jock asshole who got his comeuppance, and it's like he did the best he could. He thought he was doing the right thing. He thought he was saving Max in that scene too, from Lucas and from like devil worship bullshit. He was trying to help.
Look at him. No, and the writers were like, look at him get melted in half. Look
how gratuitous it is. He gets ripped in half, and it's like, oh, come on.
Well, yeah, it's that thing of like, if the writers of season 4 had like in their season 4 mentality had been doing season 1, Steve absolutely would have been eaten by the Demogorgon when he comes back with the bats.
Yeah, the Demogorgon would have like ripped his arm off and like force fed it to him and shit. Like it would have been really just over the top.
Well, Jason, I'm like, it's one of those things where, God, there's like an example in my brain that it's just on the tip of my tongue, where like, a character is treated similarly for like, you know, not being, but like especially with like the audience too. I can't remember what it is, but the audience too was like, ha ha, fuck him, he's awful. I hope he died a horrible death. And I was like, Oh my god, you people are crazy.
See, it's funny you bring that up, because when we watched the show, I was also thinking this reminds me of another character who was also treated as like the, like even by the writers as like the oh, he deserved to be punished, but I couldn't think of who it was, and I still can't. I wonder if we're thinking of the same character.
Maybe just two brain chips passing in the night.
Yeah, as Belle points out in chat, like also Jason is a 17-year-old kid. Like, he's a teenager with like a Christian conservative upbringing, being brought up during the Satanic Panic, who just saw like whose girlfriend was just murdered, and then the person who he believed killed her just basically, like, when he was chasing him in the lake, lifted up one of his friends and like levitated him into the air and killed him in the exact same way, using what he assumes as devil powers. Like, yeah, of course he's gonna act like go off the rails.
that's the thing. It's like from Jason's perspective, he's in the middle of a Grady Hendrix novel.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, I know what character it was. And this is gonna sound really funny, and you can't laugh at me. It's MODOK from fucking Ant-Man. MODOK's arc is stupid, and fucking that whole movie is bullshit. But like his actual like sacrifice and like is actually like kind of heroic. And then all the characters are like kind of like, oh yeah, like, no, like you were eternal help. And then he like dies, like he's like oh, I was an Avenger, and he goes that way, and all the characters are like, oh well, anyway.
Yeah, they treat that as a joke, and it's like, oh, he was a character once. Remember Ant-Man
I know.
1?
I was like, remember Corey Stoll in Ant-Man 1? Miss you. But like but the thing is, like, watching that, I was like, it's so frustrating when writers and people like just think of characters as like a certain way, and you're like, well, the way that you've written them is not like the way that you're treating them is not the way that you've written them, and that is a big thing I have with Jason. So yeah. But okay, anyway.
And with Jason wrapped up, I guess it's time to start on the plot line. So where do we start? Because we've got several to pick from. We've got the Russia plot line, we've got Vecna / Hawkins plot line, we've got Jonathan and Argyle's plot line, and we've got Eleven's plot line with Dr. Brenner.
I think what we do is either strongest to weakest or weakest to strongest. Which do you guys want to do? Like, which order?
I guess
strongest to weakest, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would we say is the strongest plot line? Hawkins?
Probably Hawkins, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say. Well, it's because it's the most. I mean, I haven't done like a numerical breakdown or like percentage breakdown of how much time each storyline is given. I feel like the Hawkins one was probably the longest and the most like in depth.
Well,
so,
I would just say
probably,
like far fewer contrivances and character breaking things and things like that. There was that one that like Jolly will know what I'm talking about, but like Bagel, we were talking about this in VC just the other day. Nancy and Robin getting in to see Victor Creel.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
Good Lord. Well, I'd go even further. Everything to do with the Victor Creel investigation, right? Because like Jolly and I were commented on this in like while we were going through the show. Nancy decides to hunt down like a very thin lead of, well, there was this guy who killed his family back in the 50s who may be connected because of the eyes. The thing is, the mangled body of Creel's wife matches exactly with how Chrissy was killed, as well as her eyes being popped in. And, like, if Nancy was supplied with both of those bits of information, then that would be enough, I think, for her to be like, this is a shot in the dark, but this might be something. And then she goes off on her own and investigates it and, like, it digs up the lead. But, like, the only thing that she knows about Victor Creel, based on what Eddie's uncle told her, was the eyes. And I don't think that by itself is enough for her to be like, let me go off on this, like, tangent, basically, and spend all day at the library looking into this murder case from 30 years ago that might have a connection. Just might.
That then somehow does, yeah.
Yeah.
Miraculously it does.
Like, wow. Like, again, if you just had her be aware of, like, the body and the eyes, then I'd be like, yeah, that's enough for her to at least check it out. But they don't do that.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the characters making huge leaps in logic, where it's like, you can see the hand of the writer being like, okay, they need to get from point A to point B, but we can't let it happen, over the course of this amount of time. We need to like chop that in half, and like we need to get this shit moving, basically. And
there's actually a much bigger one with Victor Creel as well, which is I just do not understand why Victor Creel wasn't victim number one when Vecna's back.
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes literally no sense. They literally have a throwaway line where Vecna's like, "Oh, I was meaning to get around to him. I'd forgotten." I was like, "What?
You forgot about your own father?"
I guess he just kind of forgot about that his father was in
Vecna kind of forgot about Victor Creel.
Yes, Vecna's like, I need to kill 4 people, and they all have to be severely traumatized. Ideally, if they got personal connections to me that I can exploit, or if I got personal vendettas to get score back on, that would be great. If only I knew someone who fitted both those criteria, who I blamed, who I singularly blame for warping my childhood and for not trying to keep me restrained, and who is basically emblematic of everything I hate about humanity. Oh well, I guess I forgot about him.
Yeah, well, it's also like and if we continue that plotline even further, which the writers didn't. So like whatever, but like you can be like, oh, like I know my father, I can get in his mind because I know I have like a like a personal relationship with him. Like I was his father. They could have made that such an interesting plot line, and they didn't because.
Honestly, if he died in the cell when Nancy and Robin were talking to him, if like Vecna had killed him in the cell, that would have been really interesting.
That would have been great.
Even then, I'd be awesome. Like, I'd still be questioning why he wasn't the first. Because like if he'd been the first victim, then like by the time Nancy and Robin caught on to what was happening to go ask him, that he'd be dead. It just it's over at that point.
No, what I think is that they were. I mean, not to like simplify things, but I think a lot of the season they were just making up as they went along, which is very evident, especially in terms of like the pacing. But like I feel like I could just be totally off base here. I feel like they didn't like write the character of the father until like way later, and then they were like, okay, well we have to like put him in somewhere. So they like put him in there.
I kind of agree with you. I think what happened was like the original plan was like he was going to be victim number one, and then the way they would have tied him is literally just like, oh, a man died in his cell somehow from exactly the same way that he apparently was supposed to have murdered his wife. At the same time, roughly the same time, like 2 days later, Chrissy dies in the same way. Like, there's clearly a link here to whatever was happening in the 50s. There's something here. But then they were like, oh, we could get Robert Englund in, though, to play the dad and give him a scene. Wouldn't that be cool?
Which, like, he does a great... Yeah, it is. That's Robert Englund. And it's like, he hands in a great performance. It's a really, really harrowing scene as he's describing, like, his own trauma and basically just the torture he went through mentally. And like how he tried to fucking kill himself and wasn't able to, and just everything to do. Like it's a great scene. How we got there just is nonsense. It doesn't work because Nancy and Robin disguise as students of what was it, Professor Brentley at some college that they supposedly go to get it. They speak to the warden of this prison, who's apparently like on good terms with Brentley. Like they know each other. They're friends. And they're like, yeah, we're students of his, and we need to get this interview with Victor Creel for our thesis. And we tried to do it through the right channels, but like we kept getting denied. So we're just gonna kind of like put ourselves out there and hope that you'll just let us do it. Which works because Robin gives a speech, which is like, okay, that's a little extraneous, but fine. The more pressing thing is when they're like, can we talk to him by ourselves? And he's like, obviously no. Because he's a dangerous fucking serial killer, but then what's the excuse they give? They're like, we really want the academic challenge.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Which then you get you see in the warden's eyes, like he obviously realizes something's going on, and he's gonna go call the professor and see what's going on, and then a few minutes later he comes in and he's like, yeah, I called and you guys fucking lied to me. But at that point it's like, actually, maybe take them back to your office and detain them, and then call the professor.
Don't let them go and talk to the nutso murderer.
Yeah, no,
why would
don't
you
do
let
that.
them in at all? But like, oh, he had to go in the other room to call the professor. I'm like, okay, have your guards take them away, but whatever. And I will say the funniest thing about that scene is that the whole time I was watching it, and like Robin gives that impassioned speech about school or whatever, I was like, I was thinking the whole time, like, that bit in Gravity Falls when she's putting on the puppet show. And when Mabel's putting on the puppet show, and then she's like, everything goes wrong, and Mabel goes, okay, this is the scene where everybody says it was like avant-garde, and everybody cheers, and it works out, and everybody just leaves.
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of expecting to happen. I was expecting her to give this like impassioned speech, and the guy was like, are you really expecting me to believe that? And they'd have to figure out a way to get it around, like the scene in Gravity Falls. But they just run with it, and I'm like, okay. Well, I guess.
Because Nancy and Robin have to talk to Victor so we can get that crucial backstory for Henry.
Because we have to get this shit moving. We gotta keep it rolling.
And again, it's like there's a lot of good stuff to do with Vecna and how he's characterized, but the timeline of his entire existence just doesn't work. Because first of all, it's why is he even alive? Why has Brenner not just killed him by now?
More importantly, why the fuck is Brenner alive? How the fuck is he
well, we'll get to that.
Alive is a bit of a weird one.
We'll get to Brenner.
While we're still on the whole line, there's actually like another thing I want to talk to before we get to the finale. Because we want to discuss the Jason stuff as well, which is most of the problems with the logistics of that plot line, other than the very finale, which we should talk about as its own thing. But there is one other point which I found incredibly grating as it happened, which was like the quasi love triangle they reset up between Steve, Nancy, and Jonathan, where Nancy and Jonathan are having problems again, and Steve is waiting in the wings, and I don't care. I'm so tired
about Jonathan. I don't care. I love Jonathan as a character in season 1, and even a little bit in season 2. why the fuck is he still in this show? Why is he here?
Yeah.
He had a couple of good scenes with Will.
He has nothing left to
season.
contribute.
He had that really good scene with Will in the finale where Will is basically coming out to him. That's it. That's all he was there for.
And that was a good scene. I liked that scene. I thought that was pretty good. But I'm like,
it's pretty good.
Narratively, he could be like removed from the story, and it would be completely the same.
Well, I'll tell you why he's there. He's there so that we can have a conflict that will get resolved, like a conflict between him and Nancy and Jonathan that will be resolved when Steve dies in season 5, and Jonathan and Nancy will rediscover their love for each other and a shared grief, and find out what really matters, and that will be Steve's lasting legacy as he got them back together. Like that is what's being set up, and it annoys the shit out of me.
Put a fucking gun in my mouth now.
Please don't speak that into existence. But no, when I tell you, okay, so I enjoy Jonathan and Nancy in season 1. I think they're fun. I like their dynamic. They're not like, I don't know. They're both like decent characters on their own, but I thought they're like, coming together over this weird, insane thing that was happening and trying to like, find Barb, trying to find Will. I thought that was pretty fun. I cannot emphasize how little I give a shit about them past that. I don't care. Like every scene in season 2 where they're like in that street, I'm like, I don't care. I just want to go on to the next thing. This is so boring. I don't give a fuck.
I'd even say in season 2 they're pretty good there. I'm fine with them there. Season 3 is really where the cracks start to show, I think, where it's just like, you guys, neither of you should be here. Why are we focusing so much time on this like Nancy Drew subplot where they're both trying to like get into this paper and like then that's how they get into this investigation? Like, I don't care.
Honestly, Nancy and Jonathan should be out of the story by season 3. They should be like away at college.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're still in the show at this point.
Yeah. Well, there's actually it's something that I just have been frustrated about, is that the thing is like the relationship like drama, and the thing is I liked Steve on his, like when Steve was completely over Nancy and like like he thought he was in love with Robin, but then Robin was a lesbian and they just became best friends. I thought that was pretty good, but now he has feelings for Nancy again, and I'm like, okay, citation needed.
Well, they're setting up this like, oh, he's this hopeless romantic who just can't find a girl, and it's like, I don't know, man. He's really fucking hot, first of all.
I'm like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? Since when has he been this character?
He's a really hot guy. He's got a lesbian wingman. Like, he should be fine in a small town where he was the popular jock. He should be absolutely sorted.
Yeah,
and that was actually something it was like a minor criticism I had of season 4, which is that in season 3 they're kind of exploring like Steve's kind of loss of direction and like loss of his identity after high school, where he's not like the popular kid anymore, and then he finds Robin and he realizes that like part of that arc is realizing how self-centered he was in high school, and how who he was in high school didn't matter, and having all those girls meant nothing if he had no human connection. And then in season 4 he's just getting dates again, and I'm like, again, when, where, like what predicted this?
Yeah, but dates with girls that he's not into, so they don't ever get like second dates because it's just not a thing. And it's like, I don't know.
I will say, Steve does give us the best meme from the entirety of the season, which is him staring over into camera in the bleachers.
I'll be using that as a reaction clip going forward.
Yeah, and just whispering, "I told you."
I will say one, like as a former band kid myself, it was really funny to me, like seeing like all the shit going on with the marching band, because I was like, this is like pretty like just shit talking people in the stands is like exactly what marching band is. Like, we'd be like talking
with so many band kids. Where did you guys? Where were you guys in high school when I was like?
I have the opposite thing. Because like we don't have band is just not a thing in the UK. Like I was saying this to Sheep at the time we were watching. Like it's just an experience I just have no understanding of. I'm like, what the hell? Why do you guys have bands and cheerleaders? What is this?
It's for the pep.
Oh, Jolly,
it's alien to me.
Someday I will just give you a spiel about the just absolute like clusterfuck, mind-boggling insanity that was my 4 years in high school marching band. I
still think it's just to split up the queer kids, because like in a British school, if you're queer, you join the theatre club. That's what it is. Like all the queer kids.
I was a theatre kid. Like that's how you're supposed to be in high school. You don't join band.
Yeah, like band and cheerleading and stuff is just to split up all the lesbians and gays so that we don't conspire. That's
one of the funniest. Sorry, before we get back to the plot, one funny thing I will say about band is that at my high school, which I won't like dox myself, but I went to like a somewhat like I would just call it like it was like a academically advanced high school. It was like a very like competitive high school, and the thing is, I affectionately call my high school like loser nerd school, because it was just like full of like kids trying to go to like Ivy Leagues. And but the thing is, within the context of my school, the band kids were kind of the cool kids, like almost like the jocks of my high school. It was one of the it's genuinely insane high school experience, but whatever. But like,
I'm curious though. So what was the football team? Were they not the jocks?
It's very complicated, and I can't get into it more without doxing myself. But I'll just say that the high school football team was, I will just say, like, conservatively 80% skinny white kids. So yeah.
They probably weren't very good players then, were they?
No, they were not. But anyway.
But we've been abandoned.
Yeah, kick this guy. I don't want to talk to Sheev anymore. He's mad that I'm criticizing his sacred cow. Fucking.
Actually, I guess because he can just leap back on when he's back, because this is a long discussion. I guess the other thing to then wrap out the Hawkins discussion in terms of just like the logistics and its plotline, and just like the finale. So I'm totally down with the plan to like use Max as bait. I totally get that. That's all fine and dandy. We've talked about how them being discovered by Jason and crew is complete nonsense, but you know, the overarching plan I'm sort of on board with. How did they get out of the Upside Down at the end?
That is a great question, Jolly, and we will never find out. I guess they can just do that.
Yeah, because that's the thing. They're like, oh, Dustin. You know, at that point, like the finale is not like, you know, Vecna's been burned and somehow skedaddled. I'm not quite sure how he did that. That's quite funny. He just like Sheev and I were joking that like if the camera had just panned a little bit to the left when they're looking down out the window, you'd have just seen Vecna hobbling off, like just out of shot.
Yeah. No, one of the funny things I liked about the finale, or not liked, but like thought was funny in a bad way about the finale, was just the fact that like after 11, you know, Rey Skywalker's Max, like you just like don't see what happened with like any of the other characters. It just ends, and it just cuts to like 2 days later. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, sure, like 2 days later, everyone's back together in Hawkins. I'm like, hang on a second though, because like all the gates were closed by 11. That's theoretically what she did. So how did Dustin and Steve and Robin and Nancy get out of the Upside Down?
Through the power of teleportation is what I can assume.
They climbed out through the writer's arse. That's how they did it.
It's just another thing of like the elasticity of the plot, where like it stretches and compresses at the will of the writers, where it just drives me crazy how there are so many scenes that should be expanded upon more, and so many scenes that are like, oh, they just left. You know, it's 2 days later, they just left. Well, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
The thing is, it's not even that I need to see physically how it happened. I just need to know how it was possible, right? Like if they were like, there's a door open that is just like, you know, 11 didn't close all the doors, there's one that's still open. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, maybe she guided them out or whatever, sure. Although they sort of act like killing, you know, hurting Vecna means they have a scot-free dance back to whatever portal presumably was there. And I'm like, I don't know that that's true. The Upside Down is a fairly dangerous place. You can't even breathe there for very long without like choking to death. So, which they seem to forget about, by the way, as a plot mechanic.
Yeah, according to season 4, you can just stay there for an extended period of time and not get sick.
Like, not get sick, yeah.
Again, like half of my like reaction watching the season is just like, okay, I guess. Sure.
There's also the weirdness of like, so I get that Vecna is now the Mind Flayer, and Vecna and the Mind Flayer / Mind Flayer are in control of all the Upside Down creatures, like, you know, when he's directly possessing them or whatever. Like he has, you know, he's the king monster, basically. However, season 1, and actually I'd argue season 4 does this as well, makes it clear that these things still act the Demogorgons and so on, act autonomously when he's not directly exercising control over them.
Yes.
So when all these gates were open, and when all these you know, doors were like, especially at the end when he like, you know, temporarily opens up gigantic, massive, crisscrossing mega portals across the entire town and sinks buildings. Why weren't Demogorgons and shit just flooding through?
Yeah, well, also I will say this stream is not about season 2 of Stranger Things, but I have so many fucking problems with season 2 of Stranger. It's not. I don't know. I was telling Sheev a while back, like if I were to prior to having rewatched it, I would have given season 2 like a 7 out of 10. Now I'd give it more like a 4 out of 10, honestly. Like I think it's not whatever. But the thing is, my least favorite plot in season 2, aside from the stupid like lost sister plot, is the Demodog plot, or the D'Artagnan or whatever the hell his name was.
Yeah,
that whole fucking plotline, I was like rolling my eyes and like ripping my hair out of my chest and screaming into my pillow the whole time.
I was like break away from the hive mind when push comes to shove and like help Dustin out.
Well, not only that, but like, yeah, like if it is Vecna controlling everyone, did he just was like, oh, Dustin's pretty cool, I'll just let him live this one time.
See, Vecna's
so that's my point, right? Like
he knows Dustin's a homie, so he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna kill him.
Well, hang on, so that's part of the problem of Vecna and what he's doing, right? And actually, because like, you know, sort of with the Mind Flayer as well, which is like either he is controlling all of these things all the time, in which case like there is no reason why season 1 would have happened the way it did, with the Demogorgons running around, or he's not in control of them the whole time and they do act autonomously when he's not in control of them. But if that's the case, which is, by the way, does seem to be what's implied, but if that's the case, then why didn't these things just flood through the mega portals at the end?
Yep. Well, also, where are the Demogorgons? It's just the fucking Demobats in the Upside Down. Like, why are there no?
Yeah, they've gone. Well, there's some in Russia, I guess.
They all moved to Russia.
Yeah, they embraced a Soviet lifestyle. They read Karl Marx.
Well, the true hive mind, the Soviet Union.
So I guess I was away for a second, but you guys were talking about the ending in terms of like Vecna surviving and them getting back through the portals.
Yeah, how did they get back to Hawkins and
Yeah.
Well, also, it was just like it was something I had a problem with throughout the whole season. I was like, the hive mind stuff, like, just so many logistical problems, and I will say some of the problems of season 4 are more glaring, but for me, what kind of makes the season kind of bad is just a million little cuts that just kind of like, make it fall apart at the seams. Just like 1,000 little moments where I'm like, that doesn't work, that's dumb, that's that doesn't make sense, like that's like silly and goofy, and it's for me not saved by the like good parts of it.
Can we talk a little bit, because I would still call this part of the Hawkins plotline. Vecna's plan as Vecna, like we're in the Upside Down. The logistics of this baffle me. So apparently he has to kill 4 people to open little gate. Like every time he kills someone, he opens up a little gate. And I was telling this, Sheev, remember I was saying this, was like, I don't understand how he's killed that first person, right? Because the previous seasons made it very clear that the Mind Flayer could not interact with our world unless there was a door already open.
Yeah.
And now they're like, no, Vecna can just use his powers to reach through and open new doorways. He can pull an 11. I'm like, well, why wasn't he doing that in seasons 2 and 3 then?
Why didn't he just do that before season 1?
Yeah, what's he been waiting for 30 years? Well, not 30 years, but how long he's been, like 4 or 5 years he's been in the Upside Down, right? Like, what the hell has he been doing?
Okay, wait, sorry, unrelated to anything, Belle says, in Freaky Things, Jonathan waxes Steve's chest and tickles his chin. Okay, Belle, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Belle. I think that helped us a lot.
I think you'll find the Stranger Things in Britain would actually be called a bit odd in it, but anyway.
It's just very frustrating watching.
I also just don't get how that works. Like, why does killing these people open a portal?
Because psychic connection, that's why.
Because reasons.
Well, hang on.
I
can sort of. Well, the thing is, I can sort of accept that. It's like, okay, so Vecna needs quote unquote psychic power to break through the barrier, and he doesn't have enough on his own, so he gets more by stealing it, like almost like a Mario Super Mario mushroom power up from like killing traumatized people and sucking them dry, and their trauma is what allows him access, and like other minds are too guarded. And I'm like, but the problem is, like, I don't know why other minds are too guarded, given how powerful we're shown he is in flashbacks. Mm-hmm. Like, surely he should be able to invade any random person's mind and kill them.
Vecna was chilling at the Starbucks. So true. So true, Parker.
Yeah, we basically just have to accept the notion that, like, A, it has to be a traumatized person, and B, he can't just do it immediately. Like, he has to basically break down their walls, and it takes about 6 days.
Yeah.
And see that he couldn't have done this earlier for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, there were a bunch of things...
for X reason that's not explained.
Yeah, and I will say, like, for what it's worth, I have a pretty bad memory. I have a bad memory, and I tend to like kind of, even when I'm talking about stuff, forget what I was talking about unless I like write them down, or like have like writing things down. So I wrote a lot of things down for this thing. I have a lot of notes and like a lot of things that I was, I had trouble with, but there were several points in the season where I looked something up because I was confused about something, because I was like, did I forget this? Did I, misinterpret this? And there were just people like theorizing like about this. I'm like, oh, so it just wasn't explained. Like, so I'm not stupid. It just straight up was not explained. Like, there was, it was, oh my god, something about Vecna. Or no, it was like, why did Vecna wait so long to do this? And everybody's like, maybe he wasn't powerful enough. He was building up his power. I'm like, okay, but that's not established in the show. Like,
hang on. Also, in season 3, he was powerful enough to assemble a giant meat monster.
Yeah, I'm like, so why?
What do you mean he wasn't powerful enough?
I know, and I'm like, it's because the writers don't clarify anything, and I'm like, they feel the need to over-explain things, but then they don't explain the things that need explaining,
The other thing here is, why did it take him so long to announce? Like, so, like, a lot of the season is premised on the idea that, like, Vecna is very deliberately, like, sadistically targeting Eleven's friends because he wants to stick it to 11. He wants to be like, I want you to know that, like, you did this to me and this is all your fault and I'm getting back at you. right?
Yeah.
Where was that mentality in the last 3 seasons? Because like the Mind Flayer was very aware of 11, but apparently didn't think to mention that he was actually Vecna and that this was personal.
Bro is literally beefing with a 14-year-old.
but like beefing badly. It's not just he's beefing with a 14-year-old. It's that he seems to be forgetting that he's doing that. Like when he's talking to her via the Mind Flayer in seasons 2 and 3, and she's like, "Oh, you're the enemy. Like we're gonna kill you." Why wasn't he like, "Oh, well, like you killed me in Dr. Brenner's lab," and like start traumatizing her? Instead, he just sort of like, I don't know, does smoke monstery things out of Lost.
I mean,
it's very strange.
Like 11 literally just doesn't remember any of that stuff by that point. So I think it'd be really funny if he did that, and she's just like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What do you?" No, I didn't.
He doesn't know that.
No, I know. No, I know. But I'm just imagining like a version of it where he does say all that stuff, and she's like, "Huh?"
Well,
that's just the meme, the Thanos meme, where it's like, "You took everything from me," and she's like, "I have no idea who you are."
Well, no, like genuinely, like the 11 memory loss plotline aggravates me so much. Like I'll get to it later, but no, Vecna is literally like the video. It's like nearly through hands with a 13-year-old. That's him this whole season.
Bro was like 40 beefing with a 13-year-old.
Yeah, but like the funny thing is that like aside from the logistics of Vecna's plan being fucking stupid and not making sense even a little bit, like it's not like not only in the context of season 4, but in the context of the whole show, it just doesn't make sense. But like I also just have so many problems with the way that like the show, I guess, like almost expects you to suspend your disbelief to just a ludicrous degree, where you're like, okay, so you just have to accept that Vecna can just do that, and he just hasn't for 30 years. And you're like, okay, whatever. But then you also have to accept, like, okay, 11 just kind of forgot about all this shit. I'm like, okay, I guess.
The forgetting I'm more sympathetic to, because, like, you know, speaking as a neuroscientist, like suppressing memories from severe trauma is definitely a thing that people do. She was very young. There's psychic powers at play. Like it's entirely plausible and stuff. Again, from a meta sense, I think it's a little bit contrived that we're now pulling out this plotline in season 4. Like, oh, there's a whole secret history she didn't know about. Especially because, like, if you're going to do that, I want the payoff to be more satisfying than oh yeah, actually, well, she's like, you know, the thing that she's forgotten about is actually like just straightforwardly that there's a whole villain that she forgot, rather than the actually interesting thing thematically
was that like she should have. Do we want to get into that now or wait?
Well, shall we just go to the 11 plotline then and talk about the 11 plotline? Actually, I guess we have to talk a little bit about the Jonathan plotline before we get to the 11 one, because hers starts later off, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So. Yeah, because obviously she's moved to California, which will come up again in a very funny way when I talk about Enzo, but never mind. Joyce and Co are now in California. They've been moved there by Dr. What's his face? Not Branagh, the other one. Owens, yeah. Presumably in secret, presumably with like not new identities, but like, you know, in a way that they are protected and under watch and not going to be like bothered by various Russians, because that was the entire point, right? 11's having a tough time at school. She's not really fitting in, which is understandable. She's had a rough background, a rough childhood. However, one of the things she's struggling with is like her sense of powerlessness has awaking feelings of incredible rage that she can't control. And so there's a moment when you know, with a school bully, where she like lashes out with her, or tries to lash out with her powers in a way that would absolutely have fucking murdered this girl.
Oh yeah.
And that is super dark, which, again, not necessarily a critique, but we're very clearly setting something up there. Something about, you know, she says to Mike that she feels like she's a monster, that she doesn't fit in, you know, that there's something like not right about her, that she's like bad in some way, just a bad person. And there's a really interesting thing that's being talked about there in terms of like, what is the nature of evil? What is the nature of monstrousness? Particularly in view of this larger Lovecraftian theme we've got going out throughout Stranger Things, which is sort of thematically what Lovecraft is all about. And the interesting thing to do, I guess, would have been to, you know, she keeps on having, she gets picked up by Brenner and Co and Owens, and they put her back to get her powers back to face Vecna, and that's all fine and dandy. But part of that is like, yeah, this recollection of like what really happened in the lab, what happened to all these children, that she keeps on remembering, like blood everywhere, all the children dead. She thinks she killed them, and then they're like, no, it was Vecna. You didn't do anything. You just got rid of Vecna. And I'm like, the way more interesting subversion would be, no, you actually did that. She was responsible.
Yeah, like, if anything, it's like you have the twist of, no, it was actually Vecna, but then you have the reverse twist of, no, it actually was you. You're not getting out, like, you're not out of the woods here. You fucked up. You're a murderer. There is darkness in you.
Yeah, and that would have been really interesting. And also the problem I have with, like what Jolly was saying, is setting up something very interesting, and then they just drop that plot. They're just like, nope, we're done. Now we have to get our powers back. I'm like, okay.
That could even explain like why Vecna wants 11, like rather than just like, oh, I want to kill you because you fucking ruined my life, because I don't even think he would view it that way, given just his stated motivations and like what he views the world to be versus what he saw when he got to the Upside Down. Like he believes that like a place like that 11 banished him to is a paradise. So I don't even think he would be particularly mad at her for that. I think it'd be much more interesting if he's like, no, you did commit that massacre, and like I've seen how powerful you are, and like you and I, we're not so different, you and I, like that cliche. He could literally be like, you should join me because together we would be unstoppable.
Yeah, well, it's also something that like just the concept of death in Stranger Things, like it went from season 1 of Stranger Things, like death is treated with very very like it's very treated very weighty. Like for example, in you slowly learn who 11 is throughout the season. And again, I'm from now on I'm gonna try not to make too many comparisons to season 1 because like I know it's not a fair comparison, but like in season 1 you see 11. The first two people she kills are the guards who try to lock her in the room, and she is horrified and has like a mental breakdown. And Dr. Brenner is like, "You did good, like that was wonderful, like I'm so proud of you." And she is like, obviously knows like she's having like a mental breakdown because she just killed 2 people and she's horrified. And then at the end of season 1, she kills all the doctors, or not the doctors, like the people trying to catch her. But she is like very clearly emotionally affected by this. Like she is clearly like just completely like losing her mind and is like completely upset. But she's also very careful not to kill Mike. Like when she like pushes him back from the mic, like she's very careful not to hurt people. Like she treats human life very very she recognizes that killing is horrible, and she has like a very like I guess like good understanding of like what it means to like hurt someone like that, because she does it to Lucas and she runs away and she's so upset. But then in season 3, well, it's also a problem with Hopper as well, because Hopper is just like killing people left and right in season 3. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why? But then in season 4, 11 kills all those guys who were coming after her. I'm like, girl.
Well,
I mean,
so
that was
kind
self-defense.
It was self-defense, but I'm still like, she wasn't affected by that at all. Like you think she would be upset? Like she was having like a complete breakdown at the end of season 1 when she killed those guys as well, and they were trying to hurt her. But like I'm just like, the way that the show just, it's almost like a Marvel movie like thing where like they're just like shooting down like hordes of endless like monsters that are just goo monsters. It almost felt like that, because like I'm just like, why does this murder of multiple people not really affect you that much? Like it's also the same with Hopper. Like Hopper has a very like he lost his daughter. He has a very crucial like a very like intimate relationship with death and how it affects people. And then in season 3 he's just gunning down Russians like nothing. And then in season 4 he's killing people like left and right. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so frustrating. I hate the way that death is handled in this series after season 1. Drives me crazy.
Well, so to sort of draw back to the larger point I was making there about the nature of like how the show handles like this theme about evil, and like how that ties into Lovecraftian themes, because like there's basically, when you're talking about the nature of evil in media, there's 2 ways you can take it, right? You can either do the Lovecraftian route of evil is this transcendent force beyond human understanding, like we are but flies in the face of like the word evil might not even necessarily apply in a kind of general sense. It's just like there is this malevolency in the universe that's beyond our capacity to understand, right? It's just like we are but nothing in the face of it, and there's a kind of cosmic war going on between us little ants standing up to this mighty force of darkness. Or you can do like evil is just a perspective, and really the true monster was man all along, and evil is just the word we use for the terrible things that we do to each other, right? And the thing is, getting those 2 things to coexist is quite difficult at the best of times. But what you cannot do, absolutely cannot do, is have a show that spends its first 3 seasons, very much tying its flag to the former, that there is like a giant cosmic evil that we are fighting, and like, yeah, humans do terrible things to each other, but that's not real evil. Real evil is transcendent and beyond us, and must be fought. To then just turn around and be like, no, actually, the real evil was just some psychopath who wanted to like perfect predatory behavior. I'm still not entirely certain on like how much sense that makes. Steve and I sort of disagree about like how well fleshed out Vecna is as a villain in terms of his motivations. I think he's quite thin on the ground.
Yeah.
But either way, regardless of how thin or not you think he actually is, you still run into this problem thematically of like her own questions, 11's questions about whether she fits into this moral landscape, whether she's a good person or a bad person intrinsically, whether that's even something that's possible, is just thrown out the window, in terms of the discussion of like her versus the Mind Flayer. And to just be like, no, actually, you are just basically, Vecna, and the only thing that's different between you and Vecna is that like you chose to be good, but also maybe you're just a better person because you're not born a psychopath. but also
Yeah.
you've done terrible things, but that's not really evil because shut up, it just isn't.
Well, also, like, I'm sorry, like, Victor, we live in a society Creel was, like, not a very compelling villain even when he was human. I'm like, okay, so, like, your motivation is the same motivation as the Joker in the movie The Joker. I'm like, okay. Like, the issue, like, yeah, like, I agree. And I think that's a very, like, perspicacious take on that, because it's, like, yeah, you're right. It's like, it goes from, like, the, like, almost like the, like, it's not, nihilism isn't the word. Like the concept of, like, this, like, yeah, like this, like, true
Cosmic
horror.
indifference.
Yeah, like, true horror is what we can't understand, and true horror is what, like, makes, it makes us, like, it's what makes us go, jump in the dark. It's what makes us like, horrified of death, because we don't know what comes after death. It's that kind of thing. But then when you come into season 4, you're like, oh, it's all just some guy who's, like, just like that. It's like, okay.
The devil
That's
is
kind
just
of
Matthew McConaughey.
no, like, he's like, the meme. It's like he's literally just like that. Like, that is what the season was saying. I'm like, okay, so you're giving us, you're shifting, like Jolly said, from this eldritch horror of, like, this, like, the unspeakable horror of the Upside Down, and, like, the unspeakable, like, unknown, like, evils that lie in a world that is not ours, and you was, like, being like, oh, it was all just some guy, it was all him, he was just there the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm like, you
Because
are,
again, like if this had been the plan from the start, right? If the entire premise of the show had just been like, we're going to do a discussion on what the nature of evil is in terms of human nature, like, what does it mean to be a good person versus a bad person? But in a world that has psychic powers, in a world that has people like 8 and 11 and Vecna, right? That's fine as a premise, sure. But the problem is, like, you've introduced all these gigantic cosmic world elements, like the Upside Down's very existence, that now have to ultimately be explained within the bounds of just one guy being angry.
yeah.
And
Well, yeah,
that's
yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, well, it's like that one YouTube comment I saw on Friendly Space Ninjas video said, unexplainable horror gets a lot less horrifying when you explain it. And I'm like, I didn't want it to be explained. I wanted to like have it linger in my brain. I wanted to some things in life are just unexplained, and that's the things that are most captivating, and that's why horror is so captivating, because the best horror is the shit that you don't see. Like, the best horror is like an Alien, or, like, like in Alien 1 at least. Like, you don't actually see the monster for a good part of the movie, and, like, it's just, like, kind of like the threat of the xenomorph, and that's why it's so good. And in Aliens 2, it's just as good, but for different reasons. But, like, Aliens 2 is less of a horror movie and more of, like, I guess, like, a thriller is what you'd call it. But, like,
raunchy action, if anything.
yeah, but, like, it's still really good, but it's not trying to be horror. And you could make that argument for Stranger Things season 4, but, like, on some level, it is trying to recapture, like, the feeling and the vibes of season 1. So, like, it's struggling. It really wants to be itself, like, what it was in season 1 again, I feel, but it's just trying too hard, I feel, in my opinion.
There's also just some logistical problems with this plotline as well. So, like, I'll start with the one that we thought originally was a plotline problem, but isn't, and then go on to be like, no, but here are some actual ones. So the first one was like, so when 11 loses her shit on the ice rink and she slashes the girl with the, her skates, whatever it is, and then she immediately, like, without any due process at all, just immediately packed off to juvie by, like, some random police officers.
Yeah.
I'm like, that is just, well, hang on, I was like, that is just not how justice works at all. Like, this is bullshit. But then, to be fair, this turns out to be because actually Dr. Owens has taken advantage of the situation to just get her on her own, right? He's manipulated events. This is not the justice system in action. This is Owens manipulating
because he has a lot of government contacts. He's able to do that.
Yeah.
So that's fine and dandy. That works fine. Although it is funny that neither Jonathan nor any of the boys seem to realize that anything is a bit off about this. But unfortunately, once we actually get to what the hell is that place called? Nina. Once we get to Nina, there are problems, and the problems are 3 major characters are acting like idiots.
Hey Brenner, how the fuck are you alive?
Well, hang on. So I'll get to that as its own thing, because that is its own thing. But just in terms of characters acting like morons, Owens, number one, now that you know that there's an evil army general after 11 and all her family, and you need to get her here without distraction, why not just take all these kids in the family with you in the secret bunker with 11, as to be there as her moral support? Or if you just think they're going to be a distraction, maybe move them out of their house into a safer location and don't just leave them there with 2 fucking guards, you absolute half-wit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He simply thugged it out.
Yeah, hang on, because that's Owens' idiocy part 1. Owens' idiocy part 2. So you've brought in Dr. Brenner, who is alive. We'll get to that. And you're like, well, he knows more about 11 than anybody else, so he's going to be useful for this project. But you should know damn well that you cannot trust this man. So maybe vet everyone coming in and out of this bunker to make sure that he doesn't have loyalists in there who can then be used to take control of your facility and take control of 11 the second he disagrees with you, because this guy's an evil piece of shit.
Yeah, well, it's like that scene in It's Always Sunny where the waitress is talking to Dennis. She goes, "Dennis, I trusted you," and Dennis goes, "Why?" That's like,
yeah.
I wish we'd gotten a scene like that in season 4.
Well, it did, right? Because Owen's just like, Brenner, we agreed. It's like, do you know who you're talking to, mate?
You used to work for Brenner. You know what he's like.
Yeah, no, that whole thing was stupid. And Jolly, something I thought you would appreciate, you are someone who works with brains. Would you like to explain why the fact that 11 literally having a stroke would not do what happened, like why it would not like cause what happened to her in the season to happen?
So, I mean, the simple answer to that is like, in order to have enough brain damage from a stroke, in order to like, completely disintegrate your hypothalamus, not your hypothalamus, your hippocampus and your memory centers, you would be so badly brain damaged, you would be basically non-functional. You'd be a vegetable at that point. So no, that is the most selective stroke I've ever seen in my life. Now, to be fair, they're saying it's like a stroke, not that it's actually a stroke. So I'm prepared to give them some like fantastical wiggle room on this in terms of like, I don't know how psychic injuries work because they're not a thing in the real world, but certainly if it was actually a stroke, yeah, true. I'm actually psychically in your head right now. I know what you're thinking about. Stop thinking about me naked. That's wrong.
Literally Jolly's puppet.
Everyone is my puppet. And the Mind Flayer is my puppet too. I might look like a cute cat in a pumpkin. I'm actually an eldritch horror.
He is.
But
Vecna.
well, don't insult me like that, please. I'm cleverer than Wagner. The point is that if it was actually a stroke, this is just no bueno. But I'm prepared to give them wiggle room on that. But to get back to the general idiocy of all characters. Brenner's plan, once he's decided that they're not doing what he wants, and he's like, oh no, I'm going to inject 11 with transmitter, I'm going to put a collar on her, we're going to do things my way. And I'm like, so what's the end goal here, Brenner? Because, like, first of all, that other people are looking for her in this bunker. And, like, Kale Surprise, you've taken her out of commission at exactly the same moment that you're attacked by everybody else. Well done, you complete half-wit.
Yeah.
But also, like, you do realize that she's just gonna get killed if you do this. Like, by the time you let her out of this bunker, the whole world will be fucked. And Owens even points this out, and Brenner's like, "Oh, it's just a risk we have to take." Like, no, Brent, no.
Yeah.
Well, and then the third and the last one is just General Man himself when he gets down to the, because originally he's like, "Oh, we think 11's responsible," which I don't know why they think that. Surely they know she's got no powers by this point. But oh well. But General Man and whoever he's working for in the government have arbitrarily decided, like, 11 needs to go. She's the horror. And even when Owens presents him with like a bulletproof logical argument of like, okay, well, she's basically knocked unconscious right now. We can just put her in an induced coma. If the murders are still going on, clearly it's not her, and we'll need her. And if it is her, then you can just fucking pull the plug and kill her right there. So you get what you want either way. General Man's like, nah, we're still gonna kill her though. And I'm like, what? Why?
Like,
what is the logic here?
Well,
he's evil.
And also, like the other thing with a bunch of the characters is like, it was like, aside from all the other issues I have with Hopper in season 3, one of the biggest problems I had with Hopper in season 3 is that every single one of his actions, like logistically, you're like, okay, so you're going to jail after this. Like you just attacked the mayor in his office for like with like a ton of witnesses around. You just did all this stupid shit, and everyone can see you. You just broke into a lab, and there's people around who would know who you are. I'm like, oh, you are going to jail. You are not going to. But it's the same with all the characters in the show, where like when they do stuff, you're like, okay, so this is gonna have serious consequences after the fact, right? Right?
It's the Anakin
like, no.
Padme meme in the in the
Yeah.
field. I guess to be fair to Hopper in season 3 specifically, it's like, well, he did die, like officially speaking.
But
so
like, if he hadn't, like, what was your plan,
I guess he was
man?
just gonna live with the consequences.
I was like, what? Like literally the scene where he attacks the mayor in his office with like 50 people around. I was like, are you stupid? Like genuinely, like, are you stupid? Literally, like, and
what happened to that mayor guy, by the way? Where's he in season 4?
He died, I think.
No,
did
he?
Mayor,
hang on, let me look it up. Mayor Klein, Stranger Things. I thought he was still alive.
Yeah, I thought he was still alive too.
Nope, he's alive. He's just not there.
Yeah,
he's just deleted.
He got voted out.
Apparently, he doesn't care about the fucking military presence in Hawkins and everything that's going on.
Yeah.
I guess, and again, so just to then round out what you guys were getting at earlier, which is Brenner being alive. How?
It's
bro
impossible.
literally got fucking like
he was fucking maimed.
bodied
He
by
was
a Demogorgon.
mauled by the Demogorgon.
Yeah,
And
he
just
should
like
be very
has-
He
dead.
was lunch.
he just had like a scratch on his face. I'm like, did it like tickle you? Did it like poke you?
It was
Like,
just being
is it, like-
playful.
Yeah, when it cut away, what we didn't see was the Gorgon going like, and it like changed, like, oh, get you.
The Demogorgon is just a silly little guy. He was just a dude, just hanging out.
Yeah.
The Demogorgon was just asking him directions aggressively, like, do you know the way back to the stranger place?
This is the way. No, I was very I was quite amused by the fact that they just like don't even try to explain how Brenner survived. They're just like, no, he's just there. He's fine.
Here's the other thing.
I'm
I
like-
don't understand why they brought him back. Because the thing is, we want a character who can be used to explore Eleven's trauma, who's like representative of this trauma for her. Unfortunately, like, Brenner, God, he's perfect for this. He is like the embodiment of all her trauma. But he's dead. We can't bring him back. Like, if only we had a character who'd we'd introduced in the previous season, who was there or there around that time in the lab, who has powers that directly mean that she can conjure realistic illusions in people's minds rather than
I don't know
put
who
them
you're
on drugs
talking
and
about.
sit them in front of video footage, which apparently puts them back in the memory. I don't know how that works. I don't know how Nina works. That's bullshit. But like, if only we had such a character who had these powers of illusion.
That
with
episode
personal
doesn't
connections
exist.
to 11.
That episode didn't happen.
Yeah.
Jolly, I actually have no idea what you're talking about. I think you're just making things up. I think if there was a
I'm
character in the
gaslighting
show,
8 out of
I would have
existence.
remembered that. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that character being in the show if she was there, which she definitely was not.
I don't know
Also,
how
for the
you would,
person-
because the
for
show
person-
doesn't.
And also,
Also,
you know what else was interesting there is like if we'd committed to the whole 11 actually did perpetrate the massacre thing, that could have been something 8 realized as like 8 could have had a whole journey in terms of her relationship with 11, in terms of like actually when
Yeah.
she finds out that's what happened to all the other kids at the lab, and had she still been there at the time, she probably would be dead too.
Well, also I like how they just like hand wave away 8 in season 4, where they're just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, when 8 was still here, I'm
He's
like, what
gone.
do you mean? Where did she go? How did she get out? What are you talking about?
Could go.
Oh, also to person Bell in the chat, they say I would recommend a video called "The Frustrating Decline of Stranger Things." You mean by my close personal friend, Friendly Space Ninja, love of my life, Friendly Space Ninja. I love that video. I've seen that video several times. But yes, yeah, no,
He just put
was
it
actually,
out. How have you already seen it several times?
because I have no life and also I'm miserable and I don't go outside.
That's fair.
But
To be fair, neither does Vecna.
that video
Kinship.
I'm literally Vecna. No, that video was actually what precipitated this whole stream, because we were discussing it, and I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but I was like, I don't like Stranger Things season 4. I think it's bad, and then they were like, I think it's good, or better than I was saying it was, and then we started beefing, and then that's how we got here. So yeah, it's a good video.
After this, we're going to box, assuming we don't reach some kind of resolution here.
I'm actually gonna put
There
Steve's
is-
address in the chat, and everybody can go fight him for me.
There is still like a really there's still some great stuff in the 11 plotline. Don't get me wrong. Like some of the flashback stuff has some great stuff in there.
Yeah.
And I do like the introduction of Vecna as one. Although again we get into logistical problems here of like, so why is one allowed to walk around this facility?
Why is
How
Brenner not just
did
killed
Brenner-
by this point?
Yeah, the
Also-
second Brenner realizes that you can't control one, fucking kill him. The other thing here is like, so apparently the thing that stops Vecna from, or Henry, from being able to use his powers is that there's like a weird little chip in his neck that Brenner developed and put in there. And I'm like, when did you have time to develop, test, and put in this guy's neck? A guy who has powers that can throw you through walls and kill you in a split second. How did you do this? When was this allowed to happen?
Well, and also the question just comes up. It's one of the things that I was looking up. Why didn't he just take the chip out himself? It never said he couldn't. Like, why didn't he just
Yeah.
remove it?
Yeah, I mean,
Cut a piece of glass and just cut your neck, man.
yeah,
and get it out.
if he can get a hold of like a sharp object, yeah, just dig around in there.
Yeah, it's like in Hunger Games when what's her name digs out when Joanna digs the tracker out of Katniss's
Tracker out,
arm.
yeah.
She digs the tracker out. I'm like, just do that. Like,
Yeah, this man is not squeamish. I'm sure he's physically up to doing that as well.
and I will say, the actor who plays one, who his name is escaping me right now,
Jamie
really,
Campbell Power.
really good as one. He is really
Oh,
good.
he's
at that
excellent.
role.
Yeah.
Twilight.
Yeah, he is.
He was in Twilight, yeah.
Was he?
Something that
Yeah, he's Caius. He's one of the Volturi vampires.
Oh.
something that Jolly pointed
Michael
out to
Sheen.
me during the Vecna big reveal monologue that they did in the episode 7, I think. That I can't unhear now, and it kind of ruins it for me, is that the music they play for it is literally just the Dr. Manhattan theme. Like, the exact same progression and everything.
It's Protego.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, like, Watchmen didn't create that music either. Like, it took it from somewhere else, too. So it's not like Stranger Things. It's just ripping off Watchmen. But at the same time, it's like, now I can't help but think of Dr. Manhattan.
That's the thing. Like Henry starts talking, and all I can think about is I felt fear for the last time.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, and I will say, like, the scene when, through the plot with 11, like, Henry kills all the kids, and then, he's talking to 11, he's, like, confronting her, he's ragdolling her around the room, which, that scene I felt was actually pretty tense. I thought was pretty good. Then the scene where 11, like baby 11 banishes him to the upside, or to the Dimension X or whatever he was in. Literally. he got the Castiel treatment.
He got Castiel.
But, literally. No, like, that was actually where he went, was the fucking empty from Supernatural. But I wrote specifically in my notes, this is exactly word for word what I wrote in my notes, was, why didn't the gate stay open? Whatever.
Well, there's three things here. So one is, why didn't the gate stay open in the way the others all did? That is bollocks. Yeah. But the second part is, like, of all the dimensions, because this is another problem of retconning Vecna to be the Mind Flayer. Like, the existence of the Upside Down now becomes a huge contrivance in and of itself, because of all the dimensions that she could have picked out and sent him to by accident, it just so happens to be the one that was capable of giving him, like, elevated godlike powers and a legion of demon monsters with which to perfect himself, like his perfect paradise, basically. It wasn't the black hole dimension, it wasn't the dimension of sulfuric acid,
it wasn't the Wonder dimension.
Yeah. Like, in this entire multiverse, he got sent to exactly the right dimension to cause the maximum amount of havoc and come back as a monster god. That's so contrived. What the hell?
That's one of the few later season Rick and Morty jokes that I like, where he's like, "You sent me to the blender dimension. That's the oldest trick in the book."
Also, and then the third thing is just like, in the Lego movie, the Lego Batman movie, the Phantom Zone music, just like when Vecna's falling through the sky, all I could hear was the Phantom Zone.
Unironically, best Batman movie, but no, but like, I'm not even kidding, and I'm not, like, not to keep beleaguering, like, a point or a joke, but I am not kidding. After every single note I have about Vecna, I wrote, "Is he stupid?" Like I'm like, genuinely, why is he making these choices? Why are you doing these things? Like, why don't you do certain things? Like, why do you make these? No, literally, I'm like, and the funny thing is that, like for episodes 8 and 9, I have pretty copious notes on all the episodes except for those two, because I was just so burnt out by then. I was just so tired. So I might be, if I misremember things from those last two episodes, I apologize, because I don't have as comprehensive notes on those episodes. But also, in the scene when he is, and this is way later, so, like, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but in the scene when 11 is in the mindscape, she is tied up to a post with vines, and then, like, through the power of love, she's able to, like, get them off of her, and I'm like, why didn't you do that at first? Like,
well, to be fair, I mean, like, again, that's just like a character epiphany, right?
The logistics of the the mindscape seem to just be when you realize you have control, like, just as much as Vecna does theoretically. You can manipulate your surroundings. I don't see why not necessarily. Like, this isn't a real place where, like, the laws of physics are meant to be like bound to what we understand them to be. So, like, I'm fine with that.
There is a contrivance. But it's not. It's not that, right? The specific thing, like, of her having this, like, a mental epiphany where she realizes, like, the things that are actually motivating her, that actually give her strength, are the people she loves, and not rooted in anger or pain, like the way Vecna says it is and taught her to do. Like, there's a deeper level that he doesn't have access to. That's fine. I'm totally cool with that. Thematically, that all works. Cool. The thing that doesn't work, though, is, man, does he take his time killing Max in order for her to have this epiphany?
Yes, yes, he does.
Yeah, that's a moment of him actually, like, taking his time. Like, with the running up that hill thing, I'm like, no, I think that's fine. But here it's like, you are really just dragging this out, which is odd, because like, the greatest threat to your becoming powerful is right over there and could easily stop you, and almost does.
Yeah. Well, and also he's like, 11, I'm not going to kill you right now because I want you to watch. And I'm like, no, kill her. kill her. She's the only threat to your plan. Snap her neck. Just do it. But
yeah,
like,
it also doesn't really tie in very well as well, because like his stated motivation is like he's trying to embody himself as like the perfect predator, and I'm like, predators aren't sentimental about other predators, man. They just kill their competition.
Yeah.
I don't know why, if you're setting up this ideology, you're like having this little human like, oh, but I'm gonna watch and gloat things. Like, that is not a predator behavior, man.
If that
Just
was like
dedicate yourself to kill.
if that was like a hypocrisy that like the show was like intentionally trying to paint and to like and show like, yeah, he's not, he says he wants this, but really like a world that he's trying to create, even he wouldn't like it. Like if that's what he was trying to do, like the show was trying to do, then fine. But I don't really think they're going for that.
No, I don't think they're that aware.
yeah, Vecna is a Sigma male.
I guess we'll talk about it because this is
Daddy.
a technical part of 11's plot line rather than like, I mean, it's the culmination of one of the other plot lines, but this is an 11 plot line. So when the army guys attack the base and she's stumbling out, Brenner's stumbling out with her, he gets shot in the back with a sniper rifle while carrying her. Now, I don't know if you know how sniper rifles work, but she should be dead. That bullet should have gone right through him and through her.
He's actually just really dense.
She
like
caught it
his
with her
molecules
mind.
are just.
Yeah, he's a tank.
Jolly, I don't think you seem to understand that Brenner is literally just built different. He is literally.
He tanked a Demigorgon, man. He can survive shit.
It'd be one thing if he was shot in the head, right? Because then like maybe the bullet went over her, but then they couldn't have that like tonally confusing moment where he dies in her arms basically, and it's just like, am I supposed to be sad?
Yeah,
that's well, hang on, I'll get to that in a second.
Piece of shit, just like is dying, like good, get out of here.
Hang on, so the bullet goes through him and somehow misses her. They get dropped, and then the sniper guy takes like he's despite the fact that she is the primary target. They're all there to kill her. That is like the mission from the get-go. There's no discussion about this. We've all had the briefing before we came out here, guys. He then waddles on the fucking radio. He's like, oh, I got the target in my sights. Do I take the shot? Like, yes, that's why she's called the target, you dense motherfucker.
Well, yeah. Like, can we talk about the contrivance too? That like once evil general man, whose name I can never remember, gives him the go ahead, and he's about to take the shot. He gets distracted because it's that exactly that moment that Argyle's van pulls up, and then that distracts him long enough for like 11 to get out of sight or whatever. Which is, we talked about the logistics of that. Like the military people and Jonathan and their company needed to be at the exact same place and get to this point at basically the same time in order for Jonathan and company to follow the military tracks. So like they couldn't have arrived to that spot before the military, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to find Nina and probably would have been caught and captured by the military. But they had to get there just soon enough after the military guys showed up that they could be there right on at the nick of time to distract the guy who was about to kill 11 so that she could get away and then take down the helicopter. It's crazy.
Yep. Well, it's all very convenient. A bit too convenient, I might say.
I love plot.
Yeah, and then Brunner survives.
Brunner
survives for about 1 billion years to like deactivate her collar, and then they have this like little moment in the sand where he's like, "Oh, I did everything for you, forgive me," and then she just like leaves him to die. And I'm like, okay, but what are we going for here? Like, honestly, she should just like tear his head off with her powers. Like, this man is an evil prick. Why are we having sympathy for him?
They generally just take their time with this too, and it's like, there are still army guys down there in the bunker that are after you, and they're still alive.
Who somehow don't get back up until after you've had this touchy moment and zoomed out of sight.
They also see the van, so it's like, oh, we know that they're in a Surfer Boys van. That's what it's called, right? Surfer Boy something.
Yeah,
which there aren't very many locations outside of where Jonathan and them live. Like they even comment on the fact, like, oh, they're branching out. There's one in this town now. It's like, oh, crazy.
Yeah.
Not to mention that at the time they're in the middle of nowhere. They're in the middle of a desert, like, and you don't have an air perimeter or the capacity to call in a second air chopper to like prevent them from getting away.
Well, yeah, and also I'm sorry. It's very, as someone who has driven through the desert before, the desert is literally
on a whole name.
Yeah.
Like it is the like I'm not like people always like it is like butt fuck nowhere like California, and I'm like, where the fuck? How are you even like navigating where they are? Like I've driven through deserts in various like places. It is impossible to find your way around. Like that's just a me problem, but I'm like, whatever. That's that.
Well, yeah, they're using a paper map and following coordinates, and I'm like, how are you? Like, do you have some kind of like device that tells you where, like, your latitude and longitude at any given location, like in your car?
How much fuel do you have?
Yeah, how much fuel do you have?
Well, yeah. Well, no, it's kind of the same thing with like with Black Widow, where it's like, how the fuck did you make it from like the States to wherever the hell they were going, and like on like one tank of gas?
Nevada,
yeah.
But like anyway, but that's a whole like the whole Susie thing is stupid, but it's part of a different plotline, so I won't talk about it. But yeah,
the Susie thing is kind of funny, and like I do appreciate like the one moment I kind of liked Argyle like simping for the sister was quite funny.
Yeah, Eden, that's her name, not Enid.
Yeah.
She was hot.
I did think so. I did think some of the like Mormon moments were funny. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's Utah. That sure is Utah.
That's Mormons.
But yeah,
I'll tell you.
that is. But yeah, yeah, where was I going with that? Yeah, so basically, like, yeah.
That's right, go on.
No, I had a very interesting, cool thing to say, and I forgot what it was, but
Yeah, Jolly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jolly! How could you know? No, like, I think one of the main problems I have with that whole like them reuniting in the middle of buttfuck nowhere was like, I'm like, okay, like whatever, like I can buy you guys finding this fucking place in the desert with like a fucking IP address and the power of magic, I guess. But like, what I cannot buy is the fact that 11 can that she can restart Max's heart from the middle. She's not even physically there. Like, she can like interact with her to a degree that she can like cause the electric current of her heart to start up again from 2,000 miles away. That is ludicrous. I'm sorry.
Well, to be fair, she can spy on Russians from a continent away as well. Like I'm
in the sensory deprivation tank, like her powers are amplified. That's just always been a thing. So I don't know if necessarily that like distance is a factor here.
But I'm also,
or at least to
like,
an extent that it should be, you know.
I will say one thing, like as a biologist, as something like one thing I actually really liked, and this is actually one thing I actually quite really enjoyed about the season, is the scene where, you know, she restarts Max's heart, but you know, Max is in a coma, continuing the like running plotline of this season of characters being in comas. She just like she goes into the void and she tries to find Max, but there's no one there. I like that a lot. I thought that was really cool.
Well,
like,
it depends where they take this. I agree, but it depends where they take this. If they then start, like, you know, if season 5 is like Max is actually dead, like we've committed to the idea that Max as a person is dead. That's why the ritual was complete. And yeah, her body's alive, but keeping her alive just means that she's effectively now a puppet of Vecna. Like Vecna's just, you know, she's a hollow little dancing marionette for Vecna to basically use as an avatar. That's really interesting because then we have all sorts of moral dilemmas about, you know, Lucas maybe wanting to not let them kill Max, even though she's already gone, and there's all sorts of interesting things we can do there. I just worry that what we're going to have is just Max being full on resurrected, and saved.
That's another thing. That's another thing with the Hawkins plotline, where it's like, yeah, by the way, Lucas, who's associated with the Hellfire Club, that this entire town thinks is you know, the devil worshipping cult that's committing these murders. Lucas runs in with like a mangled, blinded Max into the hospital and is like, "Help!" And it's like, did the police not have any further questions for Mr. Sinclair?
Yeah, because the whole town rage plotline was just kind of forgotten about because they didn't have time for that, I guess.
An earthquake happened, so they didn't care anymore.
Bigger priorities.
Yeah. Also, how is the hospital functioning? But like,
it wasn't in the path. Who cares?
But like,
lucky.
Also, yeah, like, the thing is, if they don't let me down, if they actually commit to the idea of that Max is gone, Max is dead, Max as we know her is no longer with us. She is gone. I will give them credit. I will be like, okay, I like that. I liked what you did there. I know they're not going to do that, but maybe. I know because Sadie Think is so popular now, they're not going to let her die. But I'm like, if you know what, I will eat my words if I'm proven wrong. But I don't think I will be. I
will say, in terms of the logistics of her, you know, getting her a sensory deprivation tank in order to be able to have this fight with Vecna in the first place. Argyle just wandering into another surfer shop, seeing essentially a clone Argyle and being like, "Dude, give me access to like all the salt water." It was just like unbelievable nonsense. I hated everything about it.
Yeah, like that's convenient.
And it's like, okay. Yeah. The thing is, 2 years ago when I first watched this season, and I really liked it, and I thought it was really strong. Even then, I was like, "God damn, that was bullshit. What the fuck was that?"
No, I literally, like, I will say. There was a good, because I was like, I watched season 1 and 2, or the ending of season, oh my god, I'm so tired. I watched it the last couple days, and I had to like, kind of like pace it out, because I was, you know, I was doing other stuff, but there were so many things where I was just like I would like, you know, get up to get a glass of water, or I would, you know, get up to go to the bathroom, or, you know, pet my cat or something, and I would come back and I was like, okay, how the fuck did we get here? Like, how the fuck, like, what is happening? Like, how did we get from point A to point B?
I don't know why. I was expecting a totally different thing for you to say that. Like, it's like, oh, I got up and I came back and I pet my cat and he talked to me in Vecna's voice and like, they'd hear the chime of the clock and I thought it was just fine. I just carried on.
Yeah, no. And he was like, Carissy. I cannot get over that line delivery. I don't know why it was so funny to me. I think it was because I was like insanely sleep deprived when I watched it, but I was like almost like in
Vecna
tears.
becomes super camp. He's like, oh, Bagel.
Just like a delirious Bagel is just watching Stranger Things.
Oh no, dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, if my like conversation and points right now are not super coherent and I'm rambling and like going in circles, it's partially because I have ADHD and, you know, that's just something I have to deal with, but partially because I've gotten cumulatively in the past 5 days probably 15 hours of sleep. So I am so tired right now.
Man.
But yeah.
It's just because
like,
I'm on meth. No,
yeah. I am literally on like diet meth.
I'm just stupid, so like you'll have to bear with me here.
Yeah, but
I'm just a little cat in a pumpkin.
It's partially because I'm like almost like on the verge of like a psychological breakdown from the lack of sleep that I've been having, but like it's like and then I had to watch Stranger Things and like my mental state.
Look, I told you we could push this to a different day.
No, I am strong. I am strong woman. I do not bow to the whims of man.
Wait a second,
but,
she's a woman. Anyway.
Allegedly, but
Kick Bagel.
No, but like okay. So anyway, finishing off the 11 plotline, I don't know. The scene where she reunites with Hopper, it's very underwhelming, I guess I would say. Like it's I really expected it to be like a climax moment, like a super, you know, like pivotal scene where like she sees Hopper in like the middle of the battle and like she is like, oh, like you're here, like I she sees him in like the mindscape and it's like Hopper's alive and it gives her the strength to go on. I was like, I thought that would have been cool, but she just, you know, he just shows up at the end and they like hug and she's like, I always believed you were alive, and I'm like, no, you didn't. When did you believe that? You thought he was dead.
When would they have done that?
Whatever.
Like, because you're talking about like her sensing Hopper. Are you suggesting like just get rid of the Russia stuff altogether and have him be in Hawkins or something?
That is well. The thing is, because just taking season 3 as it is, like, you know, we can do season 3 as it is, whatever. I think they should have completely taken out the Russia storyline. It was so stupid. I'm like, he could have just been in the Upside Down, like trapped there or something. Like that would have had its own issues. But like, they should have done something different with Hopper. I think that whole storyline is a fucking mistake.
Fine with the idea of him being in Russia, just him, mind you, not the Demogorgon and the mind flare particles. I don't know how those got there, but like,
well, okay.
How did you get those out of America, friends?
Let's be as fair as we can.
Him be taken to Russia is fine.
Let's be as fair as we can to season 4, specifically season 4. Both the Demogorgon and Hopper being in Russia was set up at the end of season 3. They like explicitly said, like, so like
that's true.
If we're you know, going off of everything season 3 established, and we're like, okay, how do we work that into season 4? He has to be in Russia, and at least one Demogorgon has to be there. So we have to explain how the fuck any of that is happening. I don't think they did a good job. Yeah. I think Hopper's surviving was just such bullshit. But like you know, because like this season even tries to like show how it happened, and I'm like, no, he should have been fucking incinerated. I'm sorry.
That scene made me laugh like really hard because like it's actually one thing Friendly Space Ninja got wrong in his video where they said he said that like he jumped through the portal. I'm like, no, he didn't jump there. He just fell down.
He said he like teleported to Russia, and I'm like, that's not what happened.
No, he just
got taken by the Russians.
No, but he was just down there the whole time, and like Joyce didn't like go check to see if he was
check.
there.
Yeah, it's like you know, because well, I mean, to be fair, from her perspective, he was just fucking incinerated. Like, I don't think there's even any point to checking.
But you think she would have?
I mean, she is the kind of character who would
who would check. Yeah, she would be like, no, we're scouring every inch of this place.
Which, like, okay, I guess we're getting into the Russia storyline now.
Well, no, hang on. So before we get to the Russia story, because there's still some stuff around the Jonathan plotline I want to talk about, which is like, so when they're under guard in the house, like, you know, Owens for some reason hasn't moved them to a safe location, hasn't brought them with whatever. They're just here in their house to be sitting ducks. And not only are they sitting ducks, they're sitting ducks to the extent that an entire like military attack team, like a tactical team, surround the house and breach every entrance with like armed soldiers pouring in. And somehow, like, you know, our girl's Vanden turns up and like we just cut to them like running outside. Like, how did you break that perimeter? How did you get out of this house? I don't believe you.
Like,
I don't believe that
These
you
are
managed this.
unarmed children.
Yeah, with one wounded guy.
Well, it'd be like that scene in fucking Inglourious Basterds, where the guy's just like unloading the gun into Hitler's face. I'm like, that would be those ships. that would be Mike, Will, and Jonathan.
Well,
like, I'm sorry, you're dead.
Wouldn't
like,
the
there's no
orders?
way.
Side note:
Wouldn't
why are they
orders
doing?
be to take them alive?
Why are the military doing
They
this in
wanna
broad
find-
daylight?
They want to find 11, right? So like, wouldn't orders not be to take them alive?
Sure, but like they still should have been caught then. Like, just
Oh,
whether
yeah.
alive or dead, there should be a whole perimeter of soldiers right outside the door.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting out. Like they're
Yeah.
getting captured, but like I don't think they would be dead because like I think the army soldiers are like being conscious enough to like, let's not directly shoot at them. Let's just shoot in place, like to limit where they can run, and then we just grab them. That should be what they did.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and also, like,
But yeah,
the
why is
scene
this happening in
of
broad daylight?
but specifically, that was one of the scenes where I literally got up for like 5 seconds and they were just being shot at. I was like, what is happening? Like, what did I miss?
Also, side note: I guess these two guards are just really bad at their job because, like, sure, I mean, like, I know it's the army and I know they're being careful, but this is broad daylight and like 3 jeeps are parked outside in the front door. Like when we see the outside shot, there are 3 military jeeps just parked right outside. So like, a whole load of soldiers like came up to the house in broad daylight, unpacked, surrounded the house, and none of the guards inside noticed or heard anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well
that's the
done,
thing, is,
guys.
like-
You A-star.
Owens obviously should have just moved them to a safer location, if not brought them to the bunker. But assuming, like, okay, he just can't do that, maybe put more than 2 guys on them, and have like a better perimeter setup defending the house. I don't know.
Also, sorry, because we kind of skipped over it. Why? Like, Shiv and I had this discussion, right? Of like, we apparently have this plot line where the people, because remember, like Brenner and Owens were not like their own bosses. They're presumably reporting to somebody higher up than them in the government, right? They're running a program on behalf of the U.S. government. Someone is their superior, and this same someone presumably would be aware of the killings going on in Hawkins and is probably connected to this general. So either the general is working for them as well, or the general represents like another side faction in the government, and there are 2 factions of the government fighting each other. But the problem is, like, given what the government know about 11 and her powers and what's going on in Hawkins, the conclusion that she's responsible is utterly insane and only makes sense if the Mind Flayer is fucking with people in the government. But that's not what's happening because the Mind Flayer has been written out of existence. So this is just nonsense
The
from the
very
get-go.
simple rewrite to all the like to many of the Vecna problems that we have is like, just don't do the thing where he created the Mind Flayers. Say that like the Mind Flayer was already just an entity that when Vecna was banished to the Upside Down or to whichever dimension that like the Mind Flayer was in at the time, he just basically did like he struck a deal with the devil and was like, I will help you and I will use my powers, but like you make me stronger and like we because like they want the same thing, right? Like for the Mind Flayer, it's like, I just want to take over this universe and eat everything in it. And with Vecna, it's like, yeah, I want to return to monkey. I want to go back to living like as a predator and be primitive and shit. I don't like society. Le Joker meme. Smoke cigarette.
No, like the whole time I was literally just like, okay, Mister, we live in a society.
We live in a
Vecna.
society.
No.
I mean, like, I actually,
like,
again, I like him as a character, and I think his motivations are fine. It's really just how he fits in thematically, because like he feels like he's been basically put in a straitjacket his entire life because he is different, and everyone knows he's different, and everyone treats him like he's different. But like, when there's this tangible thing, like I have these superpowers, I am actually different, like objectively, and I consider myself superior to the rest of the world because I have these powers that they don't have. Like obviously his philosophy is going to be out with the old, in with the new. Humanity sucks, and I'm literally better than them, and society's stupid, and I'm literally like, I could just, like if I could just recreate the world as this sort of like, like return to the way things were before we all decided to put like these unnatural constructs in place, then like everything would just be better, and I would rule it all because I deserve to rule it all because I'm better than everyone else. Like that's all fine.
It's actually a great Yeah.
It's fine for a secondary villain. It's not fine for the main villain of a 4-season television show of Lovecraftian horror.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want those questions explored actually quite well, there's a fun little show I recommend called Jujutsu Kaisen. It is it is well done there. But well, it's done well for some of it, and then questions.
I like Gojo.
The Russia plot. If I might start us off with just one little, tiny, it's just a little detail, because obviously this entire plot gets kicked off because Joyce receives a package from Enzo sent from the Soviet Union with the message hidden inside the doll, and I just have a question, which is how does Enzo know her address?
That's a great question. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I didn't think of that either. Yeah. Because like if he's operating on behalf of Hopper, Hopper's gonna have him send it to Hawkins, right? because that's where he thinks she lives.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or like that's her last known address, as
Yeah.
far as Hopper's aware.
Yep.
He just
I
guessed
don't
and got
know.
really lucky.
Maybe Enzo had some connections with like the. I don't fucking
Connections
know.
that could find out the secret house that Dr.
Yeah.
Owens like
Nah, no, it
vamoosed
doesn't
them
work.
to get them out of the.
Yeah.
Specifically to get them out of the cross sites of the KGB.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. I
Well,
did
there are
not
so
even
many-
think of that one. Yeah.
There are so many.
And
there are
Russian postmen are built different, I guess.
There are so many like parts of the season where I'm like, citation needed. Like, what are you talking? Like, where did you get this from? Like, what are you drawing? What are you elucidating this from? Like, how the fuck would this package reach Joyce in California? How would so many things happen like in the way that they're set up? It's just, it drives me crazy. But yeah, and also it's funny that, and I will just say I fucking hate Murray. I can't stand him. But like it was one of the reasons why I was dissociating during the scene, or pretty much any scene with Murray and Joyce. I'm like, I hate this. I hate this character. I hate this plotline. It makes me want to die. And it all just kind of blended together.
Murray's
and
great. They do damage his character this season, though, in order to facilitate certain plot
Very
points,
badly.
But we'll get to that.
No, I just don't like the actor, but I also just think the character is really annoying.
But again, the same is true for Nash now. So like when we're evaluating media, I try not to think about the actors because that's a meta thing. Like, yeah, I don't like the actor either. I think he's a real dick. But that's nothing to do with the character.
I don't know anything about the actor for Murray.
Very pro-Israel. Very pro-Israel.
Yeah, he thinks that genocide is funny, and I'm like, okay, that's great, but but regardless,
hilarious.
Yeah, like actors aside, I just think Murray to me is very annoying because in two different storylines, his entire function in the story is to be like, you should have sex with each other and mashing them together like dolls. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're the fucking.
I mean, to be
guy
fair, that's just kind of his personality, right? Like, he's just a bit of a perv, which sure.
I like Murray. I think he's neat. I think he's funny. I think Friendly Space Ninja was too mean to Murray.
No, Friendly Space Ninja's my homeboy. He's absolutely right about Murray. But anyway,
Nah. Well, hang on. So before we discuss Murray, because that's its own thing, right? Just to do the logistics of this plot line. So yeah, Joyce gets the package. She brutalizes the doll in her backyard rather than just in her house for some reason. I don't know why. Surely you have a hammer lady, but anyway.
Yeah.
They find out there's a message inside the doll from Hopper, and asking for a ransom, and there's a number to call and all this shit. So she gets Murray to come up from Hawkins to California to be there in person to manage this, because obviously he's super paranoid, and that's just his character, right? He's super paranoid, and he knows a lot about Russia because he was a journalist and he speaks Russian. Keep that under your hats. And so he's there to manage this whole thing and walk her through it, basically. They established through calling Enzo, which I guess Enzo was just waiting outside the public call box indefinitely for days.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure. They call Enzo, Jack and Hagar gives them the ransom demand, and they're like, well, that clearly was not KGB, right? That is clearly just some chump looking for money, but also he must know Hopper because Hopper's given him information that we wouldn't know otherwise.
Well, they also
so
surmised from this phone call that he's a guard, simply because there was a lady outside who called him a pig.
Well, she calls him the Russian slang word that is a bad word for cops and guards, to be fair. Sure.
The funny part about this is actually not really related to the show, but it's a meta thing. I was bored yesterday scrolling through the comments on Friendly Space Ninja's videos, looking for what people were saying about it, and someone was saying that the Russian that they speak in specifically Murray's Russian is incomprehensible to a native Russian speaker. Which I thought was
sure.
really funny.
That happens all the time, though. So whenever you see people playing instruments in media, and anyone who's actually playing that instrument, they're just what are they doing?
What the fuck is
that?
But
I can't attest to that. I don't speak Russian, but apparently, according to someone who speaks Russian, they were the whole time you're just
Daigen
saying
tells
words.
me the same thing when specifically Giancarlo Esposito in Breaking Bad is doing a Mexican or a Hispanic accent, or if they're speaking Spanish, there's a lot of times where it's just that's not right. He thinks Gus Fring's Spanish accent
hang on,
is
but
very bad.
Gus Fring is from
I don't know. I've never heard of that guy.
Gus Fring is from Peru, right, or Chile?
He's Chilean, yeah. But he's saying
so he's gonna be
Chilean accent, that's not a good accent.
No, but isn't Esposito the actual actor is from Chile as well, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure he is. But anyway, I imagine a Chilean accent and a Chilean Spanish is going to be wildly different from Mexican Spanish, just because different native words and different indigenous populations and different, it's a continent away, man. There's going to be differences.
No.
But
right next
regardless, Sure.
Either of you are getting, I don't know where either of you are getting the countries. He's from Denmark.
Is he? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's American.
He's from Denmark.
What, Giancarlo Esposito?
Yeah, he's from Denmark. He's from Copenhagen.
He's from Denmark.
Maybe he has like. Maybe he has like Chilean ancestors or something.
According to his Wikipedia page, he's from Denmark. Which is really funny.
He was born in Denmark. I don't know if he's from there.
He was born in Denmark. He lived in Manhattan.
So his father's Italian and his mother's African American from Alabama.
So yeah, he's not Chilean at all. What?
No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Whatever.
she was just making shit up.
I didn't claim that. Jolly claimed that.
Yeah, she. Fuck you, she.
Gaslit on my own live stream. Crazy.
Such a grifter. Just saying. You're just saying whatever shit comes to your head, weren't you? Lying or shit.
I am the captain now.
Anyway, to get back to the Russia plotline, because so the plan is obviously they're going to go to Alaska and talk to this pilot guy who's a contact of Enzo's, and they're going to give him the ransom. The guy will go to Russia, pick up Hopper, who will escape somehow, and then bring him back. That's the plot. Now, I've got two things before we even get to the discussion of what happens in Alaska, which is, so the Russians in season 3, because Russians, I know they're a meme in the show, but they're not stupid. Like, they have a large scientific, body. They have many fine scientists. They are investigating the Upside Down. They have Hopper. They have a Demogorgon. They're in Russia. You would presume that he's being held in some kind of scientific facility while they continue to do experiments to work out what the hell the Mind Flayer is and what the Upside Down is, and do the Russian equivalent of whatever Bremer was doing in America. But no, he's just in some gulag that they're keeping the Demogorgon in to feed it while they do sand experiments on the Mind Flayer particles that they somehow now have in Russia. This all seems terribly budget and ill thought out, and I'm not quite sure why the Soviet Union has stuck them in the arse end of nowhere in a backwater prison in northeast Siberia. You'd think they'd be in a top-notch facility, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah, you think they want to question Hopper? You think they want to do maybe look at Hopper, investigate him a little more? No.
Well, you see, they punched him a few times in Moscow, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm going to send you to the evil place because I don't like filthy Americans," which is definitely a thing the Soviets would do.
I'm like, say what you will about the Soviets, they were very suspicious people. They should be a lot more suspicious about.
Who was the guy in who was the leader of the KGB who was like Putin's predecessor? He was in Chernobyl. Yeah. That's how I know about him. Like, where's he? Because you'd think he'd be all over Hopper.
Yeah, you think he'd be very heavily. Not Gorbachev. Gorbachev was the premier. I know who you mean. I can't remember his name, but I do know who you mean. Anyway, the point is this the entire location where Hopper is kind of just nonsense. And they have him working on the railroads in Siberia is just kind of insane. I don't know, but that's just mad. Why are we doing that? What if he dies? Like, what if he dies in the freezing cold and you lose your only first-hand witness to what the hell was going on in Hawkins' lab? But anyway, never mind. Yeah. That's where he is. Enzo apparently just has access to him, some random guard. They haven't hand-picked, very highly, carefully selected, briefed, background-checked guards for the special prison with the Oogie Boogie monsters from another dimension. No, sir, just random... Yeah, just random chumps off the street, I guess. Anyway, that's all happening. Murray and Joyce go to Alaska, and they meet. What's the pilot's name again?
Yuri.
Yuri. Yeah, they meet Yuri. Well, man, what we find about Yuri in that last episode is so funny in retrospect. we meet Yuri. Yuri is crazy, drunk, stereotypical Russian lunatic man who is got rotting teeth and is just I love my mother and I want the money for my mother.
He's just a nutter. He wants money. That's all he wants.
He just like me for real.
So crazy Russian guy who's doing a really sketchy deal. Potentially on the basis, potentially on behalf of the KGB, potentially not. But either way, this is super sketchy and weird. Offers them a drink. He's like, sit down, have this nice hot cup of tea, and we'll just wait around. I see you've brought all this money with you. Just don't worry about it. Just drink this tea I'm giving you. And Murray, super suspicious Murray, who we know owns guns and who we know keeps guns and we know knows how to use guns and is super paranoid and doesn't trust the Russians or the KGB, decides to drink the tea.
Yeah, it's the fucking Doctor Strange thing again. He's like, why are you drinking this in the place where you're supposed to be suspicious,
Yeah. The thing is, I'd say it's out of character for Joyce to do that too, but it's way more egregious with Murray because that's his entire character is that he's paranoid, sometimes to a fault, but sometimes it really does actually help them.
I mean, considering what he's witnessed in the last couple of years, his paranoia should be off the fucking charts right now.
And I will just say, I myself am an exceptionally paranoid person. If someone I didn't know, who I was trying to like barter a deal with to like traffic a man back into the country, offered me a drink, I'd be like, no, I'm good.
Nope.
I'll pass.
I have my own little bottle of water.
Yeah, that's where you and I differ, Bagel. I did that, and I drank it, and I got my man back fine, so it all works out, you know?
See, what you guys don't know is that I have a high tolerance for all types of drugs and poisons. So when someone tries to drug me, it simply doesn't affect me, and then I get to watch the shock and horror on their faces as they realize I'm not going to pass out, and that they're actually trapped in my basement.
Sheev just pulls him out of Sandro, where he drinks the poison and hands it straight back, and he's like, your turn.
Like, okay, Sherlock from the hit series BBC Sherlock.
But I hope that gets revived, like the rumors suggest. Yeah.
I would rather die. I would rather castrate myself with a fish knife. Anyway,
that can be.
What is Joe Biden's plan to address the return of Sherlock?
But anyway.
It'll just be a video of 10 seconds of me just staring at the camera and being like, "Fuck," and then the video will end.
I tried to text my close personal friend H Bomber Guy, and I was like, Mr. Harris Bomber Guy, what are your thoughts on Sherlock? He didn't respond.
Secret good fourth Sherlock episode.
Secret good fourth Sherlock episode.
Apple Tree Yard.
Actually, that was what I forgot I was gonna say earlier. The whole thing with 11 just reminded me of the bit from H Bomber Guy Sherlock video where he's like, oh, and a second person he extra super forgot about, and it just reminded me of the whole 11 storyline.
Yeah, fair.
Extra super forgot about.
Yeah.
Anyway, back in Russia, I will say I do like Hopper this season. I think Hopper this season is a return to season 1 Hopper, which I'm very grateful for. I really like his banter with Enzo. I really like the conversations they have and the nihilism of Hopper and Enzo's conversations. And like, this is just another thing which is really funny in the respect. We get a scene, which is a really good scene, by the way, where the breakout has failed, Yuri's betrayed them, Enzo's now a prisoner with him, rather than just being shot for some reason, which you'd think he would be. But they're sitting in the cell together, and Hopper...
I guess.
Yeah, maybe. And Hopper just has this little thing where he's talking about like, oh, I'm cursed. I used to think I was cursed by bad things because all this bad stuff happened to me, but now I realize I'm the curse. And he talks about his experiences handling Agent Orange in the Vietnam War and how that caused the cancer for his daughter, and like how he just brings pain to everyone and he's miserable, and like, it's really impactful.
Well, it's worth pointing out that like all the other people who worked on the Agent Orange with him had similar things happen to them. So like when he decided to have a child, he knew the risks and he did it anyway, which I think is important. That's an important parallel to draw, because like what he's talking about specifically now is like I roped Joyce into this and I put her in danger. It's the same thing as like when I got Sarah killed. Joyce is now going to die, and that's my fault because I brought her into this.
Yeah, I will say, Jolly, I slightly disagree with you. I don't think he's as good as season 1 Hopper. I think he's not nearly, like, not even slightly as bad as season 3 Hopper. That was just unwatchable. But like season 4 Hopper, I'm just kind of like he's just a bit like, I don't know. He feels like he's kind of like almost like going through the motions of the character that he was in season 1. But like I agree, it is better. But like
what?
Something that like it's just like, I don't know. It's something that I was a little bit like, I don't know. Maybe it's just that I watched it after having watched season 3 and I was just so still pissed off about it. But like I felt like he was still just like not as good as he was in season 1 and 2. But like he is definitely better,
he's much better than season 2. Season 2 Hopper's unbearable. But season 1 Hopper and season 4 Hopper are the only Hoppers I care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like the same thing with similarly with Robin, is that like, yeah, Hopper just feels like he has a different personality every season. Like season 1 and 4 Hopper is like, he's fine.
Wait, hang on.
Also,
Robin has a different personality every season?
Yeah, no, I'll get to
that's
that.
Like a general criticism people have for season 4 is like Robin is just a completely different person.
I don't agree with that.
I don't either. But I've heard that said. Like, Friendly Space
anyway,
Ninja said it.
No, I agree with him. I watched it and I was so annoyed, but I'll get to that later. But the thing is, Hopper, he definitely feels better than he did in season 3 and season 2. But like, I don't know, he's still. But that was getting to my second point, is that I like that moment where it harkens back to the moment in season 2 where he's talking to Elle about like the black hole that he feels that he is, and he just sucks everyone in and everyone dies and gets hurt because of him. And Elle says, he says like, I was worried it would suck you in too, and I'm sorry. And it's a really touching scene between them, and I really love that scene. But I thought that was a good through line. I think I had mixed feelings about Hopper this season, definitely better. But also, what I was gonna say is that I actually have a personal account of someone who actually had a very similar like story of Hopper in in the war. So back when I was in school, a person came to talk to us who actually was like an active, like combatant in that war, who actually like dropped Agent Orange on people and like caused like dropped like that kind of like chemical warfare shit. And I've seen firsthand like the psychological impact that it has on people. Like when that guy was telling the story that he was like back in school that he told us, I was like almost like in tears like listening to his story, because it was just so impactful and so upsetting and just so hard to listen to. So I like that element of Hopper's arc. I think that was good, because I've seen what like firsthand that exact kind of context, like what it does to someone, and I think it breaks you as a person. Like it destroys you emotionally and mentally, and I like how that was reflected in Hopper's character, both in season 1 and in season 4. But I have issues with Hopper, like partially because I don't like the romance with Joyce. I think that's dumb, but partially just because like yeah, I feel like he was definitely like, I guess, underutilized this season. But David Harbour.
I mean, to be fair, he was in a gulag. What could they have done with him that they didn't do?
Write a different story. That's what they should have done. But yeah.
But like season 4 has to pick up from where season 3 left off, which is like he's in a gulag.
Yeah, but like, yeah. But like, yeah, I have mixed feelings about Hopper. Like he was probably. He wasn't my favorite character in season 1. I mean, he was one of my favorite characters, and watching the way that the writers decided to like give him like a brain parasite in season 3 for some reason, I was like, okay, that's horrible, and it made me sad, it made me angry. Season 4, I think I was maybe just still like mourning like that, so I probably saw him like a different light. But I was also like, I can't distance what he did in season 3 and like his actions in season 3 from the guy he is in season 4, and it like I can't just be like, okay, he just lost his mind for like a week in season 3 and then he is fine in season 4. Like I have to like, I can't parse those things entirely. Like I have to
I don't think that's a fair thing to do. I think like when a course correction is made on a character, to be like, oh, okay, we fucked up the writing in the previous season, we're going to revert them now. Like I don't think it's then fair to be like, oh no, even though I hated what they did last season, you should carry on being a dick for continuity's sake.
No,
like, no, sometimes the writers just need to realize.
I think what she's saying is that he's kind of just tarnished no matter what now. Like even if you course correct, like he still did those things.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, like he. That's more what I meant. Like I was traumatized by season 3 Hopper so much that I was watching season 4 Hopper, and I was like, I just feel so disillusioned with this character now, because like I loved him in season 1, thought he was amazing. He's not great in season 2, but he's at least it makes sense why he's so angry and frustrated in season 2, and like why he's so upset with Elle all the time. Because he like it's two people at odds who are like both trying to like have a dialogue with each other about what they think is right, and Elle is trying to like she's tired of being stuck in this house and she wants to leave, and Hopper just wants to keep her safe, but Elle doesn't get that because she's a child, and Hopper is a very like damaged, broken man, also bad at expressing his emotions. But like I actually quite like their dynamics in season 2, but like in season 4 I watch it and I watch it with the context of having him just being a fucking crazy person in season 3, and like murder people with like no remorse throughout that season, attack people, like just a violent, like misogynistic, emotionally intelligent idiot. And I'm like, the character just makes me sad now. I'm like you know what, you could have been so much more, and they just ruined you. And the course correction, I respect the effort to try to fix it, but I'm like, it's a little too late, But,
sure. I mean, yeah, I guess there's something to be said that like you can't fully parse like your own perception of the character based on past experience, but like I guess since we're trying to judge season 4 based on its own merits, like do you think the course correction was done well, and that like just by itself that like he's a really good character there?
To be honest, I thought it had some really strong moments. I really like certain parts of like his interactions with the other prisoners, and like especially the scene where he's in in the feast and he realizes what's happening, and which like good scene, but it was extremely funny because that is basically like exactly the scene in Chicken Run where they're like that's exactly what happened. That is almost beat for beat a scene in Chicken Run, which made me laugh.
I forgot about the Demogorgon in Chicken Run. That must have been like it's been a while since I watched that movie, admittedly, but
putting that aside, which I couldn't get that out of my head the whole time, but like on its own, that is quite a good scene. I like that scene. You're right. I should look at it from its own perspective. I like I said, I'm gonna stop trying to like reference the other seasons. I know I'm trying to look at it at its own, but like I have a hard time doing that just a lot because I'm someone who gets stuck on stuff, especially stuff that doesn't like align with other seasons. So, however, that on its own, I think the arc is fine. Like, I think it's fine. I don't hate it. I think it's decent, but Hopper as a character, I can't. Yeah, like I can't divorce him from his fucking like brain parasite.
I think his arc in season 4 is pretty good, and I think it is the strongest part of an otherwise really bad plot line.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There's let's talk about again some of the logistics here, because there's his escape plan depends on another inmate smashing in his ankle with a hammer, and I'm like, I don't understand how you're walking around for the rest of the show. I don't understand how you're able to fight a Demogorgon with what should be like a broken ankle. I don't understand, by the way, how after escaping barefoot and going through the Siberian wasteland, I don't have severe frostbite or froze to death. I don't understand how, when they're escaping from the prison the first time round in the van and they get peppered with AK-47 fire from less than 10 yards by 5 guys with guns, how any of them survive that barrage, considering how devastating AK-47s are and the fact they're in a van, not an armored vehicle.
He took the Gendry Baratheon like steroids that allow him to survive the cold and just kind of
and run all the way back to the wall. Yeah,
they just see Gendry running the other way.
Yeah. Gendry's just in
also,
Siberia
side note, I like it how the Russians are carving up, dissecting a live Demodog right above an escape vent it could climb out of and just get out into the grounds at any moment if it gets free. That was clever. Well done, guys.
Good job.
Top-notch science. Yeah, top-notch science work from you lads.
But Andrew, as Andrew pointed out, but he has cool sword.
Yeah, also that sword just doesn't fit in like aesthetically with any of the other weapons in that lockup. That's just so out of place. It's kind of mad.
I was giggling
the Demogorgon can tank AK-47 fire from point blank range, but it can't take a sword to the head. I don't believe you.
Yeah. Hopper just like turns it into like butter whenever he needs to cut through it, I guess.
Yeah. Murray sets it on fire. I mean, Murray gets to have his boss moment where he sets it on fire, which is kind of cool, to be fair. But like, also in the midst of all this, so like they try and they're like, okay, we need to get out of Russia, and like for some reason the Russian authorities just haven't noticed that their top secret facility's gone down in flames. You'd think they were like immediate choppers and army on the way. Like, sure, they're in the middle of nowhere, but like, planes and choppers go fast. So you'd think there would be people right there and immediately, because that's a top security prison. Anyway, again, with an ugly boogly monster in the basement. But besides that, so Yuri's like, okay, Yuri, we need you to get us away out of here. But Yuri doesn't have a plane, and Yuri's like, well, I have a chopper. But he's deliberately sabotaging the reconstruction of this chopper because he wants them to get caught, because he's like, fuck these guys. And they leave Enzo with him, and Enzo, because Enzo and Co realize what he's doing, Enzo takes him aside and has this little heart-to-heart where he's like, I heard stories of Yuri, the great Russian soldier who bravely led his troop into combat, and single-handedly stormed the great fortress of blah, 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 blah. Is this true? And Yuri's like, yes, that's true, I did do that. And Enzo's like, oh, now all I see is this pathetic drunk loser, like, you like, who won't do what needs to be done to fight a great evil that transcends either the Soviets or the Americans, and like, we're all in this together, and you should find your courage, you asshole, and walks off. And I'm like, this would be really impactful if this had been set up at all before this scene that you've just mentioned it in, particularly given we had Hopper.
When we were watching it together, we were just like, that could have been a very, very strong scene if that had been said. Because like, the obvious parallel to draw here is between Yuri is like, with Hopper, the sort of like war veteran drunk character who in this version, like, this is Hopper if he cared way more about like his own self-interest and about like money than like about helping people, like the sort of you could have Hopper kind of be the character to be like, so like, I see the facade you're putting on because I too have like these sort of these horror stories from war, and I can see the thing that's like that, the light inside your eyes go out every time this thing is mentioned, or this thing, you may have everyone else fooled, but like, you're not fooling me. I know, I see right through you. And like, that could be the conversation.
Murray's random kung fu skills.
Oh God, don't even get me started.
There's two ex machinas, right? There's the one on the plane where he like. Also, I love how Murray in that scene is like, Joyce is like, we need to escape and take over the plane, and Murray's like, and how are you gonna do that? He's like, well, I'm gonna grab his gun, and Murray's like, are you kidding me? Like, you can't shoot him. Like, no one else has to fly the plane. We need him. then Murray gets free and then uses sudden kung fu skills because he's like, oh, I beat a 13-year-old once in my class.
He was 16.
Becomes Bruce Lee. Oh, he's 16, whatever. Like, becomes Bruce Lee in the back of the plane, overwhelms who we later find out is a decorated war veteran with much combat experience.
He just just forgot about all his combat experience.
Yeah, exactly. And Murray just like knocks him clean out, and then Joyce is like, "What the hell? Who's flying the plane?" I'm like, "Yeah, Murray. Who is flying the plane? If only someone had mentioned that earlier, Murray."
Murray. I don't know. Yeah, they keep dealing damage to
Murray.
Murray, and it's kind of insane because it's like he's a pretty simple character to write for. He's the paranoid, like conspiracy theorist who like actually kind of like is onto stuff more often than he's not. You know, that's all. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do for Murray. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Murray reuses his kung fu skills to knock out some Russian guards in the gulag, which like, okay, all right, sure, yeah,
like,
absolutely, whatever.
Guns.
That's his character arc.
We got dudes with guns.
Right.
I mean, he did beat Jeremiah, who's like a black belt, and he's 16, so.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom, but I will be right back.
Okay. While she's gone, I suppose we should do a brief intermission and kind of catch up on what exactly it is we're trying to do here. Because we've just spent a very long amount of time criticizing the show to hell and back, and we're going to do that more when she gets back, because there's just a lot to say. So why is it, Jolly, that we still defend this season and think it's at least a 5, if not a 6 out of 10?
Because whilst a lot of the like minute, like step by step, like so the way I think I phrased this to you was like the scenes, like the overall scenes are good, and the themes they're trying to portray are well portrayed. Like they communicate those themes well. It's just the problem is that like the itty bitty mechanical details of like the the intricacies of those scenes just don't hold up to scrutiny, right? Like things just are contrived or broken in order to force those plot lines into motion. But that does not change the fact that those plot lines are in motion, and occasionally that motion takes us to places that are resonant and like have great thematic payoff. Either because they're building off stuff that's been established in better seasons, or because they are just well arrived at in this season, and also because that brokenness is not evenly spread. Right, some things are broken, some things are very much not broken and are well constructed. And like Eddie is a good character. I will fucking die on this hill. And so there is a lot.
Shut up, Bagel.
There is a lot there to like. It is unfortunately the case that like logistically, and also there's also other considerations when you're talking about media, like the acting performances and the budget. Not the budget, like how the budget was used, how everything looks, how the cinematography looks. All these little details that go into conveying theme. And yes, a lot of the plot is intrinsically broken, and yes, some of the characters are intrinsically broken, but also like a lot of it is good. And so this is like. We almost, do you remember that conversation we had about like how there were two different kinds of 5 out of 10?
Mm-hmm. Very well. I reference it all the time.
Yeah, where like one of them is just like everything is just a bit shit. Like there's nothing that stands out, nothing is very broken. Everything is just kind of crap, like mediocre and mid, and that's like your typical 5. But then there's the 5s which are like almost more frustrating because they're this like weird balancing seesaw between like really good and really terrible. You just kind of have to like. Come to this weird, like I guess it's a 5 overall, but also fucking hell I'm annoyed.
So yeah, like the Suicide Squad is my go-to because I'm just like great character work in the Suicide Squad. Some of the like honestly like the best DCEU movie by default, but that's really not saying anything. Like it has got some strong stuff in that movie, but unfortunately the plot is nonsense. And also Harley.
Or Alien Romulus as well, like where like the first half is so excellent and the second half is just absolute trash.
No,
I'm trying to think of something similar.
Oh god.
Spider-Man: Homecoming is an example of this. I think really good character work.
Yeah.
And a lot of good plot stuff in that too. It's just unfortunately a lot of bad plot stuff as well.
So with Stranger Things season, sorry, Bagel, just to round this off. Like with Stranger Things season 4, I think like the reason I ended up as like a 6.4 overall is like it is that thing of like there's lots of really good, there's lots of really shit. There's nothing that's really that in the middle. However, the scales are slightly in favor of the things that are good, and that's why I'm like it is tipping up towards a 6 in a bit rather than like being dead a middle.
I will say the reason I'm on the stream is because I feel the other way. I feel like it tips way more towards the bad, but like for me that's just again just an opinion. But like for me the bad far outweighed the good. But yeah. So yeah.
Well,
it's just down to opinion,
That's why we're boxing.
Everybody.
It's just everyone's. I guess it just depends on what you particularly value going into a piece of media, or the fact that you're just objectively wrong and we're right. That's why we have these discussions. Actually, like these knife edge discussions are actually where I think discussion gets most interesting because like we can point to things like all three of us were like that's really good, that was really well done. But then Bagel will say something like, Eddie's a bad character. And we're like, what do you mean? And that comes down to almost like just a particular subjective perspective on a character rather than anything objectively that was done with them. Like
Whereas,
the same
like,
objective
if we're talking
criteria exists for both sides, but it's the interpretation that changes.
If we're talking about like the Acolyte, it's like, oh well, that's just obviously bad, and like everyone on this panel is just we could spend hours just breaking down the Acolyte and being like, yeah, and that was shit, and that was shit, and that was shit.
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah, well, it's also why like, for example, I don't think like I would have wanted to do like a Stranger Things season 3 breakdown, because it would have just me being like garbage, bad, trash, horrible, shit.
It would have just been me violently screeching and just like crying and throwing things around in my room.
Like it would have been. We would have been Will when they tried to burn the mind flayer out of him.
Yeah, that's she like having like all the like grifterness exercise from his body.
Wow, no one could ever do that.
But yeah. No, it was funny because because specifically like I was actually having a really good conversation with a friend the other day so we like certain pieces of media but in like contrasting ways, and we're very good friends but we disagree on a lot of media. And something that my friend always says is that I will always listen to someone who is making a good faith argument about a show even if you disagree. And that is something that I've always like held in high regard, where like if I know someone is not stupid and is making this argument out of a place of like genuinely wanting to explore why something is good or why it fails or why it's complicated, I will always listen to that person and be like, okay, I take this into consideration. I don't necessarily agree, but I understand why you think that. Like if it was just like me and Cheeve and Jolly like screaming at each other for like 3 hours about, about how we're wrong, like I feel like that would not be enjoyable. But it's good to have like conversations like this where it's like, okay, I see your points, but also skill issue. No, it's
speaking of these disagreements. So because we kind of covered Russia now, like tell me about Robin and why you're wrong about Robin.
So the thing with Robin is that I really like Robin in season 3. I think she's a great character. Like she just like me for real. Like I really like her. I think she's fun. She has some moments where I'm a bit like, okay, like you don't speak Russian, nor could you even begin to parse the Russian language fast enough to, break a cipher in Russian that is being heard on like a sketchy ass radio. But like whatever. But I like Robin. I think she's fun. Her coming out scene to Steve is one of the very few moments in season 3 that I thought was genuinely good. I think she's a really fun character. Robin in season 4 is so obnoxious. Like I'm sorry, she drives me insane. She her entire character now is just that she gets like really anxious and like talks a lot. She's like babbling and like, oh, am I like upsetting you? And Nancy's like, no, you're just talking. And I'm like, that happens like 5 or 6 times in the season, and it was absolutely driving me crazy.
Specifically in the context of her talking, because like she only really does the babbling thing when she's talking to her crush, which obviously, and when she's talking to Nancy, which she thinks things are awkward between her and Nancy because they kind of are, because whether Nancy's willing to admit it or not, she assumes that that Robin is dating Steve, and that like fucks with her because. Again, they're doing that stupid like will they won't they with her and Steve, and like the love triangle nonsense with her and Jonathan and all that. So like the tension is there, and Robin is picking up on the tension, and that's making her uncomfortable because she just doesn't like awkwardness. And I don't think there's anything in season 3 that contradicts that as a characterization.
There's also the thing, and I think this is important to recognize, that season 3 Robin, in terms of in universe, is actually out of character Robin. And there's reasons for that, right? Which is like every time we see Robin in season 3, up until the last few episodes where she and Steve become friends, and at which point I would say is indistinguishable from season 4 Robin. But up until then, she's Robin. I'm working with a guy I fucking hate in a job I don't fucking like, with a kid who's being really annoying.
Honestly, but I honestly think I prefer that version of her because like she's I will say in season 3, like maybe it's out of character for her to be that way, but she seems almost like self-assured and like pretty like like confident, I guess. Maybe confident's not the right word, but she seems like more like self-possessed than she is in season 4.
Well, and it was actually like really, she has nothing to prove. Like she doesn't even like Steve, and also isn't attracted to him because she's gay. So like it's not like she's like stumbling over her words in the same way she would with Vicky, the girl she's into this season. She has no reason to be nervous around them.
Or Nancy, who she thinks hates her because of an assumption about her character that she can't begin to explain without outing herself in a time and a place where it's really dangerous to out yourself.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's fair. I think that's a good acknowledgement. But also the thing is, like, it's also just a personal thing. Like, I really don't like scenes of characters just
Women.
I mean yes I actually hate scenes of women. I think all women should die, but but
Bagel's like a massive internalized misogyny, like I just fucking hate women. Fucking women on my screens.
But the thing is that, like, as a queer woman myself, I get, like, I can understand that, and I also, like, you have to watch with the frame of mind where it's like, she can't be out in conservative small town Indiana, which I get that. Same
in
with
the
Will.
80s, yeah.
In the 80s.
In the 80s, yeah. Yeah, like, that is something I'm fully aware of. However, I just, as a person, as someone who consumes media, hate scenes of characters babbling. And, like, it drives me insane. And especially, like, when they're just talking in circles. And I say that, I know that's very, like, rich coming from me, because I often talk in circles and, don't always get my points across very well. But when they're especially, like, babbling because they think they're misunderstood, or just being like, well, actually, I don't know, I'm like, oh my god. I know what they're doing, and in small doses, it's fine. I think it works, but, like, it happens, like, so many times in the season with Robin, and it was driving me insane. I was like, okay, you just need one of these.
That's the thing.
So
like,
I'm trying to count how many times it happens. It happens when she's talking to.
It happens when she's talking to
Sorry,
Vicky because she's nervous because she's talking to her crush, and it happens when she's talking to Nancy because she thinks that they're, like, she senses tension there because of, like, preconceived notions that Nancy has. That stupid bullshit with her and Steve and Jonathan and all that, like, all that dumb drama. Like, that's the only times that happens. Otherwise, she's pretty, like, calm and collected and sure of herself, I would think.
No, it happens like 3 times with Nancy. It was actually driving me crazy. I didn't write it down each time, but, like, yeah, it happens once when they're looking at the old newspapers. It happens another time outside of wherever they are. It happens a third time.
That's
right.
Well,
those first 2 times are the same time, right?
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
That's,
is, like,
still, like, the tension's still there.
It happens with Nancy while the tension is there, and then the second that's no longer a factor, it's just not a thing. And then again, the only time it ever happens again is, I think, when she's talking to Vicky at the end.
No,
in fact, it's Robin who's incredibly self-possessed enough to have the little speech in the doctor's office where she, like, bullshits a reason for them to go see the guy that Nancy would never have been able to, because Nancy is just, like, too restrained and, like, unsure of what, non-spontaneous, and can't improvise. And Robin is the one who actually sees what needs to be done and does it.
It also happens later on the forest, like, in one of the scenes. I don't remember what the context is, but she does it again, and it was beginning to get.
Well, hang on, hell, that's on the way to fight Vecna, right? Where she's like, I think one of us is gonna die.
No, not that scene. It's a different scene. But yeah, like they're talking about something, and it was like her just like yapping a lot. And again, like I said, very rich coming from me, who is, like, possibly the most person who has never shut the fuck up in the entire world. But it actually it just drove me crazy, like, how many times, like just how long those scenes were and how frustrating they were, because I had issues with it. And also, yeah, like, Robin just kind of felt like very one note this season, in my opinion. But yeah, just kind of I didn't like what they did with her this season.
Like, they didn't do that much with her character, I'll grant. Other than, like, she has a crush and is also just generally, like, trying to help everyone that she can, just like everyone else in that plot line.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, like, it's fine if like, personal preference wise, you just don't like the way they handled her, but, like, I don't like the notion, and again, like, this is something Friendly Space Ninja argued in his video, that, like, she's out of character, because, like, I just don't think that's true.
Well, yeah, I guess that's, like, a fair, point to make. I guess it's more than just, I guess, in terms of, like, being in character, out of character, it's more that she just feels almost like a amalgamation of character traits, but not an actual character. Like, she just kind of does things, like, when the plot demands it. And, like, you're more than welcome to disagree with me on that. Like, I'm open to hearing critiques.
Oh, don't worry, I do.
I just felt like she was not very, like, she's not very cohesively defined this season, in my opinion.
Well, I guess my question is, like, on what basis? Because, like, let's just, like, do a tally of her traits from season 4, right? Like, so she's good at improvising. Like, she's a good person at thinking on her feet. She's creative. She's physically clumsy. She gabbles when she's nervous. Specifically. But she's otherwise, like, one of the more intelligent characters who's able to work things out relatively quicker than most of the other people, including Nancy, by the way. Like, Robin has a lot of Robin and Dustin, I think, have the majority of the insights into what the fuck is going on, and unlike Dustin, she seems to actually bother to work them out first.
The one thing I appreciated is that she's like, can we, like, actually, like, justify our points, and Dustin is like, no, we can just assume that. She's like, no, I want to know why. Like, we should explain why this is happening. Yeah.
She wants peer
which is exactly what she was like
research,
in season 3. Yeah, which is exactly what she was like in season 3, where she's like, no, I don't follow your chain of logic. You're gonna have to walk me through that one, bud. Literally, the only thing that's changed between seasons 3 and 4 is like she is in a more friendly environment, but also a more unsure environment. So like with Steve, it's like, I know where I stand. You're the dickhead. I'm gonna be closed off to you. Like, I fucking hate you. You're an asshole. Now she's with the guy she really likes, but obviously that's totally platonic, and as part of a group that's like where bonkers crazy shit is happening, and like half the team don't seem to know why she's there, and one of them is actively seemingly hostile to her because of this an assumption about her sexuality that she can't rebut without putting herself in severe danger, especially as the town's in the middle of a satanic panic.
Yeah, like maybe if she knew Nancy better and like could be sure that Nancy isn't a fucking homophobe or something, that she could just be like, no, it's fine. Like I'm gay. Don't you have nothing to worry about.
Personally,
by the way, I would like to put. Well, hang on, yeah. I'd like to point out, like, it's entirely likely that Nancy is a homophobe. Season 1, because I was watching the first episode the other day, sort of confirms that both Hopper and Joyce kind of are, which is mental.
Well, yeah, a little
bit. So, like, if Joyce is like that and Hopper's like that, and I imagine Nancy's probably not far off considering her upbringing.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's not actively hostile, like, I don't think Nancy's like, I fucking hate those queer, dirty people, but she'd be like, oh, you're gay. Like, that's, oh.
She might get like uncomfortable around her, like, oh, are you attracted to me?
Well, it'd be like, it's like, you know, it's like trans panicky, like, oh, are you hanging around with me because you're just a friend, or are you hanging around with me because you're trying to check me out and that's creeping me out, you weirdo?
Yeah. No, I was gonna make a joke about I hope Nancy says a slur in season 4, but I'm not gonna go that far. But like Joyce, like
Steve out of nowhere just randomly turns around to like Vicky and Rob and is like, you dykes.
No, have you? I don't know if you guys have seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but there's an episode in season 12 when Danny DeVito's character, like, so Rob McElhenney's character is about to get like a piano dropped on him, and Danny DeVito just from across the street tells Rob McElhenney's character, he's like, move, like F slur, and then he moves out of the way. I was like, I hope Nancy just does that in season 5. I
hope Vecna just drops the F bomb, you know, like. Just call them the F slur, yeah.
You know, literally. I want Vecna to get cancelled in the show.
Yeah, it turns out the reason Eleven and Lucas don't actually get on that well is that Eleven's been like burying a deep down like disgust of black people the entire time.
No, one of the funniest like shots in the show is like the scene where Eleven is like crying and she turns around and sees the rainbow. I was like, that has to be a reference to all the Millie Bobby Brown jokes. Like that had to be intentional. That was so funny. But anyway,
I want them to canonize that Joyce doesn't like 11 because Winona Ryder doesn't like Millie Bobby Brown.
Wait, really? She doesn't?
I don't think she doesn't
that's
like
the hint
her.
I don't think she doesn't like her. It's just that there's been some pointed comments about her how much she cares about certain things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she has any animosity toward Millie Bobby Brown, but it is funny that like she's very clearly like she did that statement where she was like, some of my younger co-stars just like don't watch movies, and like that was clearly throwing shade at Millie Bobby Brown. Like,
yeah. God, I like Winona Ryder. Don't beef with that child. That however old she is.
She's 22.
She's 22.
Yeah.
No
she's
way.
Married.
You're lying. Hang on.
She's married. She's married to John Bon Jovi's kid.
The show has been going on for so long that those kids are like actually adults now.
Actually, she's 20. She's still an adult
fuck
though.
off.
But yeah, she is.
she's still she's still an adult, and B, she's still married, so the point still stands.
Yeah.
But anyway, I can't believe that it's Jake Bon Jovi, but it's like Italianized, and I really like that Bon Jovi just deleted the G and the I from this movie. That's funny. But anyway, back on topic. Yeah, like the thing with Robin is, for me personally, I just don't like what they did with her character, but just a personal preference, and there are things that I understand about her character.
I don't want to cut you off, but Andrew just said that Millie Bobby Brown is older than him, and I don't know what to do with that information now.
Kick him. Unmod him.
Wait, no,
right
she
now.
isn't, because she's 20 and you're 21. What are you talking about? Hang on. I gotta get her exact birth date.
Andrew is actually 12 and still has that mustache.
She's 20 years old. She was born February 19th, 2004. Andrew, confirm, are you younger than Millie Bobby Brown? Because if so...
I didn't say 22. No, she said 22. What is this gaslighting?
To be fair, I got the number 22 from, like, you said that when we were watching the show. You said, this is a 22-year-old woman. You said it. Yes, you did.
This is such a lie. What the hell's going on?
No, because we were watching the 11 flashback
no,
stuff.
fuck you. I'm on Bagel's team now. Yeah, Stranger Things 4 season 4 sucks.
Oh my
fuck
god. We were watching her plot line, and you were like, "This is a 22-year-old woman playing a 7-year-old girl," and I was like, "Oh, she's 22." And then I just kept that in the recesses of my mind because fuck you. You can finish the stream on your own. Goodbye.
This is a lie. I don't believe you. I did not say she was 22.
But
I said she was a grown woman playing a small child.
You said the number 22, and I know you did because that's the only reason that number was in my mind. You fucking liar!
I have said the number 22 at some point in my life. Yes, I am 30. I have done maths. The number 22 was probably past my lips.
No,
it was not in that context.
You're gaslighting me. No, I refuse to allow this.
Sheev, drop the receipts right now. I want to see who's lying.
I wasn't recording it. I wish I'd been recording our reactions. I would fucking fish that shit out and be like, see? Because I remember what part it was at, too.
My friend actually did that a while back with like a phone call we were all on, and she just, I don't know why she was recording, but my friend said something, and then like another friend was like, no, you didn't say that. She's like, yes, I did. And she literally said like a soundbite of the clip, and my other friend was like, what is wrong with you? I was like, yeah, that's but I think she should just start recording all of his
Sadie Sink is older than Andrew, though.
Really?
Oh my God, yeah, she is. Yeah.
She is the oldest of the children in that cast, I think.
Even though she looks like one of the youngest.
Yeah, well, she looks. I would say she's the only person in the cast at this point who was originally a child who actually still looks like a child, and she's older than all of them. Like
I still like how I ruined Nancy for she, because she was like, oh man, Nancy's so hot, and I was like, she just looks like a female Timothy Chalamet.
She does.
I hate you.
But yeah, I hate Nancy. Nancy's so fucking annoying. But yeah,
See, Bagel just hates women.
Yeah.
I do. Well, no, I don't hate all women. I think I think that fucking Sadie Sink is really good. She's
So you realize that's what misogynists say, right? It's like, oh, I don't hate all women.
I have friends who are women.
I have women friends, so therefore.
So some of my best friends are women.
I literally saw someone try to make that argument on Reddit the other day, and I was like,
Reddit.
It wasn't women, but it was like I have like trans friends or something, and I'm like, so I can confidently say that trans people don't deserve rights, and I'm like, okay, that's not what that means. I'm like, you're just saying shit. But yeah, fuck that. Andrew, why do you hate Finn Wolfhard?
He just doesn't like Finn Wolfhard. He keeps calling him a little rat child. I love that.
Okay, okay, Andrew, we're gonna have to work on your anger.
I will say this: he does look in the same way that Timothy Chalamet looks French. Finn Wolfhard looks French because he has that kind of rat-like look that like a lot of French guys have. I don't know why it's a specifically French thing, but it is.
He's malnourished.
Yeah, he's Francois.
Anyway,
he's Remy from Ratatouille.
He's Linguini.
He's Linguini.
Yeah.
Sorry, speaking of Ratatouille, and have you guys heard the headcanon that Remy is trans and his father accepted
I feel like
as
we've
trans,
tangented long enough.
Yeah, I think we're going off topic.
I was trying to steer us back, and then we brought up Ratatouille.
Okay, whatever. But yeah, so yeah,
let's do the conclusion because we've sort of rounded out the plot lines themselves. Let's just talk about the final payoff of so Vecna has been defeated. Woohoo! He's hobbling just off camera shot apparently because I don't know how he got out of there in time. But and everyone's back in Hawkins through the power of teleportation and plot contrivance because I don't know how they got back, but oh well. Dustin gets his heartwarming moment, which is cool with Eddie's uncle. That's really lovely. I love that scene. And
Same.
Robin gets her payoff with Vicky, which is cool because Vicky's boyfriend apparently skedaddled when the demons crawled through hell.
And
which
Steve
I get it.
Chad, just watching them.
Steve being a fucking legend yet again. Jonathan and Nancy have the world's most awkward reunion, which is kind of
that's the funny thing about that is they set up this stupid love triangle that nobody cares about, and then they didn't even resolve it. They finally interacted for the first time at the end of the season, and it's like, yeah, we're still doing this by the way, and I'm like, oh, yay.
Yeah. And
I'm
like, you know,
literally.
Eleven gets to talk to Hopper, who's back just in time because Yuri can fly a chopper at the speed of sound, apparently.
Yeah, he's actually like a fucking like Navy jet or not Navy like Air Force jet. They just like took over
Yeah,
from
and,
Russia.
and as Yuri pointed out, NORAD didn't shoot them out of the sky, which is like, you know, huzzah, I guess, that
Which
the
that
helicopter
was
didn't show up
considerate
on
of
radar
them.
coming over from Alaska. Yeah, really nice of them, actually. The general apparently just didn't bother getting involved past this point, doesn't think Eleven's still a threat, even though a town just exploded. And the police didn't have any questions for Lucas, so that's all good. And Max is alive, hurrah! Which question? So Max being alive should mean the ritual is incomplete, right? And yet the town explodes anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think the argument was that I believe the argument was that
Her
like
mind is
because
dead.
she it's because she like technically died for like a minute that it was enough to open the gate, which I can buy that.
But then
I
why
can
did it
accept that.
close?
The gate
Well,
opened
I think
after she was brought back, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Was
so the
it?
gate gets opened. Hang on, the gate gets opened, then Max gets brought back, and the gate seals up, and then she comes, and then the gate reopens again. So I'm like, why did the gate reopen if bringing her back to life sealed it?
Okay, that's actually one thing I was gonna like give the show credit for, but
See what you don't
that actually makes
know
sense.
is
Yeah.
that there was another person that Vecna was targeting at the same time as Max. We just didn't
The
know about
dad.
him all season.
It was Victor Creel.
It was
They
Victor
forgot about
Creel.
Victor Creel.
Yeah,
I don't see
it was
why
my
not.
candy. It was my will to live. It died. Like that's why the gates opened because I was like functionally like emotionally dead. I was like, you know what, fine, just take me out. Just kill me right now.
Take me.
The premise. I want to see how we think about this because obviously we're all in agreement that bringing back Max was cowardly and a bullshit writing decision that they're probably going to fuck up. We're all on the same page there. I want to know whether we're all on the same page about the finale being that Hawkins is now like essentially like the upside down has burst through into the real world and Hawkins is just now like the supernatural Chernobyl of the Midwest. That's the stage we're setting up for season 5, which by the way, as I've pointed out to Sheev, season 5 is taking place the same year the actual Chernobyl happened, and you can bet they're going to find a way to link those plot lines.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
do we know
I
when
forgot
season 5
about
is taking place?
that.
Because season 4 is like a month before
1986.
Chernobyl, but we don't know when season 4.
Yeah.
Like season 5, for all we know, could be like a time jump by like a year or two.
Okay, put it this way: if there's a time jump of 2 years between hell exploding in the Midwest,
Yeah.
I'm calling absolute bullshit on that.
Yeah, no, that'll be the moment that my brain just turns to like mush. I'm gonna be like, no.
Well, the thing
you
is, like,
cannot just skip past this.
This was always like a show that, you know, it's set in the 80s and it's meant to like represent 1980s suburban America type of aesthetic, and like, but before it was always something like that, like could have conceivably, you know, like happened in like historically that we just don't know about because it was covered up. But now it's like, no, the fucking apocalypse broke out in Indiana back in 1986. Like that's gonna be a part of all the history books. I'm sorry. Which
Yeah,
I'm
the
totally
town has to be
fine with.
cordoned
Like
off.
it's just an alternative history story at this point, but like that needs to
Yeah,
like be dealt
that-
with as a factor.
Demogorgons are roaming the streets, like, you know, bats are flying around, demon bats are flying in the red tinted sky as lightning pours from ash dumping clouds. Vines are
Yeah.
growing from hell are growing all over the like. I guess the other question here is like, given that the portal is now open, I don't understand how they haven't already lost. Like, surely this is it now. The world's ended because like all the
Yeah.
Demogorgons from hell are now going to pour through this tiny gap, and they should be swarmed immediately.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's like the
with a
problem
strong
with like
enough
impossible
military
state.
presence, I feel like Vecna and his forces could be beaten back. But the problem is,
They don't
when
have
we're
one.
well, the problem is, that I'm getting at is like the problem is when we're saying that is the stakes. Like, you know, if the military were to just get involved, like the conflict is over, then I'm going to be questioning why didn't the military get involved for those 2 days between when the gates open and now? Where are they?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Jolly, you know what? Jolly, you know what I just realized? You know what
What?
they could do? They could have a quote where fucking one of the doctors comes in and is like, "Have you ever heard of a little accident called Chernobyl?" And it's like that's how they're gonna deal with it. That's what they did.
God.
They just like blow up a nuclear reactor at the site, and they just
Yeah,
they close the
they're like
gate.
it's 3 Mile Island, but in Indiana.
I wonder if
No,
that's going to be something they try to do, like, after all is said and done, and like, you know, everything is maybe put back to normal or whatever at the end of season 5. They're going to be like, yeah, the government covered it all up, and it was, and they're basically just calling it like a Chernobyl type thing that happened in America. Like, there's, you know, no supernatural event took place, just like a really bad earthquake or something like that was caused by this nuclear power plant going up or something. I don't know. I feel like they're going to try to, like, sweep it under the rug and be like, see, the world progressed as normal. I'm going to be like, no.
Here's my question though about this whole ending, and we've kind of just been dancing around it just now, but like this is the time to bring it up, which is where have the military been all season 4 and now?
Yep.
They have just been chilling.
They've been chasing Eleven around because they assume she's the murderer, despite all the evidence that would make it not like.
Yeah, but also like it's implied that the general represents one faction of the government, like not the government as a whole, and so like. Particularly the end, like when the town blows up, and like surely she should extra think it's 11 at this point. But also, why isn't the army just like swarming through Hawkins?
Yeah,
like given everything that's going on.
Yeah. There's actually one scene that actually kind of made me like smack my face with. I was just like, it's when fucking Mike's dad is like, "Where's the FBI? Where's the army?" And I'm like, "Stop it!" I'm like, "You stop it right now! Stop lampshading! Stop it!"
Yeah, I know, because like Jolly and I had already been thinking that, and then he said that, and we were like, "Yeah, where are they?"
Yeah, the one moment where he's correct in the entire 4 seasons is like he finally has an epiphany of intelligence. We're like, yes, Nancy's dad, finally.
Bro finally like decided to like turn his brain on for 5 seconds.
Wheeler.
Ted Wheeler joined the conversation.
Ted Wheeler, the Chad.
Chad Wheeler. That'll be his arc in season 5.
In that line, I was literally just like, I have my hand on my face, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this.
he'll be like, Bagel. You'll get this reference. I don't know if Jolly will, but like, he'll be like Jerry in Rick and Morty when when like Rick and Morty caused the fucking apocalypse and then dipped out to a different universe, but like like that universe's Jerry just became like a like a Chad and just like a Giga Chad, like basically like he saved his wife and everything from certain death, and and she was like, "Oh, thank God," and he was like, God is turning people into monsters. Thank me.
I want to see Giga Chad Ted Wheeler.
Yeah, that'll be him in season 5.
He gets a Steve Harrington redemption arc where he chops off a Demogorgon's head with like a lawnmower.
No, I will say the funny thing is that like finally, like one thing I did like about season 4, which it was executed kind of sloppily, but like I do like that they were finally like the parents were like actually like, okay, something is fucking happening. We need to like reel our kids in and like stop them from going on these insane missions. And they're like, no, stop fucking doing this shit. What is wrong with you? Why are you engaged in this? And the kids are like, you don't understand. And I'm like, the fucking parents are like, okay, like can you not please? Like, for the love of God, get involved.
Like, seriously, this town is like actively like going insane right now, and a couple of your friends are being targeted because of it. Like, stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just more like if I'm the army, I'm just looking at the town being like, is this the time we actually just drop a tactical nuke?
I say we take off and nuke it from orbit. It's the only way.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Chernobyl. Like, it's just that should be the solution. Like,
at this point, yeah. As the Demogorgons are all spilling out and shit, like that's when it's like, okay, Hawkins is finished. Let's nuke it.
Well, also, that's the question of like, why aren't the Demogorgons all spilling out en masse? Like, what is Vecna waiting for?
He is waiting for season 5.
He's waiting for the military to build up a resistance. Why? Just fucking swarm them. Go now, attack. You don't have to go out with them. Just hide until you're recovered and send out your legions of death.
Oh my God! Did Alien vs Predator 2 do this better? Where like the government, when they saw this small town was being overrun by aliens, they were like, okay, just fucking nuke it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Like, there's nothing else we can do. Yeah.
Unironically, like that scene in the Avengers where they're like sending the nuke to New York, which, like, thinking about that scene in the context of the movie, like, yeah, that's kind of what I would be thinking. I'd be like, maybe we should just delete New York. Like, we can just get rid of it.
I think we should just delete New York anyway. Is the thing. Yeah. So.
I think we should. Well,
if you could wait 2 weeks, because my sister is currently there, so like, if we could just wait a few weeks, that would be cool.
After that,
I'm taking him now.
No, it's actually.
I'm gonna return to being an only child.
But yeah,
she'll survive. She'll crawl out of the wreckage looking like Vecna and declare war on the world.
It's like an Avatar when fucking Azula is like, I'm about to celebrate becoming an only child. That's gonna be you. But yeah.
Also, I want to put a total segue, but my sister has the fucking coolest gamer tag of all time because her name is Xenia, and so she's go by Xenia Morph, which I'm like, that is awesome.
Your sister is
Total
cool.
segue.
Yeah,
yes, cooler than me.
Overall, I'd say I'd give the final episode, and again, when I saw the runtime of the last episode, I was like about to because I thought I was like almost done. I was like, okay, I got like an hour left, and then I saw I had 2.5 hours left, and I was like, oh my God, so fucking long. It's ridiculous.
I agree. So here's the thing, like, so there's actually the 2 points, right? The first is, I think that there was a way to shorten the season considerably, and that is like, take out the Jonathan plotline, put Jonathan and all their all co in just in Eleven's plotline, just put them in the bunker with her. Just have them like have the army send some of them back to Hawkins, like Jonathan and co volunteer to go back to Hawkins, and they get to be part of the Hawkins plotline. And if you want to do the whole stupid love triangle thing, you can just do that with Jonathan actually present, which would make it more impactful. Whilst Mike stays with 11 in the bunker, and we get to have with Will, and we get to have all the drama between Will and Mike and 11 going on there in the bunker where it's more relevant, and we don't have the stupid traipsing all over Utah, meeting Dustin's girlfriend and all that shit. That solves that. Krusty the Snowman. The other thing I want to say is, like, my hot take is I don't understand why we're even having a season 5. Like, had we not done the stupid bullshit like Max is alive and now the town is exploding, had Vecna just been killed in that house, I think that's a natural ending for the show.
Yeah, the answer is that Netflix are greedy bastards and refuse to let properties die past their natural endpoint. I call it the CW effect, where they just keep like renewing the show because they want something to do.
That's every network. I mean, it's not just CW.
Well, to be fair, I mean, to be fair, like I think of it probably like the most egregious case of that is Supernatural. Like, it's actually insane how long they like milked that cow for, as long as as much as it was worth.
I know.
And then, yeah, no, like, I was there, Gandalf. Like I was
in
like
the fucking trenches. I know you were all over Tumblr at the time, which I thankfully wasn't, but like I was in the trenches. Don't you worry.
Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written.
Yes.
No, like, but the funny thing is that like with Stranger Things, like, because I was talking with someone, might have been Sheev, might have been Jolly, it was someone. I was talking with him about how, like, Stranger Things is a show that was entirely destroyed by its own fame. And it was entirely destroyed by the need for, like, because the audience grew so big and it became such an overnight success. I think it was like it's the most watched series in all of Netflix history, which is crazy. But it is a show that really benefited from being like more tight knit and more like not having any kind of expectations or any kind of end point that it needed to get to. And I really regret, or I don't regret anything. I didn't do anything.
I regret nothing.
I really makes me sad just seeing, especially in rewatching the whole show, just seeing, and again, I'm really trying not to like claim season 1 is a flawless sacred cow, because it's not. It does have problems. Like, there are some moments where I was like, okay, that's silly, or like poorly paced, or like that doesn't make sense. But it is something that I think was like lightning on a bottle. Like, it was so good. And they, Parker M. It was supposed to be a miniseries, and it was actually initially going to be an anthology where like they talked about a different like decade or like group of people, like each season. It would have been like different stories. But the thing is, the show got so popular, like so ridiculously, ludicrously popular, that like they kept bringing in more like people to like mess with it, and like too many cooks in the kitchen sort of situation. And it was just a show that was entirely tainted by its own fame, which is sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Like, yeah, like that's why I'm glad Arcane is stopping at 2 seasons, because my lizard like serotonin deprived brain at first was like, I want Arcane to go on for longer. But I'm like, if Netflix got their grubby little hands on Arcane and like took it out of the hands of the writers, I would be much more sad if Arcane got worse and was not like this incredible piece of television.
With Arcane specifically, and I have the same issue with Andor and how the original 5-season arc has been condensed to 2, a la Westworld, and we all saw how that turned out. With Arcane specifically and with Andor, it's like I feel like there's more story to tell than what you can reasonably hash out in season 2. Like, I think for Arcane, I think a 3rd season might have been necessary. We'll see how it goes once the season comes out next month. So like, I might be wrong, but I do feel like, and I worry that there's going to be some rushing done because they wanted to just end it with a 2nd season and do whatever spin-offs they're going to do. And like, a show should never overstay its welcome, but at the same time, a show should never be rushed to a conclusion prematurely, because that's how you end up with Westworld. And fingers crossed, knocking on wood, how you like what season 2 of Andor might end up being. Hopefully not,
Yeah, and I will say that was one thing that I will say, like, that kind of happened with BoJack Horseman. Like, they condensed 2 seasons of plot into 1, and like the last season of BoJack is very rushed. But if you want like a pristine example of how to like perfectly like start to finish execute a show, Gravity Falls. Like it, like Alex Hirsch had an idea of what he wanted. He knew the plot. He knew the ending. He knew it front to back. He knew everything about it. He didn't write it as he went along. He wrote it out all at the same time. And when people were like, "Oh, you should keep going," he said, "Nope, I'm done. This is it. Yep. The story is over." And then he came out with Book of Bill like 15 years later and was like, I'm gonna put the most deranged shit ever in this book. But like,
we're getting that with Shogun as well, where like Shogun 1 is a complete story and a complete season based on one complete book, and then they're like, well, that was successful, let's do another one. Like, with oh no, stop.
Yeah, I think Gravity Falls, like, aside from like very, very silly like plot issues with Gravity Falls, but it's more like just me being like incredibly pedantic and nitpicky. But I think as a show, Gravity Falls has one of the most flawless executions I've ever seen. Like, it was like perfectly thought out, perfectly executed, perfectly ended, no complaints. But if they had kept telling that story after it had reached its natural endpoint, it would have been worse. And I'm glad that it didn't.
I feel we're getting a little bit off topic here. Like, no, like it's fascinating, don't get me wrong, but we are here to talk about Stranger Things. Like, the thing is just like whether or not we agree that Stranger Things' natural ending point was here, or whether there's more story to tell.
Yeah, I think I'm still of the opinion it should have ended with season 1. I still think. I mean, I would tweak some things about the plot, but I think I would have just let 11 die. I would have just had everything go back to normal. I would have had some of the like less concisely ended stuff that was set up for a season 2 end. I would have just changed that. I think it would have been perfect as a miniseries. I think it would have been excellent. But it has been forcing plots ever since then. And that's what I don't love about it.
Sure, but I'm specifically asking about season 4, right? Like, with the ending of season 4, like again, before they pull out the well, I'm going to choose to think of as a post credits monologue of like, here is all the things you can look forward to in season 5. A city is exploding. Wow. Before we had all that, when it was just like Vecna was burned, Max was in hospital, everyone was reunited. There we go. That's the end. Would that have been a fitting ending for the show, or do you think they at that point they still had to go to a season 5?
I think you could end it there. I would commit to just Max being dead, full stop. But otherwise, yeah, just end it there. I think that's natural.
It depends, because I feel like a lot of stuff would have had to been changed for it to like end there. I think it could have. I think if they had been able to like flawlessly, close out the stories that they were trying to tell and bring everything to like a natural endpoint and just say, it's over. We're not continuing the story. This is it. You can leave stuff to the imagination. I think that would have been good. But the thing is with season 4 is that it's kind of like almost like a middle portion of a story where it's like, it's going to keep going. So it's kind of hard to evaluate from like what could have been. But I think it is an interesting question to ask. Like, when does a story like reach its natural conclusion, and should that be continued anyway? Which personally I don't think so, but other people disagree.
Well, because I'm trying to work out exactly what a natural ending to the show would look like, right? In terms of like, you want to pay off the character arcs, you want to kill off the characters who maybe need to be killed off, and leave everyone else hanging. Leaving everyone else surviving who needs to survive. Certain things have to be wrapped up. Like, once you've done the retcon that the Mind Flayer was Agatha all along.
Do not speak that name in this chat, Jolly.
And once Vecna has been sort of burnt alive with Molotov, and Steve and Co have all had a go at him, and we've been setting up this whole like, oh, maybe Steve's going to die, maybe he isn't, and Eddie's had his heroic sacrifice, and Dustin's learned his lessons from that, and tweak it a little bit so that Jonathan and Nancy actually learn from this season 2 and actually get back together properly without being douchebags about it. And 11 reunites with Hopper, and she's got an answer to whether she's a monster or not, or whether she has a place in this world. And it's all finished and dandy, and Max has died, going out on her own terms, and Lucas is heartbroken, but is going to new strength from it and can move forward. Are we just done at that point? Like, I don't know what is left. What is left at that point? Like, Robin's got her girlfriend.
Yeah, no.
I guess Steve maybe has to die. Yeah, I guess Steve is the only loose thread hanging there, which is another reason why I think he's definitely for it in season 5.
Yeah, like the thing is,
well, with like, Steve, you just tweak what they do with him in season 4 to where it's not that like, oh, he's holding out hope for Nancy and he's this hopeless romantic and blah blah blah. Just get rid of all of that and just have him sort of, you don't have to send him on any profound arc. He can literally just be there and like be helping out. And I'm not saying that's the best way to round out his story or anything like that. But like, if you wanted to end season 4,
maybe have Eddie.
Sorry.
So like maybe flesh out that obviously Eddie has that conversation with him, which like because Steve's still sort of like, well, I'm just the idiot, right? Like I'm just the idiot who runs into trouble. That's my function in this group. Like I'm not complaining, but that's basically what I am. And then he's like, dude, man, Dustin fucking worships you, and like Nancy respects the hell out of you, and Robin idolizes you, and like everyone fucking loves you, man. And you're super cool, and I wanted to hate you, but I can't because you're just a really swell guy. Like round that out to maybe like give some kind of impact. So like Steve takes finds newfound confidence in himself going forward from this at the end of the season, and like at the end they're like, what are you gonna do? It's like, I think I'm gonna leave Hawkins. I think I need to go out and like find my own way and do my own thing.
Yeah.
Steve spin-off series.
Steve versus Vecna.
Vecna versus
Steve and Dustin versus
from
the
The Mandalorian. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not a script writer. I would not even call myself a really good writer. Like, I consider myself a pretty good analytical writer and a pretty good, like, person that is good at interpreting and like spelling things out and like understanding what they mean. However, I'm not a creative writer, so I would never even ever begin to claim that I could write Stranger Things season 5 better than the people who are writing it now. I think I would probably be way worse. But I there are so many problems with like how they write the show that I just think like, yeah, like what story left is there to tell? Like you've already like sloppily in some cases wrapped up all these stories. Like what are you going to do now? Are you just gonna like make a new show or like a new plot that is completely isolated to season 5, or are you gonna like try to continue on the plot elements and drag out those things and leave them longer?
You know what? There is one benefit to season 5, and that is that Argyle might be eaten by a Demogorgon.
I want Argyle to have like a brutal death scene like Bob. I just want him to get fucking ripped to shreds.
Or just Enzo comes back and just shoots him in the head and goes, "He was annoying me," and everyone's like, "Yeah, no fair." And they just carry on.
Argyle.
It's like a reverse. Yeah, it's like a reverse Bob. Oh my god, he's my Kyle.
You just got that.
There's actually a really funny scene in Full Metal Alchemist where there's a character who none of the main characters really like, and one of the homunculi is like taking him prisoner. He's like, I'll fucking kill him. I'll snap his neck. I'll kill him right now. And the other character's like, okay, that's fine. Sure. And it's a really funny scene, but that character is just so upset by it, and everybody's like, okay, see ya.
Also, I'm just imagining Bagel's version of the script, right, where she hands in her finished like script for season 5, like into Netflix, and they're just like reading. The Netflix exec's just reading through it. It's like sort of like as he turns the pages, it gets like more and more confused looking. It's like half of this is just lesbian porn. Like, why are there so many sex scenes between Nancy and Robin? What the hell is this?
It'd be that scene in BoJack where BoJack tries to give he gives Princess Carolyn like a manuscript, and she's just like, half of this text is embedded in YouTube links, and it's like printed out. So that would be me. It'd be like, here's a link to H Bomber Guy's video about Sherlock. that would just be the whole season.
The next season of Stranger Things will just be H Bomber Guy versus Vecna.
H Bomber Guy would fucking destroy. He would annihilate Vecna.
He'll axe his way through the wall mid fight with Vecna, but like, sell your world to who, Vecna? Fucking Aquaman.
Yeah, I was rewatching for like the 5 billionth time that video on Sherlock, and I didn't really. It was kind of not. I mean, obviously comparing Sherlock and Stranger Things is like comparing apples and oranges, but like the thing is that a good point he makes is like a mystery story is not good when you like. When you don't show the audience enough to like, I guess like have them like make inferences for themselves, which season 1 is really good at, but then in season 2, yeah, it shows you like certain pieces of the puzzle like that don't really matter, or that like are like meaningless, and you're like, okay, well, there's not really enough for me to like figure this out on my own like in season 1. So yeah. But yep, that's kind of I don't know if that made sense. I'm running on fumes. I haven't slept in a week, so. But
so what we've agreed is that season 4, whilst incredibly was riddled with problems, is in fact much better than Bagel gave it credit for. And Bagel is wrong. Mashiv and I are right. Thank you for coming to our TED Talk.
No. Wait.
Bagel's opinion has been listened to and then discarded. Like, thank you for trying. Thank you for playing the game.
Duly noted and disregarded.
We can just safely discard it now. Goodbye.
Silence, Bagel. Vibes man is talking.
Silence, facts, and logic. A vibes guy is talking.
Yeah. So my opinion of season 4 really hasn't changed. I'd give it a 6. I would have given it like an 8 before I did my rewatch this time around, but unfortunately Jolly was a meanie head who kept pointing out flaws, and I was like, no.
Okay. First of all, I just like to say, at 8, what kind of crack were you on? But yeah,
I liked it. Okay.
He really finds Steve very attractive, you know, and honestly, who can fault him?
Yeah.
Although to be fair, I would have given season 2 like a 7 before I watched it, so I can't.
Yeah, exactly, Bagel. And that season is mid as hell.
I'm gonna say my rankings are unchanged. I think season 1 is an 8. I think season 2 is a 4. I think season 3 is a 2.5 to a 3, and I think season 4 is a 6, like 6.1 maybe or 2.
Yeah. If I had to give each season a number rating, I would give season 1 9.5 out of 10. Still really good. Still love it. Season 2, solid 4 out of 10. It's not. But season 3, like 1.5 out of 10. Miserable. Wanted to die like the whole time. Awful. Season 4, I give like a.
Do it. Cross north of the 5. Do it, you coward.
No, I give it like a 3. I give it like a 3.5 out of 10. Honestly, in my opinion.
That is unaccountably harsh.
That is up from the like 2.5 I would have given it like 3 days ago. But,
that's insane.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bagel. Like, I love and respect you, but no, that's nuts. I don't know how you've got such a low score out of that. That's bonkers. So hang on. So you're saying, because like I just want to say what I put as a 3.5. Like I put like, you know, Rise of Skywalker is like a 3.
Oh,
Rise of Skywalker or like a 1. Ew.
Rise of Skywalker.
Sorry, not Rise of Skywalker. Last Jedi. I put Last Jedi like a 3, like, or just like 2.8. Like 3 is really low. Like it is. To call season 4 of Stranger Things a 3.5 is like unaccountably harsh. That's bordering on the insane.
I'll be like a little. You know what? I'll be nice. I'll be generous. I'll give it a 4. You know what? You convinced me. I'll give it a 4.
Peer pressure. It works.
I would say like the thing is with season 4, just overall, just felt like I don't know if overwhelmed is the right word, but like somehow overwhelmed and underwhelmed at the same time. Like it was so much, and like so much of it didn't work. Some of it did work. I really like some parts of it. I will always say you will never hear me criticizing like the majority of Max's arc. I was like, there were several scenes where I was like on the edge of my seat, like, you know, like so sad for Max and really loving it. There are other parts didn't work, like Vecna overall just kind of dumb. But yeah, and again, to everybody listening, it is not like, you know, representative of like who any of us are as people for like our opinions on certain parts of the season, and that's, you know, something to always keep in mind. But like I will say that the things that we find bad or good about season 4, honestly, I think a lot of it does come down to just like personal preference. And I think that's
I disagree. I think that you giving up 4 out of 10 makes you an objectively terrible person and unworthy of love. That's
exactly.
Oh yeah, that's true. Exactly.
I'm glad someone said
like morally deficient, psychologically in need of help.
No, the only people I would consider morally deficient are people who unironically like the Rise of Skywalker. Like I would like
Steve.
Like,
what can I say? It shits on The Last Jedi, and I hate The Last Jedi, so I like that movie.
True.
She was a moral deficient.
The Last Jedi is great. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
That's true.
Yeah. But yeah, I think pretty good discussion, even though you guys were wrong for most of it.
Yeah.
I had a good time.
Yeah, big words for a breakfast pastry.
I know. I am the most educated breakfast pastry in the world.
Why does your bagel have yellow teeth? Does it not brush?
Those are the.
It's spooky
like little vampire fang things.
No. I get the fangs. I get the fangs, but why are they yellow? Again, like toothpaste.
The reason is because I was.
Fans listening at home, dental hygiene is very important, and you should definitely not skip on that. You know, you'll regret it in later life. You might end up like Bagel's avatar.
I know. He's very sad. That's how I treat. You know, I don't treat myself very well, and you know he is clearly showing that in the picture. I think that was like a very like accurate depiction of like me in like my current state of being. So you know, send help.
That is the face of a pastry that really liked Stranger Things season 4, and I'm glad we settled this.
This whole stream is actually just been like a prolonged cry for help from me. I'm like actively dying. But yep. Yeah, so good chat. I've had my eyes opened.
Oh, have you?
You've seen the way, the truth, and the light.
We've converted
Vecna
her.
has opened my heart.
Yeah, you allowed Pumpkin Cat into your heart, and really, is there a greater joy in this world?
Oh, is that what your avatar is? A cat? Okay, I couldn't tell. I thought it was like a pumpkin with like a hat on. But
there's obviously a cat in there. What are you talking about?
I don't have my glasses on. I can't see anything. But yeah, I
This is when it turns out that Bagel forgot her glasses the whole way through Stranger Things season 4.
No, I can't find my glasses, and I was like, you know what? I don't need to see. I don't care.
Yeah,
Bagel was like, I really hated that scene where a giant blur monster killed Blur Man, and we're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Alright then, well, that concludes then our wonderful chat on Stranger Things season 4. Thank you very much to everyone in the chat who's been listening faithfully throughout this. We hope you've had a good time. And we hope you did or did not enjoy Stranger Things season 4, depending on your personal perspectives, seeing as we didn't really come to a satisfying conclusion on that.
I didn't think we would, honestly.
No,
we're all very
honestly, the conversation, the journey was the real joy of that experience, and getting to investigate someone else's perspective on media is always good fun and instructive as well.
Yeah, when they're like
things coming
person,
up.
So.
I will say the funny.
Well, unfortunately, we had Bagel, so reasonable people were in short supply. But
one of the funniest. Well, as a woman, I can't be trusted to be rational. You know those pesky hormones.
True.
But no,
as an honorary woman, neither can I.
No, I was unironically. I was going through my notes. Half of them is just like incomprehensible, just like shit that I was writing down. Because like half of it's just like, I'm not even kidding. Like so many times I just wrote, "Is he stupid?" And the shit, like that was like half of my analysis.
I am. Thank you for
like, but like there was one like I wrote down. I said I love that they solved the conflict with the power of friendship and this gun I found, which is like
and this gun I found.
Like that's literally the two halves of it. It's like 11 is solving it with the power of friendship, and Nancy with this gun I found. I was like, I love that this is the conclusion to Stranger Things season 4. It's so good. But yeah.
Yes. Well, things coming up for people in the chat. Sheev's Discord, which is a thing that he never remembers that he has, and so I'm taking the opportunity to remind everyone. Sheev's Discord will be hosting several good Halloween movies throughout this sparkling month of spookiness. We've got Van Helsing coming up. We've got Lost Voyage of the Demeter coming up. We've got what else is on the agenda, Chief?
Oh, I could just read out the list. Hang on, give me a second to pull it up.
Do it. Advertising is important for maintaining a channel.
Mouth. Yeah, Van Helsing, Voyage of the Demeter, Mama, Trick or Treat, The Ring, the American version, Nightmare Before Christmas, The Bye Bye Man, and possibly we're gonna watch the theatrical cut of Halloween 6 because we didn't do that last year when we did the Halloween watch parties, but I kind of want to watch that.
Oh, I will be sat for the Bye Bye Man. I really want to watch that.
Oh yeah, Sam and I are so fucking excited because like that movie's so bad.
We also have there will also be Andrew, Sheev, and I will be streaming Phasmophobia in the week of Halloween, and I will hopefully also be streaming on my own channel. My goodness, I know, and in isolation playthroughs, which Sheev will be joining me for. So I hope we will see you all there for that.
Hey, Jolly, did you know that I put out my Ahsoka video in October of last year when I first advertised that you had a channel and that you were working on videos?
Did you know that at the time I was defending my PhD thesis and I was now having to work as a postdoc?
Shut up. That doesn't matter.
Sounds like a skill issue to me, Jolly.
But yes.
But yeah, imagine having to defend your PhD thesis. I would just simply say,
I mean, I just pulled out a gun. I just pulled out a gun and was like, accept it or die.
No, Starlet says Sheev doesn't like a show everyone likes. What a surprise!
Wait, I like this one. What? No, it's the other way around this time.
I like this one.
Have you not been paying attention for 4 hours? I like this show.
It's just such a scathing comment. It's so funny.
Before Starlet enrages Sheev to the point of frothing at the mouth, I think we should call it there. Indeed. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Bagel, for joining us, and thank you to Sheev for comparing my PFP to a Rags plushie. You piece of shit.
I did that in the chat so that they wouldn't see it, but I was just saying that I can't remember which EFAP but like.
Oh, no explanations. We're wrapping up now. It's the end.
Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Links to Jolly's Desolate channel and links to Bagel.